cheating.
Tout dia, você vai para fazer o do.
Só vem minha doce?
Você vai para fazer o do. Você vai para fazer o do. Watch pay. Do governo, man, tá still the same. Yeah, so you see, make sure you see pay. So you see, man. You wait. I go to my shit. 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 I go to my shit.
When you have to go out, you will see the motion. So when you have to leave, you will leave out. When you see on the thing,
It's on the first day.
then you have out.
So we facing the thing.
About ton, but I left about that, right?
Whole line of
Face each other. Face each other, isn't it?
Very true. You can't.
But when Tony and you will be able to position this. That's it.
About ton.
It's not good to check.
Let's pray. Guide, we beseech thee, Almighty God, members of this honorable house, that they may wisely deliberate for the good of this country and for the glory of thy holy name. Join me in saying the Lord's Prayer, please. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Pray be seated. This Parliament now convenes. All right, good. Good morning to the honorable members of this House. And I extend a good morning to those in the gallery. I want to begin by saying we would like folks who carry in mobile phones to ensure that those phones are either turned off or are on vibrate. Please do. I don't want to have the police escort you out of this chamber. Please do. The proceedings in Parliament is recorded. So we don't want to hear the shrills of the phone in the recording. We want to hear the members speaking. So if you happen to have a mobile phone, please put it on vibrate or turn it off. Today we continue the presentation of the various members of the House of Parliament with respect to their contribution to this year's budget debate. Yesterday we had 7 presentations. 7, I think, yeah. And from my own observation, I think there were spirited presentations and delivery. I saw a very cordial exchange across the floor, very friendly. And I expect, as we debate and discuss the nation's business, that level of camaraderie will continue. So today we hope to hear the contributions of the other 8 members who are yet to present. I now invite the Honorable MP for St. George Northeast to make his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I rise today to support yet another critical national budget for the development under the National Democratic Congress administration. Mr. Speaker, as Grenada continues to grow and evolve as a nation, and as we concluded the celebrations of our 50th independence anniversary last year, I take pride in the theme chosen and presented by the Honorable Minister of Finance and Honorable Member for St. Patrick East, Honorable Dennis Cornwall, for Budget 2025, appropriately worded towards Vision 75, Grenada, Resilient and Rising. The theme answers the progressive question of what type of Grenada we met and what type and kind do we seek for the future. We envision a Grenada that is not just reactive, but proactive in the face of challenges. A Grenada that equitably distributes its resources and wealth, ensuring the prosperity of all its citizens, a Grenada that upholds the principles of freedom and democracy, a Grenada, Mr. Speaker, that is self-sufficient and self-reliant in its operation. So notwithstanding the devastation caused by Hurricane Beryl, particularly to our offshore islands and the northern parts of Grenada, severe droughts, bushfires, major flooding, and severe land slippages we witnessed in 2024, no challenge was too great for this administration to face. We remain steadfast in our commitment to recovery and building resilience for our country. So, Mr. Speaker, we look ahead with great anticipation to implementing this wonderful budget as we continue to move Grenada forward. Now, this morning I will spend some time, Mr. Speaker, linking the two budgets that we have produced thus far in the term, speaking to a post-Beryl era and showing the progression among these critical sectors, namely education, the economy, disaster management, how it relates to the Northeast, Carriacou and Petite Martinique, specific to Beryl. However, I want to start off by promoting the development of the lovely constituency of St. George Northeast. By first thanking the beautiful people of my constituency for their continued support, advice, and even their complaints and criticisms, all aiding in my ability to get the job done. As Member of Parliament, I can report steady strides in this regard. Today, we have seen an exponential rise in support for young people in education and sports, a testament to our collective investment in the future of the Northeast. Small business support and community building activities are at the levels they ought to be for any serious constituency development program. Infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, has seen a vast improvement, not just in the quality, but also in the strategic reason for its creation, why we are doing it. Our flood mitigation focus for 2024, for example, is built on the premise to improve the resilience and sustainability of infrastructure. So we're not just building something for the sake of it, we are ensuring that it is done, Mr. Speaker, with high quality, but purpose for doing it is certainly clear. Mr. Speaker, so we've been able to complete and commence many of those infrastructure projects. There were a total of 38 infrastructure projects started last year up until now throughout the entire Northeast, and there could be more. I'm just using the minimal figure simply because, footpaths, some of the smaller roads and so on, I'm not really counting that in the amount of infrastructure projects that we were able to lead off. But certainly some of the large ones, we completed and started 11 projects before Hurricane Beryl and 26 afterwards. This was made possible, Mr. Speaker, through my own negotiations and interventions with the Ministry of Infrastructure, Community Development, and the ever hard-working Ministry of MIT. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, two ongoing over the last 30 years, and I speak specific to the Tempe Bridge Expansion Project by LA Law and the storm drain, now with a pedestrian walk by Choice Bakery in Tempe's entrance. That's by the roundabout right there. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, 30 years, the people have been clamoring, and now it is finally being done. Again, another testament to our commitment to fulfilling our promises. Regarding our social and community development agenda, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report in the Northeast that we have implemented over $500,000 worth of community development programs and projects in collaboration with the Ministry of Social and Community Development. Successfully did that. They include, but are not limited to, the introduction of an annual St. George Northeast Food Festival. We introduced a hydroponics training program at the Boca Secondary School. We have assisted several small businesses and provided and supported the creation of new ones throughout the constituency. We have supported all public schools throughout the Northeast, meeting almost every request and have already completed plans to expand the support in 2025. And that support, Mr. Speaker, is going to be extended to the large number of private schools. And probably while I'm talking about schools, it's important for me to acknowledge the many students here. Young men, young women, one day, some, or if not all of you, should be proud to stand in the halls of our parliament, Grenada's parliament, and represent your various constituencies with pleasure and represent them with pride, serving your country and your constituency. Mr. Speaker, training opportunities for scores of people across the board. We are watching color. We're making sure that we help everybody. 101 cocoa fills a basket. Building material assistance and more. And Mr. Speaker, in 2023, I first reported to this House about a pilot that we started in the Northeast with the Foundation Builders Educational Center. And I have the report completed from the pilot. It has been 1 year plus since. And with your leave, I would just like to read just some parts of it. I could make the report available to the House if necessary. And it starts, Mr. Speaker, by identifying that we have been able to assess 32 students ranging from ages 7 to 12 years old. They come from grades 2 to 6. Our assessments have revealed the following profiles. 1, underdeveloped auditory and visual sequential memory skills in each student assessed. Retarded phonemic awareness and sequencing ability in each student assessed. Reasonable sound blending skills in most students. Very poor ability to spell words in most assessed students. Satisfactory vocabulary levels in most students. Weak handwriting skills. Very poor writing skills evident in weak fluency of thought. Very poor sentence structure. Weak imagery for comprehension and writing. It's important, Mr. Speaker, because this is an intervention program which we help supported at the level of the constituency. And it was piloted at the St. Paul's Government School. And so 32 students have been able to be assessed of all of these challenges. And there are some success stories 1 year and some months after coming out of this program. Mr. Speaker, all of the above, based on the report, is known and to be associated with a specific learning disorder known as dyslexia. However, we have also identified traits of additional disorders among some of the students assessed to this point. DLD, developmental language disorders, including difficulties with expression or expressive language and language retrieval. Speech impediment, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, autism, weak auditory expressions, suspected intermittent hearing loss or hearing difficulties, very poor vision. So, Mr. Speaker, the intervention was able to identify some of the impediments that students are facing when they have to go to our public schools and receive their education. And it is something, Mr. Speaker, that is important because it adds, and I'm going to talk about this report later when I present on the Ministry of Education, Vote 40, because it adds to what this administration is doing from all levels of, and stages of education to be able to treat with matters. Another 110 homes were repaired in the area of housing, and 70 new homes were constructed through a combination of the Ministry of Housing and MIT. We have commenced the WASH program in the Northeast, Mr. Speaker, and will complete the first facility in the lovely community of Willis. In Boca and Ravine, we have begun the construction of several homes, including Build Back Better homes, post-Hurricane Beryl. A total of 9 homes post-Hurricane Beryl were identified through the assessments carried out by the Ministry of Economic Development and Housing. Mr. Speaker, all of this could not have been possible without my staff at the MP's office. And I want to place on record and express my heartfelt gratitude to some of them who are here this morning, in particular Karina and Dolores, my community liaison officer, my ever versatile and reliable housing officers. They are very, very reliable, Mr. Speaker, and my seed officer. None of the work that we are doing in the Northeast could not be possible without them. Mr. Speaker, I want to also place on record that one of the things that I have done as Member of Parliament was to put in place a management team to manage the affairs of the constituency. So I am treating my constituency as a ministry. And so my management team is headed by Brother Ralph James. I want to place on record thanks to him and others. And I have an infrastructure volunteer advisor, Mr. Neville Bain. Thank you, sir, for your unwavering support and confidence in my ability to lead the revolution in the Northeast. No one, Mr. Speaker, is ever turned away when they come to our office. We help everyone, no matter what your affiliation might be. So I see a constituency and not just an individual as I continue to serve. Mr. Speaker, it's important to mention that the Bible teaches us as a good book. Jesus healed the sick, he caused the blind to see, he turned water into wine, he raised the dead, and when the time came, they still crucified him. And so, I am not Jesus Christ, and I'm making the point to say that we are not to believe some of the rhetoric that we hear that in 2.5 years, a young man could be able to fix and change all of the problems that he inherited in the lovely constituency of St. George Northeast. So patience is indeed a virtue. Mr. Speaker, I want to turn now my attention to education, as mentioned, Vote 40. And I want to spend some time showing the linkage between what we met and did and what we are doing now to reform the curriculum and correct some of the systemic problems in the sector. I know we heard yesterday this outcry about the Clone Imani program and with this and with that. So I want to give some facts this morning because yesterday was just a lot of fluff and old talk and had really no substance in terms of the evidence to what they are criticizing. So the former administration, Mr. Speaker, received a report from the UNDP in January of 2021, right? It read, and just permit me, now the report, Mr. Speaker, is available online, it's widely publicized, and the former administration certainly had it, because I did see correspondence when they got the report and how they shared it around. So I know for a fact that they had it, so nobody could say that they were not in possession. So, if you'd permit me, Mr. Speaker, would you leave to just read some excerpts from it. This independent technical review assesses and makes recommendations on the main bottlenecks and possible solutions for a successful transition from the current vocational training systems and curricula, as well as other education levels to the current and future labor market needs in Grenada, with particular focus on the blue economy. The title of the report is Transition from Education to Employment in Grenada. The same report also said that the Imani program, while it claims to place 40% of its graduates in the private sector, a significant majority, 60%, are placed as trainees in the public sector. And at the time, given the shrinking public sector and limited permanent employment opportunities that existed through the attrition policy of former administration, it presented a challenge for Imani trainees seeking long-term employment. So they were there in perpetual. Mind you, the numbers from the assessment, Mr. Speaker, came from the ministry itself, even without a professional audit of the program being done. So those numbers may have been far worse than probably what was reported. The report, Mr. Speaker, went on to say, despite the program's efforts, employers remain hesitant to hire Imani graduates without guarantees of a return on investment. This is due to concerns about trainees leaving after training, dropping out of the program, or the potential risk of investing in employees who may not be as skilled as they require. Finally, Mr. Speaker, it said there are concerns about deadweight losses, employees receiving stipends they would have paid for anyway, creaming, only the most deserving benefiting rather when others might have been sufficient, and substitution, the critical one, employers replacing full-time workers with trainees. So here we see, Mr. Speaker, this UNDP report exposed the former administration and their deception. When they instituted that question of the structural adjustment program, the component which dealt with the word just slipped my mind there, with the labor, which dealt with the, you gotta help me there, the attrition policy. Thank you. Don't worry. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the attrition policy. Yeah, this morning, Mr. Speaker, just forgive me. You know, when you get up early and you went to sleep late, you're kind of slow, so. But I'll make it. So, the attrition policy. Now, the reason why the former administration instituted the attrition policy, they could not afford to pay the workers. So when you hear all this glorious talk about we had a plan to pay pension and it would not have been where it was deducted and blah, 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 that is just old talk, Mr. Speaker. The attrition policy was coinciding with the Imani program. That was their aim and intent. What they were doing was to take the unskilled young people, exploit them in terms of the wages that they would pay to them, and have them doing government work for next to nothing. They would not have had to pay them a pension. They would not have had to pay them gratuities. They would not have had to take care of them if, for some reason, they get sick. Because under the former administration, women, for example, once they were under the program and they got pregnant, they were removed forthwith. Imagine that. When we came in, we changed that policy one time. It was brought forward by your managers. We changed that policy one time. And so, Mr. Speaker, that was the intent. So when you hear the talk about this whole question of the young people was so happy and we crushed program and we this and that, how come they didn't vote for you? How come they didn't support you to stay into office to continue getting this pittance? Huh? As Baraka sang his glorious song, we living in slavery. He eloquently, Mr. Speaker, described how the Imani program under the former administration was being used as a bondage on some of the young people, only as a machinery just to get vote. There was no true and definitive upward mobility. It didn't really develop under that. And the few, Mr. Speaker, who had the mindset to develop was only a part of the few, not the majority. You know that for a fact. So, that was the situation we met. And Mr. Speaker, when we came into office, we had to identify those gaps and the gray areas in the structure and reconcile it. Not by doing the same thing and expecting a different result. So you can't come and have a new administration and asking them to continue with this fly and this and that and so on. These programs, Mr. Speaker, only became relevant because we were not addressing the gaps that existed in our institutions and the weakness for them to be able to train our young men and women and turn them into productive citizens so that they can go out themselves and get a job. That was the issue. Mr. Speaker, I know firsthand how the Imani program came to Grenada. I spoke to the English couple who gave it to the new National Party government. Originally, the concept was to have it as an agency to be able to find employment for unemployed young men and women, for whatever reason. The new National Party implemented this program under the now leader of His Majesty's opposition, as Minister of Youth then, and instituted this whole question of trainees for life. There was no clear pathway to employment, because what they sought to do, again, was to exploit the young people and keep them as vote mechanisms for them to win general elections. So don't come to this honorable house and talk about bring back Imani. We passed that. You're all in the past. The country moved forward on June 2022. So We started now to address the gaps as mentioned earlier on. So, Mr. Speaker, that issue of just taking someone off the streets, because I can tell you this, the Minister of Youth is here. One of the challenges with this program is, Mr. Speaker, that when somebody joins these programs, it is largely politically driven, right? If an MP goes in their constituency and somebody come and complain to them, they want a work and thing, they just grab them, place them there. But you know what the issue was? Taking someone who was unemployed and placing them in the program was not helping them. Because the reason was most were unemployed not because there was no work in them, but because, Mr. Speaker, they themselves at that level were unemployable. They were unemployable. So the issue was that you needed to get them employable before you could put them in any structured program, before you could tell them that they need to go for a work. And you had to be real and honest with them. So the program had to address that weakness, that gap, Mr. Speaker, but it did not. And therefore, we have identified it, and we are addressing it right now. So the fallout of that policy, Mr. Speaker, that we inherited was that the quality of the labor force was becoming more and more substandard because they were pumping the resources into Imani. 30 million. At one point, it reached almost $40 million being spent on the Imani program. And the question was, what was the return on such a major investment? They couldn't answer that. That, Mr. Speaker, ultimately led to low productivity levels. That was the problem. So this so-called flagship youth program really was nothing other than institutionalizing underemployment and unemployability. And that is a fact. That is why, Mr. Speaker, in the theme when we use the word resilient and Grenada rising, there are evidence openly in this budget which suggests that we are correcting these long-standing problems once and for all under, Mr. Speaker, the leadership of the National Democratic Congress and our honorable distinguished Prime Minister, the Honorable Deacon Mitchell, member for St. David. Mr. Speaker, youth unemployment rate up until 2020 was at 39.5%. And by 2023, December, it fell to 22.8%. That, Mr. Speaker, is testament to why we needed to pivot. So they said no new Imani trainees were added. That is true. Even in the face of that, youth unemployment still fell. The reason why that is so is because we are now regularizing some of the Imanis. We are now regularizing some of the Imanis who are teachers. We are now regularizing them in the government service, giving them a honest work, not training for life. And that is the difference. And so the last budget, Mr. Speaker, that we presented completed the assessments on those gaps identified in the system. And this budget is now starting to address them, as mentioned. So, but the Leader of His Majesty's Opposition mentioned, Mr. Speaker, that while she supports free tuition, etc., but we had to make sure that them children could come to school and so on. That's understandable. But, Mr. Speaker, you can't throw the baby out to the bathwater because 2% of our population may be struggling with this, and it's a genuine concern that we should not go and institute tuition free and boast about that, because we should now focus on the 2% who can get transport to come to school. That does not make any sense. You can't run a country like that because you would not develop. And so what we are doing now is expanding e-testing. So, for example, Mr. Speaker, in the Ministry of Education last year, they were able to successfully introduce for all secondary schools to conduct online CSEC examination in 33 subjects, and 20 primary schools utilize e-testing for CPEA. Yes, this was piloted during COVID-19, but there are many flaws, meaning the concept, Mr. Speaker, of not coming to the classroom, online learning, etc. And so learning from those flaws under the previous administration, we are now able to correct some of these challenges without a COVID-19, without any challenge at the moment. And so it's going to help to reduce this question of the need to always come into a classroom and learn, because you can't, and if you can't afford it, you're missing class, you're thinking, and so on. We're going to find ways to correct that. But, Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that this administration is also piloting a transport initiative, a new transport initiative for students. Free buses, and it will be piloted in St. David, stand to be corrected, and St. George parishes. This pilot, Mr. Speaker, will provide critical information on the whole question of the needs assessment of students who honestly and genuinely need some transportation assistance. And I can tell you this, that if you just observe the countryside, you will see that they have to track from a longer distance. And so if we are doing any serious school bus program, it must, in my view, Mr. Speaker, take shape in those areas. So starting it down here is going to get the critical information we need to help improve it. That's why it's called a pilot. I almost feel like a political rally, but I have to respect my honorable member for St. David, Mr. Speaker. Without him, we would not be here. Without his leadership and guidance, we would not have negotiated and passed through the dark times and period of post-Hurricane Beryl. So, Mr. Speaker, we are now expanding coding in schools. The Ministry of Education is doing so. There's a program called the Restore a Sense of ICANN, RSC, Tech Club. They are expanding coding programs from 7 to 17 schools, Mr. Speaker, with plans to add 4 more. This program is aligning with the focus to where the jobs are in the immediate circumstances, meaning, Mr. Speaker, we are looking to the future. So we don't need Project Fly. That is not sufficient. That's just a little program. We need to institutionalize and utilize the structures of our current institutions to build the capacity of our youth. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education is also currently engaged in curriculum development and reform. So you had the whole question of universal education, 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 education. Transition to secondary education fully prepared. Now let me tell you this. Last year, the Ministry of Education ensured that no child was kept back because of poor performance in CPA. But what was important about ensuring that they were not kept back was that it implemented a structure and mechanism to be able to address, as a remedial program, to address those students who did not meet sufficient standard almost immediately. So while they are in the process of now going into the secondary school, they, Mr. Speaker, will be able to go through a very rapid and technical remedial program to get them up to par. And that's important. In the past, it was just up, up, and out. But now, yes, you are transitioning to secondary school, irrespective of the performance, but you're also being assisted to get up to the level and standard directly that you should be. That, Mr. Speaker, is transformative. Mr. Speaker, as it relates to infrastructure, over $550,000 was invested in major repairs at the MacDonald College Secondary School. And Mr. Speaker, it was damaged after Hurricane Beryl, as you know. The government certainly put the money where its mouth was. Mr. Speaker, this administration instituted a school maintenance program. Mr. Speaker, I don't have the figure right now, but scores of schools all over the country were in deplorable conditions under the former administration. So when they talk about this whole talk, you met a pregnant treasury, they don't understand that they were looking silly too by saying you leave $500 million and you couldn't fix the schools in this country. And when we really dive into that, this talk about pregnant treasury, that doesn't exist, Mr. Speaker. I don't know whoever said that. but I think that is a figment of their imagination. As per usual, make up stuff, and then you banter with that. Mr. Speaker, 9 schools in this budget, and this is the first time in the history of this country that 9 schools have been announced to be under construction and repaired. 9 schools. It's important because, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about education, we must agree that, yes, the building by itself cannot fix the problems that we face. But, Mr. Speaker, it goes a long way in making the working environment for our principals, our teachers, and our students more conducive for their learning. It goes a long way. This administration recognizes the improvement of the quality of education, both from a curriculum standpoint and also from an infrastructure standpoint. Mr. Speaker, if we now turn to the question of regularization, again, tied into the whole question of improving the infrastructure, we are regularizing teachers in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Yes, believe it or not. And the process of regularizing teachers started in 2023, with 111 teachers regularized in batch 1. And, Mr. Speaker, an additional 247 teachers are in the process of being regularized in batch 2 and is anticipated to be completed by the end of 2025, this year. Mr. Speaker, all of this is being done so that we can begin to address this question of the gaps in our education system. That is why when it comes to TVET, Technical and Vocational Education Training, we can boast that we have successfully introduced home economics and woodwork in 24 primary schools across the country. While another model, Mr. Speaker, was implemented in 11 additional schools, benefiting over 1,883 students across the length and breadth of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Mr. Speaker, this is the answer of replacing the Imani program, the vote-getting mechanism that existed under the past administration, with skills training and development, utilizing again the institutions to build the capacity of our young people, and rather than creating some ad hoc program that you only want because have the numbers 3,000 by 3,000 again, what? Looking good. You feel you could win your seat with that. And what will come after is election. That's why, Mr. Speaker, when I hear this talk about election is on the horizon, I just laughing. Mr. Speaker, the people elected the National Democratic Congress government to work. And we just start. You say we go make 6 months. You say we go make a year. Now, when you realize the year come, you say, well, it's 2 years. Now 2.5 going on 3 years from, and you're under pressure, and you're saying, call the thing, call the thing. Because I want to feed into your whole ego. Because essentially, the sting of the defeat hurt. And it really hurt. Mr. Speaker, that is the importance of why we are doing this whole reform. Because it will address those gaps as mentioned. So, the ministry is also looking forward to implement something additionally, right? It wants to introduce a skills training committee. That is going to be like a technical working committee, Mr. Speaker, to further develop TVET pathways and monitor the progress towards planned outcomes. So now that we have implemented TVET fully, the expectation is that we would not relegate that only to the Ministry of Education, but now a specific committee will be created to monitor the progress of its implementation and immediately identify the gaps to be able to correct them almost immediately and address these concerns. Because, Mr. Speaker, this point is important. When you talk about planning and proactivity, this is a prime example of what we are doing at the education sector to be able to transform education, quality education. Mr. Speaker, I need not speak about the question of scholarships. Under this administration, we have seen an improvement and an increase in the number of scholarships available to Grenadians across the board. And we are pleased to talk, Mr. Speaker, for example, about the pilot with the Monroe University. This administration, Mr. Speaker, aims to ensure that at least one person per household has a university degree. Not 2 and 3 people per household under the Imani program receiving $700. University degree, so that they can get substantive monies, they could take those resources and invest it back into the state and themselves and family and build the quality and standard of life that they are currently enjoying. So, Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, the Ministry of Education aims to also establish centers of excellence in 2025. New training centers, Mr. Speaker, will be established through a delivery mechanism. And you'll hear more about the delivery mechanism from the Minister of Education in the upper house. And Mr. Speaker, this point is important because in this instance, we are not going to reinvent the wheel. What we are doing, Mr. Speaker, is taking some of the existing buildings, and those that we have to outfit and probably renovate, we will, and convert them, and institutions, buildings and institutions, and convert them into centers of excellence. Mr. Speaker, we are looking now to implement tourism and hospitality, agriculture, specialized construction, digital transformation, ICT. Again, that's where the world is heading. Auto mechanics, air conditioning and AC and refrigeration, creative industries, allied health and more, marine and fisheries center of excellence. That is going to be important, Mr. Speaker, because when you compare, or rather, when you dive into the policy as to why we have adjusted the compulsory age to stay in school, you need to understand what we are doing. As mentioned, I'm going to show you how we are using each budget so far in our term to be able to move the country along in the direction that we said. So, we adjusted the compulsory age of people staying in school up to 18. But we do accept that you have some young people, young men in particular, that's what the statistics say, that for whatever reason, could be personal, could be systemic, they want school. Simple as that, simply put. And as such, their interest is more along the lines of skills. So, in addressing the UNDP report that was sent to the former administration, Mr. Speaker, and they didn't do anything about it, we are utilizing that concern identified and saying that, all right, if they don't want the formal aspect of education, let us diversify the education system and introduce skills in a full-on way and ensure that it is available and accessible to those young men and women who just cannot make it in that formal setting, classroom, mathematics, and those other subjects. Introduce the skills so that they can then still become productive citizens. And that is the importance, Mr. Speaker, as to what we are doing. That's the importance. Critical point. Mr. Speaker, so as we see it, education under this administration is not perfect, and no sector is perfect. But we believe in consistent, steady interventions, in consistent policy directions that are going to be able to ultimately improve the overall standard and quality of education that our people are getting. And note well, we have also been able to introduce at TAMCC, officially adult literacy training programs. You see, Mr. Speaker, because when we talk education, you have to understand that for a student who is in preschool and primary school, if they have to go home to mommy and daddy who have their own difficulties in being able to understand, to assist them with the homework at home, they are not going to be able to turn out into productive citizens because the influence at home is a gap, again, that we need to address. They missed the train when they were growing up, so it was a challenge. And so, as parents too, This is going to be important to sell, that you have to get yourself educated so you could assist your children, so that you could take yourself to a different level, get a better job, improve the quality and standard of life that you are living. That's the opportunities that we are creating. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to end on the education sector, vote 40. Mr. Speaker, I want to turn now to the economy. I just mentioned some things briefly. The word resilience, Mr. Speaker, in the theme is not just plugged in there. We heard yesterday that we are just putting words together and putting it in because he had to sound good. Well, I mean, let me try, our time, man. Let me just share a little. Yesterday, I listened to a maiden speech. Mr. Speaker, in that maiden speech was just nice sounding words. And if I have to judge it, give you a free advice, it was just a repeat and a regurgitation of the former opposition leader and his rhetoric. No substance. We did not hear, Mr. Speaker, for example, from the leader of opposition, through you, what was her belief in the Grenadian economy? Where does she actually intend to take Grenada if, by some chance, she becomes Prime Minister? What is her observation of what we did in the past to take us to the future? Only according to Prime Minister Rowley, money, this, traveling, this, where the money, help. Only that. A regurgitation of the past. Now, my good partner just left the chambers, Mr. Speaker, to you, the member for Tonga St. George. Well, I find you would do a better job. At least you would change the conversation. I don't understand that you served in government for all this length of time. And today, you are now serving as leader of His Majesty's opposition. And in your maiden speech as leader of His Majesty's opposition, you cannot tell the nation what your beliefs are about the economy, how you see the thing, what you want to do, etc. Only old talk. But, Mr. Speaker, the budget so eloquently put it. Grenada, notwithstanding the passage of Hurricane Beryl and some other challenges and the external factors, the economy in 2024 experienced robust growth. The near-term, Mr. Speaker, outlook remains positive, with real GDP projected to grow by 4.1% in 2025. You heard, Mr. Speaker, this whole notion about runaway inflation. Well, I don't want to say wrong things, so I'll behave myself. But, Mr. Speaker, I don't understand. Again, you see, if some of us could ease up with the shopping online and focus on what our duties are when we come to the house, we're going to be able to talk things with sense. Mr. Speaker, according to the budget, inflation has declined from 2023 levels, with average inflation forecasted to remain low and stable at around 0.9% over the medium term, and not short term, the medium term. This budget, in the context of how it was presented, is not only presented for 2025, but you heard it from the Minister of Finance. It's presented to 2027. And so it gives a global synopsis as to where we need to take Grenada. Grenada, resilient and rising. Build the resilience, strengthen the resilience of the country, and ensure that it grows sustainably. That's what we are doing. The unemployment rate, Mr. Speaker, remains consistently low at approximately 12% and is expected to decline further in 2025. Mr. Speaker, this administration believes in single-digit unemployment rates. That is what we are going for. And if you know anything about this administration, when we set out a target, achieve it we must, achieve it we shall. The Grenadian people, Mr. Speaker, finally deserves leadership that is not egotistic, deserves leadership that is not built around one man and this maximum leader nonsense. which for years plagued our country, and saw all of these things being stifled. And I'll give you an example. Now, to my great surprise, the former Prime Minister, and he's not here this morning, although he had to present just now, but in his usual style, he had to get his thoughts together. Because in the Finance Committee meeting, which we had before this budget, he couldn't remember something that he did as Minister of Finance and Prime Minister under the implementation of the Structural Adjustment Program. He sat there, Mr. Speaker, and attempted to query the figure in contributions of about 75 million that we had to pay to creditors. He asked the question, who all this money for? So the PS so calmly responded, these are the monies that we negotiated for to pay under the 2014 Structural Adjustment Program should the CBI revenues reach a particular level to the creditors. But in their usual style, you never imagined that the program would achieve all them revenues, so it was just winking the creditors anyhow just to get a haircut. So you just tell them that. So now you forget that you sat and negotiated that. And when the reality hit you that this administration was able to get the CBI program to achieve great revenues, you now come in and talk about who all this money for. And you're shocked, you're surprised. So, Speaker, it speaks to this whole question of the emptiness, rhetoric, old talk. Good with that. Dementia also. Dementia, well, Minister of Finance said, I didn't. But, Mr. Speaker, it shows that if we were to continue with that style and quality of leadership, Grenada ain't going no. So, this administration was able to work extremely hard under the leadership of Prime Minister Honorable Deacon Mitchell to be able to see the CBI program achieve record revenues. The same record revenues that the opposition say, well, where all this money going? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Where all this money going? What do you plan to do with it? How are you spending it? And spend it on healthcare. Them people need this. Are you increasing water? Oh God, they go kill us with the money. You made an agreement that if the program achieves certain revenues, that they go get a one-off pay. So, Mr. Speaker, $75 million out of that program had to be paid to the creditors as a result of the negotiations of the former administration. If that is not giving away money in the context of the negotiation, tell me what is. But you have a problem with this administration investing meaningful resources in critical areas. You're saying that to celebrate 50 years of national independence is fluff. You're saying that the ministers shouldn't travel because for you, you used to travel, you didn't used to bring back nothing, so you figure because we're traveling now that we ain't bringing back nothing. But as per usual, you confuse. You have not sat down, none of you on the opposition side have not sat down and looked at these budgets and put it into context. Again, from the maiden speech from the leader of His Majesty's opposition, we heard absolutely nothing about a philosophy or vision for the country. All we heard was political rhetoric, a regurgitation of the past, empty talk and promises. So, Mr. Speaker, it's clear to me that we are on the right track. And when we talk, Mr. Speaker, about economic development, you must understand in principle that this is a conversation that we must consistently have. Take, for example, this whole lie about the pregnant treasury. Mr. Speaker, again, when we got into office, it cost the government approximately $75 million to pay the pension backlog. Mr. Speaker, if when we paid that backlog, it only cost us $75 million, and when you analyze all previous budgets, I don't even know if we saw $100 million in surplus or savings or whatever it is they want to talk about. So the question remains, where did this myth of $500 million come about? Again, empty words. There's no substance to your conversation. Mr. Speaker, that's why on June 23rd, 2022, the people really gave us a mandate to change all of that. The people, Mr. Speaker, understand that talk is cheap when it is compared to action. And I think one of the things that's fooling the former administration, Mr. Speaker, in the context of this budget, they see so much spending on stuff, so they believe, well, that had to be election. Nah, man, something wrong. This administration can't be spending all that money and they ain't calling election this year. I had to be election. So that's how they behave. And Mr. Speaker, we're doing good on the economic side. And we could allow the Minister of Finance, certainly in his rebuttal, to respond and add wherever I left off. I want to turn now quickly as I end to Carriacou and Petite Martinique in the context of Hurricane Beryl. And Mr. Speaker, for the first time, I'll be giving my experience when I was sent from the Cabinet of Grenada to go up and support and assist the Honorable Member for Carriacou and Petite Martinique in the immediate aftermath of Hurricane Beryl. And it ties into this whole talk about election coming, because I want to say to this Honorable House, the new National Party, current opposition in this country, must be ashamed of what they did. Mr. Speaker, the former administration attempted to use Hurricane Beryl to find some kind of way to put the government under pressure so that we could have called the general election. Desperate. When we got up there, a former member of parliament and government minister in the south of the island was on the port passing orders and misinforming people, telling people, she do this, she organized that, and you have nothing here, you don't have no structure for this, you have no this, you have no that. When we got up there, Mr. Speaker, the port was an open sepulchre. And as the regional disaster management teams mentioned in the meeting subsequently, naturally, when you have a major disaster, 2 weeks will pass when you will see absolute chaos. And it's natural because systems down, etc., etc. And what they sought to do was to immediately go up to Carriacou, and rather than offering a help, give them food and portable toilet. And draw the parallel. Give me a whole food to eat, and give me a toilet to defecate. Ask yourself the question, if an opposition vying to become government sees that its countrymen and women are hit with a destruction, what should they be doing? Compare that, Mr. Speaker, to what this administration did, seriously intervening to be able to stop the slide and to have the situation turn into a chaotic scene. Imagine Grenada at the time was registering high gastro numbers, and they sought to bring up food and toilets. Ask yourself the question if that was not deliberate to destabilize the situation further. But Mr. Speaker, who God bless, no man curse. The Honorable Tevin Andrews is a hard worker. And when I got up there, I saw the Member of Parliament jogging stuff, doing things, forgetting all that his home got impacted, forgetting his family may have needed water and other stuff. I brought up a generator for the Member of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, and he take it and give the senior home. Imagine Cabinet give me a directive to make sure that we could establish communication, and the man take the generator and give the senior home. He said, forget about me. Mr. Speaker, that really touched me as my real comrade, and I saw excellent leadership quality. So, Mr. Speaker, we had to support him. So when we went up there, thankfully some people from Elon Musk's company reached out to me while we were in New York. Yeah, I know I don't really want to. But they reached out and they offered a means to assist in the deficit with communication. So he said that he could obtain 7 Starlinks for us to be able to get internet immediately and get communication back up and running. The satellite phone, Mr. Speaker, had all but gone uncharged. Chaos was ensuing, and we were able to restore communication and also put back up the main communication point, which was one of the radio stations up in Carriacou and Petit-Martinique. That was essential because, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, what the opposition was doing was going around and helping to destabilize the question of what was taking place. They attempted it in Petit-Martinique, and they also did many of it in Carriacou. But we were able to crush that nonsense. But, Mr. Speaker, let me say this, that when you see the history books are written on some of us, the Grenadian people would be appalled as to how nice we come and we sit here and we pretend, how nice we talk, how nice we dress. And when you look at the substance and quality of what we're doing, you see next to nothing. And it's a direct example. Let me give you an example, Mr. Speaker. This Honorable Parliament empowered all members of Parliament with $10,000 monthly allowances. So if Sister X can't pay she medical bill, can't pay she water in your constituency, your role is not to sit down and say, well, Sister X ain't paying she money, thing hard in the country. Take the money and go and do your work. Give it to her to pay it. You getting allowance under this administration now, for the first time, you served donkey years. God knows what and how and where you used to get money to stay into office. But now, you're getting direct allowance and lose faith. There's something wrong with you. If you really care about people, you should be happy. You should be the first. We ain't hearing an UNSA report. As we always say, only unemployment, Take the money and help people. You're getting access to it, so you must utilize it to benefit the nation too. Opposition have a role to play, not only to talk and run their mouth, but to take the resources of the state and ensure that they help their constituents. So all the opposition constituents, I want to say to you, clamor to your MPs to assist you. They have monies to help. It's not $1 million, but they have money. Everybody getting the same amount. To whom much is given, much is expected. Do all your work. And I will have less time to talk about all these things. So, Mr. Speaker, while we were up there in Carriacou, when we went to establish, I'm going to end on the Carriacou note because I see my time is winding down. When we went to establish the distribution centers throughout Carriacou and Petit-Martinique, to my great surprise, I saw the former Prime Minister driving around, about 4 men in a car, only watching and sightseeing. While I did jogging boxes, he made sure he stopped to say, hey, what are you doing up here? My response to him was simple. You know what to do? Take that vehicle and go and get some people and bring them back to help us. That's what we wanted from you all. Mr. Speaker, I reached out to Senator Norland Cox. Mr. Speaker, could I just have 1 minute to wrap up and wind down, please?
1 minute.
Yeah.
1 minute granted.
I'm a man of my word. So, Mr. Speaker, I met the gentleman. We chatted on the port. I said to him, give me a name of somebody from the New National Party. You may not want to be the person or the liaison. Give me a name so we could contact the person and we could establish a link between opposition and government, make sure that the restoration and all the work could be done. Sit down there in usual style, smiling. He say, yeah, well, already, this or that. I still waiting. No name, nothing. But the first man to go on GBN and say, well, Honorable Redhead reached out to me, but I waiting and so on, to give this illusion that nobody reached out to them. I even spoke to Cabinet Secretary at the time, because, Mr. Speaker, it was important to consolidate and coordinate the efforts in Carriacou and Petit Martinique, get the support from a wide cross-section. We work with business people up there in the short month and something that we spent up there, gathering information and so on. That was the goal and vision. So here they come in and talk about Carriacou and Petit Martinique. So Speaker, they didn't care. And they did not care after the passage of Hurricane Beryl. So I want to end on this note, Mr. Speaker. Thank all my constituents who came up to Carriacou and Petit Martinique from the Northeast to assist with the recovery. Mr. Speaker, it was really pleasing at one point to see them out assisting with the distributions, assisting with getting people to safety, that kind of thing in the immediate aftermath. And I want to congratulate the NADMA District Coordinating Team of St. George Northeast for the excellent work, Mr. Speaker, in disaster management. And they played a pivotal role in mobilizing the constituency of St. George Northeast to assist Carriacou in its time of need. Mr. Speaker, this administration, so I break my promise, but Mr. Speaker, this administration is keen on ensuring that we do not just talk the talk, but we walk the walk for the development of our country as we continue to move Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and may we continue to be successful as a nation.
Thank you very much, Honorable MP for St. George Northeast. And next on the floor would be the MP for South St. George. Is it? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The next presenter will be that of. Yes, sorry. That will be MP for St. Andrew Northwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the 2025 budget of income and expenditure presented by this Honorable House by the Minister of Finance and MP for St. Patrick East. Mr. Speaker, I am guided by the words of Proverbs 29, verses 18, where there is no vision, the people perish, but he that keepeth the law, happy is he. The verse underscores, Mr. Speaker, the significance of visionary leadership and adherence to guiding principles which are evident in the budget presented last Friday. I also reflect on Matthew 25, verses 40. And the king shall answer and say unto them, Verily I say unto you, in as such as ye have done it unto the least of this, my brethren, you have done it unto me. This passage, Mr. Speaker, emphasizes our duty to serve all citizens, especially the marginalized, with compassion and dedication, and this government is committed to that. Mr. Speaker, before I dive in to my presentation, I wish to place on record and express my sincere gratitude to our beloved Prime Minister for entrusting me the opportunity to serve in his cabinet. Mr. Speaker, it's no easy fate taking someone who just run against you and who campaign against you to be part of your cabinet, Mr. Speaker. It's about trust, and so I'm dedicated, Mr. Speaker, and I'm committed to working to serve the people of this beautiful tri-island state of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. Mr. Speaker, I also want to place on record my thanks to Sister Gloria Thomas, who isn't here in body because he's out on state business, but her spirit is with us. I'd like to thank her for her unwavering support in this journey. I also wish to thank the entire cabinet who have given me their support and take me on as one who started with them. Mr. Speaker, I feel like family. Mr. Speaker, in supporting the budget, I pause, Mr. Speaker, because the people of St. Andrew Northwest is coming in the house. In supporting this budget, I reaffirm my dedication to serving the people of St. Andrew Northwest. The strategic focus on sectors such as education, youth empowerment, and infrastructural development aligns seamlessly with our collective aspirations. I am in full support of the 2025 budget, particularly in the areas of youth development, education, skills training, and mental health, wellness, and religious affairs, pillars that will drive Grenada's future prosperity. Mr. Speaker, a holistic approach to youth development. Mr. Speaker, our young people are not just the future, they are the present. This government recognizes that to truly empower our youth is not to stuck in training for life. It's not only Imani and empower, but instead provide our young people with real opportunities across multiple sectors, education, scores of scholarships, entrepreneurships, sports, governance, and leadership. So, Mr. Speaker, you would hear all kinds of things, and if you do not know for yourself, you will believe that nothing is happening for our young people. But the truth is, our young people know that things are happening and they are actively involved. Mr. Speaker, we are not just talking about empowerment, we are making it a reality. Mr. Speaker, while the opposition complains, we engage our young people. We have taken youth development beyond just programs. We have taken youth development to a higher height, Mr. Speaker. We have gone directly to young people through a series of youth talk. We have met them where they are, listened to their concerns, and discussed real solutions for their future and their present. We are not stopping them, Mr. Speaker. Starting at the end of March, we will launch more formal engagement, engagement in constituencies across Grenada with our young people. We are engaging them, Mr. Speaker, hearing from them and meeting them at their top. Mr. Speaker, we are rolling out a youth and mental health caravan in the month of April to engage young people and people alike across Grenada, because we recognize that real empowerment goes beyond just skill training. It includes mental resilience, well-being, and holistic development. This government, Mr. Speaker, will engage young people with creative and long-lasting training, and not training for life, not just for a program cycle. We are investing in initiatives that prepare them not only for jobs, but for careers, entrepreneurships, and leadership. Unlike the opposition, we believe in engagement starts and stop with a single, we do not believe that engagement starts and stop with a single program. We believe in continuous, meaningful development. This is the difference between political gimmicks and real governance. Mr. Speaker, this government, Mr. Speaker, and sometimes, Mr. Speaker, we hear things like, you were there before, and you're quoting 2007, or before that. Mr. Speaker, no member of this here were ever in government. The only person is me. That was part of government before. This is a complete new team, Mr. Speaker, and we are moving Grenada forward. Mr. Speaker, in November last, we had a month of activities for young people, and we end with a youth rally and celebration of achievements, voices, and contribution. This isn't just a one-off event, but a commitment to our young people. We are setting the stage for 2025, where this initiative will continue and will continue to engage our young people. While the opposition may caught up in old ways, we are forging ahead in long-term vision for youth development, one that's about sustaining momentum, creating opportunities, and ensuring that our young people are ready to lead. Transforming education and skill training. Education, Mr. We are ensuring that no young person is left behind. The introduction of free tuition, ACAMCC, and NULO has already relieved financial burden on families, saving them over millions of dollars, Mr. Speaker. So if there is really an issue as it relates to a small percentage needing assistance, then raise that. We have no problem, because as a government, we are committed to looking at ways and means to provide support to those who need our assistance, because we understand and we appreciate that only through education we can remove these people from poverty. We do not want to stick them in programs for life. But education is more than academics. It must be relevant and responsive to today's changing dynamics. That is why we are not only providing Empower and the other programs that was there of the past, but we are expanding digital skill training to include coding, cybersecurity, and AI. Close to 100 young persons are presently in training, and once successfully completed, are assured secure jobs that pay in excess of $5,000 a month. And a new batch will be enrolled this year. This is not Imani, Mr. Speaker. It is not Empower, but it's youth engagement. This is a real investment in our young people. This is truly transformative, and it's cost the government, but it isn't kept here under the Ministry of Youth. So, Mr. Speaker, when you hear cut in the youth budget, there's no cut in the youth budget. They may be cut under the Ministry of Youth. But they are reassignment, because when we provide 1.5 million for tuition, these are programs for youth engagement. When we provide millions for the cybersecurity training and all the other training, these are positive programs, Mr. Speaker. Beyond education and sports, we must empower young people in leadership and economic participation. Mr. Speaker, and that is why we had our youth election, and we just about a week ago, the youth took the swearing ceremony right in this honorable house. Mr. Speaker, this is a step in the right direction, and this year we will bring legislation into this house for this initiative. Youth Parliament will be strengthened to give young people a greater voice in governance and policy making. Economic inclusion programs will provide young entrepreneurs with funding, mentorship, and networking opportunities in agriculture, sports technology, and emerging industries. The Elevate Her program is specifically targeting young women, particularly unemployed school dropouts, aimed at equipping them with financial support, skill training, and opportunities for upward mobility. One of the key innovations of Elevator, setting it apart from all the old programs, it has a clear exit strategy designed to ensure that participants gain meaningful employment or entrepreneurship opportunities without being trapped in indefinite cycles of training or exploitation. Slavery abolished, Mr. Speaker. Why are we keeping our young people in programs training for life? Elevator is focused on preparing young women for success in the workforce without a defined framework, ensuring that they are not treated unfairly or left to linger in programs for decades, for a whole decade. They are training in program for 10 years. Mr. Speaker, we have to treat our young people differently. In December, I met a young lady from St. David, I believe, a course or somewhere, I think, a young lady who's part of the ambassadorial program. And she expressed hurt that she finished TAMCC, had her A-levels, and was seeking a job as a teacher. She wanted to be a teacher. And she was told the only vehicle to take you to that was the Imani program. Mr. Speaker, sad, very sad. But Mr. Speaker, this government, 2.5 years later, are ensuring that our young people, once qualified, get the jobs that they require. They do not have to be part of a Imani program, training for life. Mr. Speaker, the Elevator program will be launched in St. Andrew on March 27th, where 202 young women are identified to be engaged in the first phase. The much talked about Imani program. Let me start by saying it's important to provide facts in the House. This government policy has no policy that sent home any young person. So there's nobody from the Imani program, apart from the regular policy, was sent home. And let me explain to this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker, because it's important to present facts. The program trained young people, and it was supposed to be a 2-year training, but we go cycle for cycle because when the time reaches transition, an election is coming, and so we have to keep them over and over, and someday for over 10 years. That is one point, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, the program, if you got a scholarship, when you complete your study cycle, the program gave you 3 months and then remove you from the payroll. This is not removal from this government. It's part of the policy of the program from inception. Mr. Speaker, there's another policy that says if you're not engaged, so if you're in a work site, if you misbehave or there's some issues with you on your work site or there's any problem and you are sent home as a trainee, you will be removed from the payroll until you are placed in get another placement. So there might be people who were removed from the payroll, but that is part of the program. That is exactly what the program was meant to do from the inception. It has nothing to do with this new government. The government has not made no changes. Mr. Speaker, when the opposition says nothing is happening, what they really mean is that we have not taken a new batch of Imani. And they are right. Here is the truth, Mr. Speaker. The Imani program has undoubtedly benefited some people, but here's the truth. Adding more young people to a broken system does not fix Imani. Imani was never meant to be a permanent job program. Yet we still have trainees on site 10 years later. This is not in the private sector without not even giving you a $500 sectors personnel are not giving anything, and so we are removing, we are transitioning our young people, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, I want to applaud those in the private sector who have decided to employ those trainees who are placed under the watch. And you know, as I said here, the Grenville Pregnant comes to mind. There are many others, but it comes to mind because it's an institution that takes in trainees for 6 months. And once you perform, you get placement right there. You find a job. And there are other entities that are doing the same. M&N Hardware, those are some that I know about up my head. They are taking the trainees and making them permanent. But there are those who continue to keep our trainees in bondage. And we are not willing, Mr. Speaker, as a government, to continue to keep our youth in bondage. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, 418 young people were transitioned in permanent engagement. Some in the schools as permanent teachers, some in the Ministry of Legal Affairs, some in the different, out in the districts, some in the government system, and some in the private sector. Some also graduated and find gainful employment from universities. Mr. Speaker, this government, this National Democratic Government refuses to mislead young people with the illusion of progress. Instead, we are building real pathways to success for our young people. That is why we are investing in programs like cybersecurity training, youth in agriculture, more and more scholarships, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, when we're talking about cutting programs, we are investing in education, and that is why we are 50% so far are enrolled at Monroe College. This is progress and development, Mr. Speaker. So when we talk about cutting youth budget, we are reassigning those monies to get our young people to be engaged in more meaningful opportunities. We are helping them to be financially independent and help them capture advancement. So when the opposition is crying nothing is happening, they're either not paying attention or deliberately ignoring the fact. This government is not in the business of keeping young people in stagnation and dependence, but instead we are in the business of creating a future where they can thrive. The Empower program, Mr. Speaker, is not where you started, but where you finish. And we hear all kinds of stories about what was caught and what wasn't caught, and copycat and all that. Mr. Speaker, contrary to the utterance about how much spent, we have close to 500 young men engaged in meaningfully with more oversight, quarterly engagements, and an increase in stipend from $800 to $1,000. The opposition is crying copycat about this and other ongoing programs aimed at youth development. Mr. Speaker, governance isn't about ownership, it's about service to the people who elected you. Mr. Speaker, programs are not yours to keep, but these are programs for the people. So let's set the record straight. This government is not in the business of copying. We are in the business of correcting. What they call imitation, we call innovation. The truth is, youth programs should not be about who started them, but about who making them work. And while they are set back, let young men cycle through Empower with no structured pathway beyond training, we are ensuring that every program, whether existing or new, delivers real results. So, Mr. Speaker, yesterday we heard about an increase in gang activities and violent activities and all that. We are saying that it's because these people are not engaged. But Mr. Speaker, get the statistics and checked. Most of the persons are persons who we trained already in some of these programs and who are supposed to be gainfully engaged. But because there was no follow-up, Mr. Speaker, no mentorship, and that is why we are seeing some of the things happening. And we are not happy about that, Mr. Speaker. And as a government, we look at ways and means to address those issues. What the opposition won't admit is that they have failed to evolve Empower beyond just a training scheme. We are fixing that by strengthening mentorship, improving transition mechanism, and ensuring that young men don't just pass through a program, but actually move forward in life. Instead of crying copycat, they should be asking, why didn't we get it right at the first time? So, Mr. Speaker, let the opposition talk while we deliver. We are not here to play politics with the future of our young people. We are here to empower them for real. If a program benefits the people, especially our young people, we won't abandon just to score cheap political points. The difference is, Mr. Speaker, while they use this initiative for scoring cheap political points, we are making them work for the people. Leadership isn't about who did it first, but who did it best. The government is about people, not politics. This is why we are moving forward while they are stuck in the past. The program is now better managed and more impactful. It's merit-based and not sending a list of political people. Mr. Speaker, as the ministry will continue to provide engagement for young people, will continue to provide leadership training, will continue to provide more incentives to get our young people actively engaged. We are preparing our young people for life, and as a government, we are committed to improving the lives of our young people across Grenada. Mr. Speaker, I move to sports. Grenada's athletes continue to make us proud on the regional and international stages. We are moving beyond treating sports as mere recreation and instead positioning it as a viable industry that can generate employment, investment, and opportunities for our young people. Mr. Speaker, we have launched the Sports Council, and so we have the Parish Sports Council. So in each parish we have council, and we also approve the sports policy, which is aimed at upgrading sporting activities across the different parishes. We are looking, Mr. Speaker, to have grassroots engagement at the level of community, because we cannot only look at sports when our athletes like Kirani and Anderson and the others reach the highest height. But we must provide the vehicle, Mr. Speaker, at the level of the community that could engage our young people, where we'll have more Afi Fletchers, more Kirani James, more Anderson Peters, and more Lyndon Victor. We'll have more people involved in football and cricket and all the other sporting disciplines. And so, Mr. Speaker, we are looking, and we have started already in terms of upgrading sporting infrastructure across the country. And so, Mr. Speaker, one of such is the 4 playing field we played football here yesterday. And Mr. Speaker, I'm the Minister of Youth, and I do not pass the buck. I take full responsibility in acknowledging that there were some delays in the work at 4 playing field. However, Mr. Speaker, development sometimes comes with a cost. However, there was continuous communication and a collective decision was made to proceed elsewhere with McDonald College and the other school sports. But, Mr. Speaker, the issue of 4 playing field should not even be mentioned by the opposition. It should not even be mentioned, because the issue of the playing field has been there for years. But more than that, Mr. Speaker, I visited the 4 playing field, the MP for St. Patrick East, and was in dismay at the condition of the toilet facility. The person who was taking us around said these toilets and sinks were there in the 80s. Behind, Mr. Speaker, you can't even repair those things. You have to replace them. So more than just the playing field, we had to do extensive work at 4 playing field. We have to remove all the toilet facility, all the sinks, windows. And Mr. Speaker, coupled with that, we had the issue of burial, removing the entire roof of the 4 playing field. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that a brand new roof was installed, one that can withstand the challenges of sea blast, ensuring durability for years. But, Mr. Speaker, maintenance of sporting facility must be part of what we do as a Ministry of Sport to ensure that we take proper care and these playing facilities last and are upkept, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, we remain committed to enhancing community spaces, delivering quality infrastructure, and we thank the schools for their patience. And we know it was not an easy thing to having to leave St. Patrick's and to go to Progress Park, but it's a one-off. Next year, please God, you'll have your brand new rehabilitated 4 playing field, and that can resume all the sporting activities there. Mr. Speaker, we are developing infrastructure sporting infrastructure across the country. And I think I announced in the Honorable House before, but I want to say again that very soon we have a contractor, SKN Patriot Limited, and PRP Associate JV joint venture, which is an Indian community who are involved in lighting first-class facilities, will be to ease the contractor for the National Cricket Stadium, Progress Park, and the upgrade of lighting at Lassages. Mr. Speaker, we have not only signed the contract, but we paid half of the monies already, which is close to $10 million, Mr. Speaker, for the lighting total cost, and we have paid half of that. The team, they have people on the ground, but they are now mobilizing, and so the first set of containers will arrive on the island sometime in March, and we'll see real work starting on those facilities from April. We are working, Mr. Speaker, as a government and committed to improving sporting facilities and providing first-class lighting. Mr. Speaker, in Progress Park also, we are looking at complete rehabilitation, but we are taking a phased approach because we want to ensure that Progress Park is a premier playing field on par with the National Stadium. So this year we'll have the first-class lighting and we'll have some upgrade to the children playground. So we'll have a state-of-the-art, safe playground for our children. So very soon we'll have to announce closure to the one that we have there at the moment for a period of time where we can help and clean up and put down a brand new children playground in Progress Park. Mr. Speaker, the much talked about pool, and so I felt moved to share the good news, not just to speak for my own, but to share the news as it relates to the pool. Because sometimes you hear say, well, nothing happening, you announce pool before and you announce whatever. But I want to give you the status update from World Aquatics. And Mr. Speaker, would you permit me to read and share with the Honorable House the letter received from World Aquatics? Thank you. It says, Mr. Speaker, dear Minister Thomas, on behalf of the World Aquatics, we are pleased to provide you with an update on the progress of our joint effort towards the realization of the aquatic facility in Grenada as part of the World Aquatics Pole for All programs. We are currently in the process of drafting the Memorandum of Understanding, the MOU, which will finalize the commitment and responsibility of all stakeholders involved in this important project. And Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to say the date. It is dated the 19th of February, 2025. As part of this initiative, we are pleased to confirm the committed financial contribution from all our various partners, which will be directed towards the payment of matter pools. For the construction of the facility, the contributions as follows. World Aquatics, $300,000 US, Pan Am Sports, $150,000, and this is US dollars, Mr. Speaker. International Olympic Committee, $100,000, Government of Grenada, $63,000. Grenada World Aquatics Support Program, $50,000 US. This results in a total financial support of $663,000 US, covering the total cost of the pole, which is 600, Mr. Speaker, and 662,000, sorry, my math's getting bad, $669.43. So, Mr. Speaker, we appreciate the steadfast commitment of the Government of Grenada to this project. Mr. Speaker, this government is committed to turning the sun for this project sometime in April. We have our part to play. So apart from the pool, because this is just the pool, but we also will have covered pavilion and toilet facilities, and the government, our government, has already last year committed to that. So more infrastructural development, Mr. Speaker, as it relates to sports for Grenada. So we'll have first-class lighting at Progress Park, the cricket stadium, we'll have a pool, and we'll have infrastructural development across the country. Mr. Speaker, through the NLA, the National Lottery Authority, a number of projects will be done across constituencies. There will be playgrounds in mostly all constituencies, or those who do not have as yet. We'll have upgrade to what are the playing grounds in St. John's. We'll have in St. Patrick. We'll give Carriacou priority, Mr. Speaker. These are some of the projects that we will be investing in, Mr. Speaker, investing in our people, investing in sports. Mr. Speaker, this government is making unprecedented investment in youth and sports development, with 68.9 million allocated in the 2025 budget. We are committed to ensuring that every young person in Grenada, whether in the classroom, on the playing field, in business, or in leadership, given the tools to succeed. So, Mr. Speaker, the hypocrisy of nothing is happening for young people is not just laughable. It's insulting to the intelligence of our young people. But, Mr. Speaker, the truth is, they are talking. The truth is, they know good things when they see it. And the young people, Mr. Speaker, are supporting this government 100%. They identify that we are prioritizing them. Mr. Speaker, so those cry by the opposition, position. This isn't political amnesia. But the people are not fooled. They remember who did what, and no amount of grandstanding, noise making, or revisionist history will erase the forward movement. We're going forward, Mr. Speaker. We are not going back. Never. And I'm sorry my colleague is not there, because I'm saying to him, we're not going back. So you have to get on the forward side. Mr. Speaker, I need to move on. The Ministry of Mental Health, Wellness and Religious Affairs is now recognized as an independent ministry. It speaks about government's priority, giving priority to mental health, ending stigma and discrimination. The ministry is listed in the 2025 estimates of revenue as vote 52. The independent ministry will be able to place more emphasis on the mental health agenda. The ministry recognizes that many people have mental health challenges in the state of Grenada. However, because of stigma associated with mental health issues, they do not seek help. Well, Mr. Speaker, I could speak firsthand on that, because it's no secret that I've said here maybe 10 years ago that my mother has mental challenges, and so that I had to deal with the issue of stigma and discrimination in public life because of my mother's situation. And that is why I'm committed, Mr. Speaker, to ensuring that as a Ministry of Mental Health, we do what it takes to end stigma and discrimination. Mr. Speaker, before I move forward, I'd like to thank my cabinet team, who, when I said to them, let's go to Monge and visit with me. Mr. Speaker, you see, when you see and you feel what others are seeing and feel, it gives you a better opportunity to assist and to provide support. And so, Mr. Speaker, when I recall watching my members' face in Monge, there was sadness. And so we, after listening to some of the concerns, each member of the team agreed and promised and fulfilled their promises to provide one mattress for the members of Monge. And so I want to thank you not only for the mattresses, but I want to thank you for the support when I come seeking assistance, when I call on MIT and I call on the Ministry of Infrastructure and I call on other members, when the caretaker for the town of St. George and the MP for St. George Northeast will walk with me in Monge to see those issues and to help, Mr. Speaker. I am thankful. Mr. Speaker, we have already started to see decline and improvement in the services. I want to thank our community health nurses and social workers and the staff, Mr. Speaker, who go out into the community. And Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the government for approving special support for them so that they can do their work effectively. I also want to thank members of the diaspora for providing assistance for our community health nurses. We provided a brand new vehicle for them, Mr. Speaker, and in every parish, they are assisting, speaking to families and providing medication and counseling support for families, and that is why we saw a decline in the number of admittance at the Monge Hospital. Mr. Speaker, a healthy mind gives a healthy body and a healthy mind, Mr. Speaker, and that is why the Ministry of Wellness, in 2025, we will have exercising and healthy lifestyle engagement at the level of the community. Mr. Speaker, you see, most of us, our jobs are sedentary, so we sit down for 8 and 9 and 10 hours, and so we have to do with what you call lifestyle diseases, high blood pressure, diabetes. We've seen an increase in cancer and all that. So, but Mr. Speaker, the data tells us that if we eat healthy, a lot of greens, a lot of vegetables, and we exercise daily, that can assist in that regard. And so, from wellness standpoint, our programs will be taken into the community to encourage and engage people to have healthier lifestyle. Mr. Speaker, a total of $10,096,302 is allocated in the recurrent side of the budget for 2025 for the Ministry of Mental Health and Wellness and Religious Affairs. And under the capital expenditure, a total of $2,030,000 are allocated under the capital budget. Mr. Speaker, $250,000 is allocated towards implementation of the religious portfolio and wellness, $300,000. Mr. Speaker, as a government, we are committed to doing more as it relates to mental health. So last year we have purchased 10 new specialized beds for Monge. We have already ordered 20 more. We are going to have a full quota within the mental hospital, the Monge Mental Hospital, of not only beds, Mr. Speaker, but we also will be improving the entire facility phase by phase to ensure that when you have challenges, mental health challenges, you are in a comfortable place, Mr. Speaker. So we will be working this year to do a lot of infrastructure work, a lot of training for staff. Our staff is very vital in that, because if our staff is not healthy, if our staff is not mentally able, then we have a problem. So as a government, we have put priority as it relates to the human resource of the ministry, of all our ministries, Mr. Speaker. That also includes Ministry of Youth and Sports. My PS of Ministry of Sport is here, and so I said to her and the team that we have to work as fast as possible to ensure that we deal with the issue of regularization of most of our workers, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, to be regularized, you must be performing. So if you're not performing, then we can't say regularize you. So we encourage our workers to continue to provide human services. Ministry of Youth and Sports, Ministry of Mental Health. I am pleased with what is happening in those ministries, Mr. Speaker. And as a government, we are committed to providing you with all the support as it relates to human resource. Mr. Speaker, I've heard someone talk about, we said we were going to do the Carlton Home and nothing. But, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if opposition calls a different kind of, I don't know what to say or to put it. But Carlton Home, in its original sense in St. George's, was destroyed over 20 years ago. This government is in office just 2+ years ago. So the fact that we are committed, Mr. Speaker, the fact that we have cleared the site in Maribor, the fact that we have given a contract to Mr. Cotureni, I think, won the bid, and is now at Maribor doing the fencing. And we were hoping, Mr. Speaker, that the fencing was done since last year, but you know, sometimes the process takes longer, but it's happening right now. And so I'm in constant with the PS in the Ministry of Infrastructure, saying that we need to finalize the designs, and we need to have costing, and we need to go out to tender by June of 2025. Mr. Speaker, we are not just talking the talk. We are acting, Mr. Speaker. And so we are committed, Mr. Speaker, to building a drug and rehabilitation center in Maribor, in the constituency in which I serve at this time. So, Mr. Speaker, we are committed as a government and we'll do what it takes. So, Mr. Speaker, sometimes when you're in opposition, you say one. When you're in government, it's a different thing. But if 20 years you didn't build that center, don't talk about it. You have no moral authority to talk about rehabilitation center or some pool or whatever, because we've been talking about that for the last 20 years. So, Mr. Speaker, I do not want to. Let me wrap up on mental health. So, Mr. Speaker, in 2025, we'll have more training for our staff. Last year, we had 2 staff members sent to Jamaica. We'll be sending 2 more this year, and we are looking to get more trained and specialized doctor. So, Mr. Speaker, as part of government for our scholarships, so that we can have more trained mental health doctors. Mr. Speaker, you know, in the past, Monge Mental Hospital was really like a dumb site. No revenue, no money is put into it. An old dilapidated building from since the revolution, no repairs, nothing. I mean, you hear about bugs and we hear all that. Mr. Speaker, we are forging forward to change the dynamics. We are ensuring, Mr. Speaker, that we repair and we provide a better facility for those who need our assistance. But, Mr. Speaker, we are assured that once we continue with the community intervention, less persons will have to go for treatment at Monge Mental Hospital. Mr. Speaker, we started a number of mental health campaigns last year, and we had a number of training for the police, for the nurses, for schools. This year will intensify that. We also will have psychoeducation at schools. We started last year in a few secondary schools. We'll continue at the level of the community. Mr. Speaker, we want to ensure that we deal with the issue that confront young people, middle-aged, and old people, because mental health issue does not discriminate. So any one of us, you know, sometimes we make it look good because your mother is that, then maybe you're that too. But any one of us, and sometimes we do, everyone, at some point in your life, will have mental challenges. Because when your family died and you are depressed, your mental is affected. When you lose your job, that also is affected, you're stressed. So for some point in our life, we'll have particular issues and we'll need particular support. And as a government, we are committed. And so I want to thank this government, Mr. Speaker, for putting in and making mental health a priority for the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Mr. Speaker, Religious Affairs provided grant funding to faith-based organizations to implement small projects in the following areas: education and skills development, youth empowerment and wellness, agriculture and security, disaster management and community development, and ICT. One project was implemented in each constituency up to 10,000, except in the parish of St. David, St. John's and St. George South and Carriacou, which is we got a maximum of $16,500. Mr. Speaker, we'll have more programs, because we want to engage our faith-based organization in assisting us in many of the challenges that confront our young people, many of the mental health challenges. We want to help to train them in counseling so that they can assist us, Mr. Speaker, in that regard. Sometimes when you feel depressed, the first person you run to is your pastor, and so we want to provide all the necessary support. But, Mr. Speaker, I can go on and on work and the upgrade to be done at Monge and all that, and the time is ticking. And so there are more that I can say as it relates to mental health. But, Mr. Speaker, let me go to the people who elected me and who continue to provide me with the support, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from Adelphi to Spring Garden, Beauregard, Balthazar, Byron, my home village Moncton, Paraclete, Lafayette, Lakabeke, Granlet, Paradise, Dunfermline. These are the villages. Monlong, Balthazar. These are the villages in my constituency, and I want to thank them for the support. I want to thank them for carrying me with the love, Mr. Speaker, for the support that they have given me, even when I transition from one side to another side. Mr. Speaker, they appreciate that the transition is aimed at getting away from confusion, Mr. Speaker, and being able to better serve them, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say to this honorable House, yesterday my good friend said to me, I said to him, come back home. And he told me that my home is somewhere else, and I do not want to call this name in my honorable House. But I want to let him know that home is where the heart is. And so my home is right here with this team, Mr. Speaker. And I'm committed to continue serving. So there's some concerns, you know, that is raising opposition quarter that I may go away and I may go away. There's nowhere to go, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I'll invite the honorable member, because he's lonely on this side, on the corner there for himself. I'll invite him there. There might be a space here for you. So, Mr. Speaker, in St. Andrew Northwest, we have under-promised, but we have over-delivered. And I'm proud. I am proud, Mr. Speaker, that contrary to what you're saying, the team in St. Andrew Northwest, and as I looked, I see my community development coordinator. We have done work in every village in the constituency. We are people-centered in St. Andrew Northwest. So when we engage, there's engagement, and the people identify what needs to be done, we act. So there's work in Dunfermline, there's work in Lakabeke, there's work in Moncton, there's work in Balthazar, there's work in Burge-Grove, there's work in Monlong, infrastructural work, Mr. Speaker. And we continue to provide and to deal with those infrastructural issues in the constituency. But that is just part of what we do as a constituency. We have training within the constituency. So we have about national training in the Ministry of Youth. In the constituency, under Sister Gloria's Ministry of Social Development, Social and Community Development, we have electrical training and parenting and other training. Just recently, we had one in Monlong, we had a training in Moncton, we had one in St. Mary's for the summer program. So we continue to engage and put our monies to positively impact our children, young people, middle-aged, and old people. Mr. Speaker, the issue of education. In St. Andrew Northwest, we have engaged all the educational institutions, Paraclete Government School, St. Mary's RC, St. Michael's RC, and before I go on, Mr. Speaker, I want to place on record here. I want to congratulate the St. Mary's RC School, which is what you call an underdog, a small school in the country, for winning the St. Andrew Primary School Sport Meeting. I also want to congratulate Paraclete Government for coming third at the March Pass. I want to congratulate the entire sporting body in St. Andrew, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we continue to engage our schools, and in 2024, we had painting of the Paraclete Government School. We have also started a breakfast program in the schools in the constituency. So we provide assistance for children who do not have breakfast in the morning. We bring the stuff to the schools, and the principal and staff, they provide breakfast to St. Mary's, St. Michael's, and Paraclete Government School. We also provide railing and other assistance for the Byland School after the advent of burial. The fall coup got damaged, and we that, because in St. Andrew Northwest, we do not only use our monies for St. Andrew Northwest. So sometimes when there's assistance in other constituency, based on the nature, we provide assistance. We provide medical assistance in our constituency and out of our constituency, Mr. Speaker, because we believe in sharing. 7 young persons within the constituency receive tuition assistance under that fund. We have 7 students, to Mr. Speaker, or 6 or 7, I think, who receive monthly assistance for term season. We give them assistance towards paying bus and towards maybe having food. Mr. Speaker, we continue to provide hamper assistance to families in need, and after burial, we provide some support to the Kajuna home. We provide support to those in shelter, and on a monthly basis, we provide support, gas support. We have water connection support. We had 6 persons receiving that assistance. We give support to Wiring House under that program. And so those sporting organizations come to us for competition and for uniforms. And we also able to provide in short order those assistance, Mr. Speaker, because of this $10,000 constituency fund that we receive because of the vision of our present Prime Minister. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a government which is only in office for 2.5 years. And I want to stress that. This government, this current team, in fact, sometimes you hear they say, well, you still going lucky what? So many people here wasn't even born then. So who are you talking to? Because this team is a new team. I'm the old member here. Nobody else is not old as me as it relates to representation. So what we're doing now, Mr. Speaker, is moving Grenada forward, moving St. Andrew Northwest forward. Mr. Speaker, I can stand right here in this honorable house and say that St. Andrew Northwest is safely in the hands of the National Democratic Congress now. They are supporting fully, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I don't want to get into party politics, Mr. Speaker, but just recently we had a rally, and I tried to figure what's happening. Even after the rally, my yard is filled with people asking for jerseys. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm cooking on Saturday, and a lady and her husband came in the yard, and she asked me, Mr. Mas, where's my jersey? I cannot watch them because I'm still kind of in shock. Mr. Speaker, I cannot be honest, and I said, well, I didn't know you want jersey because I know you're supporting somewhere else. She said, what happened to you? I am seeing the progress of this government. You stay stuck. I think I want to be in confusion. Mr. Speaker, she's appreciating that that is done. And that is why I want to always call to my brother that we're going forward. And I know you just did temporary because you know that. So we're moving forward with the National Democratic Congress by our Honorable Prime Minister, Dickon Mitchell, and his team. And so the people of the St. Andrew Northwest will continue to support, will continue to work, and in 2025, we'll see more development. Last year, we had 41 families receiving bathroom and toilet facility, 46 persons receiving assistance as it relates to house repair, and we had 28 new houses being built. More will be done for needy families in this year. There are few families who had issues with burial and still are waiting construction. We are preparing to start this construction. We are going to village by village, looking at the issues that confront the people within the constituency and providing the support. Mr. Speaker, we do not only sit in the office, we walk through the communities. And Mr. Speaker, on Thursdays, I normally call what I deemed taking the office to the people. And so I go house to house, meeting the people, seeing all the issues that confront them, and as a team we do it together from the constituency of St. Andrew Northwest. Sometimes we work together, sometimes Sister Gloria going one section, I go into another section, and we identify the concerns that affect our people, and we are forging forward. We are not discriminating, Mr. Speaker, and that is why people feel free to say that I can support you, because they realize that we are not looking for who is green or who is yellow or who is red, but we believe in people's development, and we are a government for all. And so I want to once again thank my team from the constituency, thank every village within the constituency, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, please permit me to place on record my thank you to the village that raised me. Because yes, some of the other villages only knew me when I got into politics. There are others where I taught. There are other children from other villages where I did private class in mathematics and so, and they attended the classes. So these people knew me. However, there are the people who carried me, the people who saw me grow, are the people from Moncton. The truth is, I was born in Paraclete, so I'm a Paraclete girl as well. But the people who lift me up are the people in Moncton. And so, when I say jump, they ask how high, the majority of them. And so I have full support. And so I want to thank the guys on the block where we play mostly every night. I want to thank those in the shop. I want to thank the elderly people who have been praying for me, the prayer warriors, not only in the constituency, but of the National Democratic Congress. Sister Joan Purcell and Sister Liz Forsyth, I want to place on record my thank you to you for the support and the prayers you have been giving me. Sister Foster and my church community, I want to thank you for that. During those difficult periods, you have been there with me, providing all the necessary support. To my family, my husband, who have been my rock, my children, who have been like liquor politicians everywhere, Mr. Speaker, sometimes they are like campaigners. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for them. I want to thank you for my constituent, my manager, my personal assistant, who's very sick with the flu, who, though mobilized, could not be here this morning. I want to thank my office manager, my other office staff, the housing coordinator, the chief community development officer who's also in the audience, our city officer, the entire executive of the National Democratic in the constituency, who have been supported at the level of the constituency. I want to thank those in Adelphi who have formed their own groups, Mr. Speaker, and are looking at the issues, not issues that confront them, but issues that confront the people in the area of Birch Grove, and who are calling us, Mr. Speaker, and bringing us up to date with some of the issues and getting us to address them. I thank everyone, Mr. Speaker, and said to you that I am committed to continue serving the people. In conclusion, I am confident that the measures outlined in this budget will not only address immediate needs, but long-term socio-economic development, not only for my constituency, but for the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Let us, as stewards of the nation's future, work collaboratively to ensure that the promises of the budget translate into tangible improvement in the lives of all Grenadians. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable MP for St. Andrew Northwest, for your presentation. And I invite the Honorable MP for the town of St. George to now take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is my first budget address as what is referred to as an independent candidate, mean, as I said in the last sitting, independent of the shackles of any party line. I have no party line to carry, so I will carry what I believe is my honest view on the budget and on development of this country. Mr. Speaker, let me first thank the people of the town of St. George. I want to thank them for their continued support over the years, despite all of the ups and downs and turbulence in politics. They have been with me, and I want to thank them for that. I also want to commend the member for St. Andrew Southeast on her elevation to the position of leader of His Majesty's opposition, and to wish the outgoing opposition leader well as he transitions to a new role. Mr. Speaker, it is interesting for me to be in this position. It is a unique position to stand here as an independent candidate, but to me, an excellent perspective on the debate. You know, it gives me a perspective that allows me, I hate using the word, to be what I believe, though, is quite objective. Mr. Speaker, with respect to time, both sides have a team. used in the course of the debate that keeps coming back to me. Because sometimes we sound like we're fighting, so I want to welcome the students, I saw some of them here, and to assure everybody that we're not really fighting. It's just the aggressive nature of the politics. When you go to the lunchroom after, you'll see everybody sitting there eating and laughing. So please don't take it home, don't take it to your communities that the parliamentarians are fighting. Sometimes a little too much, but it is the nature of the British system. If you listen to House of Parliament in England, when they pound the table, you ain't seen nothing yet. And some countries, they actually fight in the room. I've seen it happen in places in the Far East. So I just want to assure the kids that don't bring this home. Mr. Speaker, but one of the things that I want to start by saying, and the word that I was referring to that one member used was my good friend, my schoolmate, my friend all my life, Honorable Lennox Andrew, is ideas. I think what we need to have come out of these debates is not, it sounds sometimes, Mr. Speaker, like there's some referee scoring somewhere. You know, I give that side 5 points, I give this side 2 points. No. What has to be the result of this debate are some ideas, not only on the budget, but how we transform. The word used by the other side. How do we transform this country? And when my friend used the word yesterday, I said, yes, a bulb went off, that is what we need more of. So I hope that at the end of this debate, I'm not very optimistic because I found that there was a little too much rancor, but that we have some ideas. And I hope in my contribution, don't take it as criticisms, those are my ideas, my friend's word, on how I believe we can develop this country. Because one thing is certain, both sides of this house, this side and that side, have the interest of the country at heart. I have no doubt about that. There may be different means, different methods, different personalities, different ideas, but please, let us not degenerate into believing you the enemy. Because sometimes, and I know I preach this all the time and I will continue to preach it until it is said in my funeral that I said it too much. We are not enemies. We are all here elected by the people to do their business. Mr. Speaker, my overall view of the budget, before I get into some details about where I think specific areas need to be dealt with. First of all, there is, in my view, an over-reliance on CBI. Not that I'm suggesting we don't use it, but CBI has its own threats. There are countries in this world that have been for the last 10 years and sometimes helped by certain local activists trying to stop the program. With the reliance we have, and it's not something for this government alone, it's been all governments, please. We need to ensure that CBI, and I will come to CBI in a while, is sustainable and that we don't put too much eggs in that basket, but this is just some advice. Additionally, I know we've suspended the rules, some of the rules, fiscal rules. It had to be done because of Hurricane Beryl. It was done previously. Let us not make it too long, because it is because of some fiscal discipline that we are where we are today. We've gone through trials. I've been around in Parliament for more than 20 years. I've been in politics for a very long time. Don't want to reveal my age right here, right now. But we got the fiscal discipline that was exercised, Mr. Speaker, is one of the reasons why we have such a well-managed economy. I'm not suggesting that the government plans to go beyond what is necessary. Just let us make sure we keep that in mind. We have a trade deficit that is still too high. There's a 2.7%. Let us look at that, but that is a difficult challenge. I'm just pointing out some of the issues. US elections, sometimes turn on what's happening in healthcare. In Europe, in Canada, there's always a conversation about healthcare. So we should always have a conversation about healthcare. There are some urgent issues. I have no difficulty with a decision to build a new hospital. I believe there are issues to be worked out with its operationalization, because if we can run the small one, I am sure we have the capacity, but we need to build the capacity. I heard the Prime Minister just said, or the Minister of Health say, they're working on that. So that needs to be focused on, ensuring that we just don't build a big white elephant, as some other countries in the region have done. So maybe we need to look at the experience of other countries CCO has done. And a new hospital is not a magic wand. A new hospital will not come and solve people's problems tomorrow morning. There's still the cost of getting the health care. There's the issue of access to health care. There are a whole heap of issues that need to be dealt with. It is a good decision to improve our hospitals. The only issue I have is to ensure that the hospital does not become an albatross around the neck of the Ministry of Health. Running and financing a new state-of-the-art hospital is something we need to have more discussions about as to its operationalization. But there are things we need to do today. There are people in the hospital today. There are people facing challenges today. There are people who can't get tests done today. There are people who need to get something done, some medication. They can't get it today. So we don't want, while the grass is growing, the horse is starving. So let's keep our focus, because you said 2026, and if you say 2026, God forbid, I know it will be maybe an election or two down the road. I grew up at a time when the airport was promised since 1960. It didn't come into being until 1979, and it took a whole revolution to get the airport. I'm not suggesting that will happen, but I'm just saying, while the grass is growing, let us solve some of these problems. I believe we should do a lot of focus on preventative care. You know, diabetes, stroke, prostate issues are issues that we all confront every day in your families. There are tests that need to be done, and people have to go to the hospital, come into St. George's. Maybe we need to have more community-based testing. I'm not sure. I'm sure the minister will respond that something is being done. If that is so, then fine. I am simply coming with some ideas, as my brother says. You know, men in our society just afraid to go to the doctor. We need to develop programs to get them there. Women go all the time because women always go to the doctor. Men don't test the prostate, and then you hear the doctor say prostate enlarged. But I have a brother a friend actually, who said to me that, well, my prostate good. I did a test the other day. When we checked the data, the test, it was 6 years ago. But he's so afraid of the doctor that he ain't going back, although the doctor told him he had some challenges. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying, therefore, we need to access preventative care and easier access to it and more education on that, in addition to the fact that we need to have them in the communities. We need more, Mr. Speaker, community-based healthcare. There are ways in which we can get these tests done out in the rural areas rather than having people come to the hospital, blood tests, etc., etc. We've made a lot of progress in breast cancer and breast cancer, testing for breast cancer. I want to commend the associations and the community groups that help with that. It has taken women a far way in dealing with that problem of breast cancer. We need to service the underserved communities in the rural areas. Mr. Speaker, the fact is, and I think the Minister of Health admitted that things have deteriorated at the hospital. He said it has not improved since 2022. I told him yesterday I really respected his comments on that it has not improved. Maybe he said much, I don't know what was the word. But the point is, Mr. Speaker, the minister did not come here and say everything is hunky-dory. And I respect that, because that means that he's open to new ideas. And I suggest that we get new ideas as to how these tests can be done, how we can improve medication. And believe you me, there are members on the other side who can assist in that if he's open to that discussion. I heard you say that you're getting an assessment from Mount Sinai. That is good, except to say that I think the Pan American Health Organization, PAHO, had done some assessments in the past. Let's not scrap everything that was done before because you want to claim it as yours. And that brings me to NHI. NHI was a project started by the previous administration, and it is one that is going to continue in the new administration. I don't know the reasons for it, but I do know that there was an arrangement with a group called JIPA, and that it was stopped. You know why it was stopped? I don't know. So please, don't jump down my throat and come and say, well, you're talking. I am simply saying that I believe that some foundational work was done at the time. I know there was a very capable group of experts who were involved in that. All I'm asking, I'm not asking you to go back to JIPA. I'm saying please embrace the ideas and the work that was done in getting NHI to us as quickly as possible. Because access to health care through a national health insurance is something that we all agree on, and it is something that we all believe will help us. The only issue I have is that we need to get it done quick. I don't think there's a disagreement about the process, maybe here or there. The other issue is the statutorization of the hospitals. I have no issue with that except to say that the unions should be involved. Again, they may be already, maybe all of these ideas you have considered, simply say, we've considered, we disagree, we disagree. So my dear colleagues of this House, I believe healthcare, those are some of the issues I believe that must be addressed in healthcare urgently. I like the shiny castle on the hill of a new hospital, but I prefer that our people live long enough to see that new hospital, and that will be done by dealing with some of the issues today. Mr. Speaker, education, and I have to move fast because I didn't hear you respond and I have more time, so I'm working with the 1 hour that you give the teams. Mr. Speaker, with respect to education, we welcome, at least I welcome, you see, even my language I have to use now, I welcome the school bus program. I think it's good. I think it's good for several reasons. I represent a lot of people in the court who have difficulties that arise because of the fact that they have to engage the public buses. And I believe a school bus program for our kids that is safe and secure is something that all of us should embrace. But also, there are some other issues in education. I think we should find ways to align, and I didn't see much of that, or didn't hear much of that from the minister, align our post-secondary education to the needs of our workforce and to the needs of our economy. I'll give you an example, Mr. Speaker. The example of marine and yachting sector. That is a critical sector. A sector where we can make a whole lot of money. It is a sector that is good because Grenada is furthest in the south. I mean, the Minister of Tourism would have heard that a lot. We're furthest in the south apart from Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago has a strong sector by way of repairs and all of that with yachts because they are out of the hurricane belt. Grenada has safe harbors and is furthest south. But, Mr. Speaker, we do not have, there is a strong deficiency in formal training programs at TAMCC or New Law. This shortfall not only hampers our youth from getting access to training in that regard, but it undermines one of our most vital economic sectors. In fact, a study conducted between 2012 and 2013 revealed that a net of $130 million as a result of repairs and maintenance accounting for about 25% of our GDP. It is revealed that nearly 1,000 people were employed, underscoring the importance of that sector. So I said to the Minister of Education and the government that we need to align our education system to what our economy needs. And because you see, it forces employers now to seek workers in other countries. So you have to send to St. Lucia sometimes. I know when the hotels were being built, we had to send to St. Lucia for tilers. There is an importation of workers because of this disconnect between our education system, particularly at the post-secondary vocational training. I think we need to expand TAMCC and expand its reach and to ensure that they are able to link with the sectors. For example, research and innovation. We need to do more research. One of the deficiencies in our small islands is research. We have Grenadians who are capable all over the world, and we have Grenadians who live here, coming out of secondary school, very capable. I think research and innovation should be something that we should look at by way of in the post-secondary institutions. Adult education programs and community-based learning. Why do I say that? Technology is changing all the time, and there are people who need upgrades in their capacity to use the technology. I mean, the young people have young kids and grandkids who get quick with the technology, but Mr. Speaker, me and you have to learn this new technology. Even using a cell phone is something you have to sit and learn. We need to get community-based adult education programs so that people can be retooled. People can be retooled to use the technology. Farmers can be retooled to use technology. There's technology being used in all sectors. I think we, as a country, need to ensure that we talk about the youth all the time, and it's good. But there's a group of people who also need education and training because the technology has gone and left them. And the community-based learning institutions can be good with that. Mr. Speaker, one of the issues that is also critical is the issue of national security. I want to commend the government for the pay and grade for the police and to commend the construction of some of the facilities that see have been improved. The Minister of National Security hears that. I want to commend them. But I also want to say, Mr. Speaker, that I know we all recognize the critical pillar of national security. The fact that tourism is one of our primary pillars of our economy relies to a large extent on Grenada being known as a safe place to go. There are countries in the region who downplay their crime statistics because they don't want the world to know that their crime rate is high, because they understand the link between that and the economy. In fact, but we glorify crime. Every week you see a big crime story on the front page as if that reflects Grenada. It does not. It's a small group. But that goes out there as if that is what Grenada is. Mr. Speaker, it is a critical area, but it not only involves crime, but it must be an assessment of the risks that we have and the threats and strategies, Mr. Speaker, to respond to those risks and threats. It must involve an assessment of the appropriateness of all of the institutions that we have. I think sometimes we rely too much on the RGPF to solve all of issues of national security. Mr. Speaker, there's one island in the region that just established a minister of crime prevention. And I believe that's an excellent idea that we should look at. The Ministry of National Security cross-cuts all social dynamics. National culture, the state of the economy, the state of our youth, all of these things must be looked at on the issue of national security. We must approach national security in an all-inclusive way. Mr. Speaker, I believe that reliance on the RGPF is not sufficient. We should bring parties together, Mr. Speaker. We should ensure that we have a national crime prevention action plan, a national prevention action plan, not to wait until crime has been committed, which is what was done in the House a few months ago. We passed legislation. The House passed legislation to deal with crime, but after the crimes were committed. And crimes continue to be committed. And I say that, Mr. Speaker, as a defense attorney who sees it every day in my life. Every day. Mr. Speaker, we need as a nation, not as a government, as a nation to find a way to embrace the solutions to that. So I call on the Minister of National Security and willing to work along with the Minister of National Security. These are some of my ideas on how we can deal with the issue of national security. A national crime prevention strategy led, Mr. Speaker, by a minister who is responsible for prevention of crime. And that, of course, Mr. Speaker, would involve the areas of the prison services, youth programs, probation unit, social services unit. All of these people must be brought together. And again, maybe it's an idea that you've thought of, but certainly, if it is, I support it. If not, I urge you, let us consider that. We need new ideas. We cannot continue on the old path of believing we're going to execute everybody who commits a crime, because we're not going to execute them, and crime will be continued. A national prevention strategy must be employed, bringing together again, not two tribal factions. And I'm saying this as somebody who stands out of it now. Let us come together to deal with a national crisis that is around the corner on the issue of national security. Not only with respect to crimes that have been committed, but let us find ways to prevent it. And there are enough experts around the world who can help us with that. Mr. Speaker, Marketing Board, agriculture in general. On Marketing Board, I start. Mr. Speaker, we all agreed a couple of years ago that Marketing Board needs to be overhauled and upgraded in its capacity. I said that when the issue was raised in the last budget, and I repeat it. I support an upgrading of Marketing Board. But we also agreed that Marketing Board plays a critical role, not only in the agricultural sector, but in the economy. In fact, when Marketing Board was envisioned, in or around 1982-83, the purpose of Marketing Board was to help with exports of our agricultural products, and I'm repeating for those who are not aware, and the importation of the inputs, the fertilizers, the space, the tools, the implements used, the inputs that are used in agriculture. And it was hoped that that could be brought in at a reasonable price. In fact, sugar was only added to it because sugar came from the previous government before the revolution as a monopoly for a businessman. Those of us who remember that. So sugar was given to the Marketing Board as a means of raising income. It was not meant to be what it developed into, which is a supermarket. But, Mr. Speaker, we are now in 2025. In fact, when the member spoke, the Minister of Finance, in 2023, he said, after widespread consultations, we have made the prudent decision to transition out of the MNIB into a largely private sector-led entity. This decision was widely criticized, but it was a decision that was made. He also said that at the time he had received the first draft of the framework for the establishment of the new private sector-led entity, and further, that the entity would be fully operational by June 2014. You ended your comments by saying, while they talk, we do. Sounds very dramatic. They're talking, we're doing, but it was not done. And I'm not trying to be dramatic now. I'm saying, 2024, sorry, June 2024. June 2024. We are now close to June 2025. It was not done. No. I started my comments this evening by saying that there is limited capacity and beware of the promises you make. But you promised. Today, I hear you saying that you're in a process, but you face delays because of some financial statements. But farmers are waiting. The marketing board must be dealt with urgently as a matter of priority because it affects the lives of our farmers. And while I understand that there are capacity issues and not every promise you make will be kept, and we'll see some others, you have to push urgently to get it done. The farmers are waiting. 3 years have passed. Marketing board is nowhere to be seen. I criticize the private sector-led entity. I think in your comments to the House member, you suggested that you were going in a slightly different path. But I think that should be made known to all of us. Remember, these entities are public entities and must be developed and must be overhauled in the public view. Nothing to be done without the farmers, the primary stakeholders, becoming aware of it. And Mr. Speaker, I heard no comments made by my friend from Southwest St. Andrew about the commodity boards. I guess that is out of bounds. He did not mention it. I have no update, but the commodity boards are important. And I know they must be still going through some financial issues. I certainly know that there's one commodity board that's facing some financial issues. I would have liked for us to hear more about the state of the nutmeg industry, the state of the cocoa industry, and in particular, the state of the boards that manage that industry. Maybe the member for St. David, the member for St. David is now primarily the Minister of Tourism. Sorry. He will, the member maybe will make a public statement on the status of the commodity boards. Another issue that I was surprised, I heard no comment on is pre-deal larceny. In fact, when I heard nothing said, nothing said of substance, I thought maybe we'd solve the problem. But so I reached out to a farmer the night we left here, and he said that still remains a #1 problem. Mr. Speaker, I'm simply saying that we need to deal with the issues that confront the farmers. If pre-deal larceny is one of them, I believe the House should be made aware as to what was done from the last sitting of budget, because they are budgeted. They are there. They need to be explained what exactly is done. I see every year we have the same comments. Pre-deal larceny continues to be an issue, Mr. Speaker, continues to plague the sector. But I think a major issue is labor in agriculture. The first time I became Minister of Agriculture, I was absolutely amazed on the issue of how labor is dealt with in the Ministry of Agriculture. It remains one of the most pressing issues, Mr. Speaker, but not just labor, but trained labor. And I come back to the issue I raised about our post-secondary institutions, vocational training. We need to train some young people specialized in agriculture. TAMCC has a branch at Marylebone. It needs to be upgraded. The last time I visited it, it was down. We need to ensure that young people can prune. Young people can deal with the drains for particular crops. We need to ensure that our young people are trained to deal with the sector that is most important to us. And that will be done, Mr. Speaker, by working with our vocational institutions, TAMCC, NULO, to train people. I know the importance. My friend from St. Patrick West talked about the digital economy. Digital economy is fine, but farmers still have to plant. And we don't reach the plant where we're planting yet by digital means. So we need to train our young people, because a lot of the older pruners and so on are retiring, and we are not replacing them. So I urge you to work with TAMCC, utilize TAMCC to ensure that we align our post-secondary education to the needs of our economy. Mr. Speaker, something else I didn't hear spoken about is the land bank. What is the state of the land bank? Access to land is critical. What is the state of the land bank? Has that project been abandoned? I know that there was some talk about youth in agriculture being moved to another area. What is the position? It is in the budget. It is mentioned. But we need some details on land bank and youth in agriculture. Because if our agricultural sector is to survive, young people must be attracted to it. No young person going into agriculture now the way their fathers and grandfathers used to do it. Let us modernize the sector. I've heard the word used over and over and over. If we are to modernize it, it has to start with training. Our vocational institutions must be part of that training. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, the issue of chicken is one that plagues us. In cheap imports from Brazil, our obligations under the WTO, all these things bar us from making the necessary moves that you need to make. Barbados has made some moves in that regard. They have done it because they have a different arrangement, I understand, with the WTO. But the difference is always between what is necessary and what is possible. What is necessary and what is possible. And while we can talk about reducing our chicken imports, how we do it, we need to address that. We need to address the issue of cheaper feeds. Every administration has come. We must at some point come to a conclusion that some things can't be done. And we find other ways of doing it. But every administration for as long as I have been around have tried to do that, and we keep coming back to it, with no new ideas, my friend from St. Andrews Southwest, no new ideas on how do we get more local chicken on the market. I said it over and over as Minister of Agriculture, and I'm here standing today hearing it again. The other issue in agriculture that I was a bit surprised about is cannabis. Cannabis. Who mentioned it? Somebody mentioned it. I think the Minister of Agriculture again mentioned we will be decriminalizing. But that wasn't your promise, my friend. I tell you again, beware of what you promised. Previous administration promised decriminalization, so you went on the campaign and said, you're going further than decriminalizing, you're going to legalize. Your words, not mine. So there was a promise to legalize. I said at the time that there is no way you're going to legalize. In fact, one member of your committee, I bet him $10,000 he can't do it. He promised to get legalized by the end of last year. It's difficult. And we must admit that some of your promises, some of the promises you made could not be fulfilled. And legalizing cannabis is one of them. So now you've come to reality. I just use this as an example of don't overpromise. Just like your position on CBI. We'll come to CBI in a minute. So you're going to decriminalize. Let me say this to you. The legislation you're talking about that I had reviewing was in the parliament before. So you have the legislation. So don't tell the people that you're reviewing any legislation. It's already there with everything in it. The legislation was presented about 5 years ago and is in the House. But I have no issue with that. I'm not saying it as a criticism. I'm just telling you where to find it. Just helping you. Ideas. I urge you to also study the Caribbean Commission's report. The Caribbean Commission and local churches and NGOs, Sandra Ferguson was deeply involved with it, had several consultations. And while they agreed that decriminalizing is good for certain aspects of our society, including not getting criminal records for small quantities, there's a whole plethora of things, they were concerned that unless we recognize that there are some people that are negatively affected by it. Just like alcohol. Alcohol is there. Everybody inside it, maybe most people take a sip, but there are some people, if they take a sip, they're going off their rockers. We should make sure that we are aware of the effects it may have on certain young people, negative effects. And that is why I am surprised that I'm not hearing much talk about the Carlton Home, which was another promise you made. The Carlton, I know, but it has not come to be. It's not there. But we need to have these facilities available when you're making a step like that, which was one of the reasons that it was delayed. Because you must know. I know it. I grew up at a time when cannabis just came in. I know. I have colleagues, close friends, who are negatively affected by it. If you have 10 people, 1 or 2 of them might be negatively affected. When they are, you must have the facilities available to deal with them. And that must be taken into account. Don't just announce decriminalization. Announce decriminalization with what, and if you look at the West Indian Commission report on cannabis, it gives you all of that. In addition to the position of the churches, the Catholic Church was very instrumental. Go back to those reports of these consultations and you will certainly see these issues being raised. Mr. Speaker, with limited time, let me run on foreign policy. Let me commend the member for St. Patrick West on his presentation. I told him he was speaking like the old MBPM candidate he used to be. That's back in the days. Most people only know what I'm talking about. But he's my good friend for a long time. It was a good show of what Grenada can be done. I want to particularly agree with your Africa initiative. I like the Africa initiative. It's something that previously when I was foreign minister, it's something we were looking at, made visits to the countries. I wanted to commend that. And the Canadian Embassy, I want to commend you on that, except to say that I lament the failure of the CARICOM OECS initiative. You know, there was an initiative, and you would know it years ago, where we came together to cut costs, to have these joint embassies in London, in Toronto, in several places. I know we're still doing it in Morocco and maybe Africa. I think Kenya has one. I lament it because OECS is one of the best regional integration initiatives in the world. I mean, you have the bank, you have the judiciary, you have civil aviation. We in the smaller islands of the region have done well to work together. There's a lot that we have achieved. It is sad that we couldn't achieve joint embassies because it helps us, not only helps us to cut costs, but it also helps us to have joint foreign policy initiatives and have these discussions. But I want to commend, because it failed, it is why we have to have our own, but I still dream of the day when, you know, a dream that was shared by as far back as T.A. Marshall, who was a member of parliament for my constituency, the idea of federation, which became CARICOM, which, you know, we have the sub-region over the OECS. I also commend the strong defense of Cuba. I don't know, I can't find words that I can use in the House to describe the policy on particularly the Cuban Medical Brigade. I saw a comment by the Prime Minister a few weeks ago, or maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, where he defended our right to have relations with Cuba. But I also want to say that we must be strong on Cuba's right to determine their own destiny. I think that's all integrated. Cuba's right to determine their destiny. I think that is something we all can agree on. In fact, I saw something on Facebook saying there was a survey of people who felt we should maintain relations with Cuba, and the result was 100%. I'm not sure if it's true, but that's what I saw. And certainly, I didn't bat an eye because I know that will be the position in Grenada. But there's another foreign policy issue that I want to address. I think I heard the Prime Minister once refer to it. The flow of arms, small arms, into the region. You know, recently, President Trump imposed tariffs on Canada and Mexico because of the flow of fentanyl. That's the drug, fentanyl. He said fentanyl was flowing over the Canadian border into the U.S. and flowing over the Mexican border into the U.S. Well, small arms are all fentanyl. Small arms are all fentanyl. We don't produce small arms. I don't know. I mean, apart from long time, I know man used to have a little filoto and them things. We produce no small arms. We must engage, and I think the Prime Minister did indicate that CARICOM is doing it. I would like to hear the results of the initiative to engage the U.S. the same way the U.S. is trying to pressure Mexico and Canada to do more to stop the flow. They must do more to stop the flow of small arms into our region. But you know the U.S. believes in, what do you call it? What amendment it is? Remind me. Second Amendment, is it? The Second Amendment right to arms. That Second Amendment right to bear arms is what is on our streets. So I urge you, Mr. Foreign Minister and Prime Minister, to please talk to the United States with your CARICOM partners, and I'm sure you're doing it already, to ensure that we don't have that. Regional transportation is critical, and also I want to join the Minister in thanking all of our partners, China, Morocco, Cuba, you know, all of the countries you mentioned earlier, Venezuela, all of the countries who have helped us in these crises. I want to thank all of them for their continued support. Grenada will not be where it is were it not the support, for example, of Venezuela during the oil crisis back in 2008 when President Chavez came with the PetroCaribe initiative. So I want to thank all of them on behalf of the people of Grenada. Mr. Speaker, on tourism, the member, I guess he had to be brief, mentioned the only thing he spoke about was the integration of tourism and culture. I just want to say to the minister that is an initiative that is as old as Adam, we've always had tourism ministries and, and culture ministries integrated. Unfortunately, they were separated some time ago, but we need to get them back. I agree with you on that, because culture and tourism, there is a synergy there. In fact, and then you spoke about the festivals. Well, I would urge that you speak to my good friend, Senator Gill, still call him Senator, who started several festivals, the Anti-Tech Spice Festival, Come On Folk Festival. You know, he started the Film Commission, the Grenada Fashion Association, the Fine Arts Gallery. He's a good resource person, now very much involved in the reparations, but a very good resource person to help tourism. I would have liked to hear more about tourism, its impact and plans for the future. I don't see much of that, but certainly I'm sure you'll have an opportunity later to do that. Transportation. That is a baby that I've spoken about over and over. I welcome the initiative in that regard, but I urge us to do more. And you know, when I look at the south of the island, I think we need to come together to develop a plan for the South. The South is developing in an unplanned way. One of the challenges we have in this country is hating to plan. We like to just get up tomorrow morning and say we're building, for example, the police station and the Carnage. I'm not condemning it. But is it what we plan for the Carnage for the next 15 years? I don't know. I would like to see the police station fit into the overall plan to one of the most beautiful places in this country, the Carnage. I'm saying everything should fit into a 5-10-year plan. That is why I urge us to look at the National Sustainable Development Plan and break it down into pieces so that everything we do is planned. Many of you visited China. You see how China engaged in planning? They plan what is going to be built. I went to a place in China where the Kutama was going to be built 10 years from now. So I urge the south of the island, where traffic is becoming difficult, I'm going to come to the town of St. George in a minute, that we should develop a plan for it so that successive governments don't come into office and dash away this project and dash away that project, because we all have agreed on a plan, which is what the National Sustainable Development Plan is supposed to be. That is why I'm talking about it. We need to plan our development. The haphazard nature of development is not good. I'm sure the economists in the room will tell you that. My good friend from St. Andrews Southwest, you were trained in planning, weren't you? When you studied economics in Havana. It was very much a plan, as is my brother Cornwall. So they know about planning in economics. And I'm not suggesting that we go down the road of a fully planned economy, but I'm saying that all businesses, every business in the town has to have a plan. Every project has a plan. Physical planning wants to give you plans, but we also need a plan that everything fits into. Again, my friend from St. Andrews Southwest, just an idea. Take it or leave it. Maybe you've thought about it already. CBI, just a few words on CBI, Mr. Speaker. I've always argued that we need more local investors in CBI, so I welcome the initiative to give some incentives to local investors. I want to commend Richard Nixon and Oliver Paul. I think they may be the only two. I'm not sure, maybe the member of Finance can help me, or the Prime Minister. I think Richard Nixon and Oliver Paul are the two people who have been brave enough to do CBI over the years. I welcome the initiative, and the details are in the budget speech. But I have also said that we should get projects, particularly in agriculture, out of CBI, so that the rural communities can understand what the CBI thing is to them. I've said it when I was in the previous government, I say it again. To a man in the countryside, CBI is some people coming from foreign and building a hotel in the south or a hotel in St. David. They do not know how it directly, of course, they know how it affects them indirectly, affects them. So let us find a concessionary way of putting a CBI project in agriculture. And I also have an idea. I had this idea for years, the York House. I believe, and let me say it again on the record, that the York House in town, the former parliament, should be developed using a CBI project, making it a national archive and national library and digital library. I know the guys would say these days it's digital library. with an art gallery at the downstairs so people can come and appreciate Grenadian art. I believe we can get persons to invest. CBI. There are people who want to become Grenadian citizens who would love to invest in culture and in art. I think the York House building, as we call it, former parliament, should be used. As I said, we can't put back the library. Everybody talks about the library. I don't think it can go back where it was. I think we should move it to the York House, develop it as a national archive, and a library that is digital. That's my idea. Couldn't get it done before. Maybe I can get it done now. Maybe I could urge you, the younger generation, to see the wisdom of that idea. I believe it's a good idea, but it's a matter for you. You have the purse strings and CBI with you. Mr. Speaker, I'm coming close to the end, Mr. Speaker. So I'm playing a one-man game, but all right, Mr. Speaker, I'll go to a committee on the issue.
Honorable MP, I expect you to use your
to
appointed time, and if you need more time, you so appeal to the chair.
I'll use my membership in one of your select committees to raise the issue, Mr. Speaker. Unfair of me to raise it in the open house. Much obliged. Mr. Speaker, the town of St. George, let me say this. I welcome again. Somebody mentioned the $10,000 like if it's $1 million we get in. Mr. Speaker, the $10,000 I appreciate it. No, wait for this, wait for this. I am happy because $10,000 less coming out in my pocket. Mr. Speaker, I'm fine. But it's more still have to come out when the 10,000 done. That's what you know. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the government's efforts, particularly the announcement you made about strengthening the constituencies. I believe it's important. I believe it's important that we strengthen the MPs in the Constitution. The MPs are elected, not the caretakers. I don't know what is a caretaker. That's a party concept. So when my friends said they're walking around with a caretaker, I had to go and find out if I could dig into the dictionary to see who fits that purpose. As far as I see in the Constitution, there's nothing called caretaker. But you know what's happening, Mr. Speaker? Caretakers are replacing MPs. I am the member of parliament elected by the people of the town of St. George. So, my friend says we should be grateful for the 10,000. I am, but I'll be grateful if I can speak like my member for Southeast. My member for Southeast was talking about slipper drains, and he was talking in his capacity as MP. Slipper drains that he built, roads that he fixed, all kinds of beautiful things that I wish I had access to. I'm grateful for the 10,000. I'm saying I'm not. I'm saying I would be grateful if MPs, on this side and that side, are treated in a way that the people of the constituency can see we're doing something. You see, the thing is, there is a danger, and I'm not blaming any side. I'm not in any tribe. You want me to put the table there? I'll put it there. I am raising it as a member of parliament like every other member. When you come around and bring somebody you have that you want to run in the next election, that's why it's good politics, but it's bad governance. Because your turn will come, my brothers and sisters. It will come. When you are in opposition and you will be complaining that this side over here is doing things to help their caretakers to win the next elections. I'm just suggesting an idea, my brother, that we treat, and I appreciate your efforts, Prime Minister, because you did say you're going to strengthen parliamentary offices. You didn't say NDC parliamentary offices, you said all. I appreciate that, and thank you for that. But let us strengthen all of the MPs. So my sister Kate, when you're having a project up there, you go, you ask her to come in, consult. Sister Kate, do you believe that this satisfies the needs of the people who elected you? You understand? It has to be done. You see, who elected her? The point I'm making, and this is not me complaining. I'll be fine. My tenure is way shorter than any of you on inside here. But I'm speaking because I have experience in how the system works. And believe in me, I've been this side, that side, this side, that side. We need to build Grenada. Let us stop drawing the line down the center here. This is Grenada. So, Mr. Speaker, I've made the point in that regard. Let me move on. The river project, the River Road Rehabilitation Project. I know you expect me to raise it. but I have not heard it mentioned before I raised it. So if you expected me to raise it, I would have expected that I would get a comment before I raised it. We need to get the project completed. The reason why the river came over the bank in the last storms last year is because there are areas that are incomplete. We need to get the bridges done. And I started by saying we have capacity problems. You remember that? Capacity problems. But we need to prioritize that project because somebody will go down the river and somebody will have to account for that. I also believe that I mentioned the Your House project. I believe that project is a good project, not only for the town of St. George, but for the country. But I also believe that the vendors in the town of St. George, again, what I will say here is an idea I've had for a long time. When the new port was built several years ago, there was a whole heap of criticism. You remember that? He was going to mash up Grenada's beach. He was going to do this. He was going to do that. Everybody is cussing. Typical Grenada politics. You do, I cuss. I do, you cuss. And that's how it was. But the port has come, and everybody now welcomes the port. Because the port, tourism, cruise ships are doing well with it, and we must be thankful for it. Mr. Speaker, in mentioning that, I forgot to mention something on CBI when I spoke about it. We should, in all of our deliberations on CBI, recognize that it's two administrations that is benefiting from CBI. So in all of your comments, I want you to accept the fact that it was the previous administration that was bold enough to do CBI, and let's give some credit there. And the persons you are getting now, all of the files and all of the income is as a result of that work. And I think we should just recognize that because it helps us to know that everybody in here does, even a stop clock. You ever thought of this? Even a clock that's not working is right twice a day. You understand? It's right twice a day, even if it's not working. So don't let it be like everything you do here is bad, and we believe everything you do is bad. It's a new perspective, Anyway, let me get back to the town of St. George. When that project was done, the port project, there was also a plan to reclaim the areas beyond the fish market, going up outside of Greenbridge, outside of the stadium. I believe that we should look at that. I'm not suggesting it could be done next week or next year, but it has to start somewhere. To reclaim, for several reasons. One, we need a good parking spaces in the town of St. George. Businesses are being stifled because people can't park in the town of St. George. In addition to that, we need a place for vendors. Our small businessmen and women, we call them vendors, they need a place. If we can reclaim that area, I'm just planting the seeds of thought now, as my friend said, an idea. If we can reclaim that area, get a parking lot, maybe replace this bus terminus, put the parking lot there and a bus terminus further, but we can sit and discuss the details. But the reclamation of that entire area, from the present fish market, going up to Cherry Hill, will certainly help us get more land. One of Grenada's challenges is available land. We're small. Yes, there's exactly, Mr. Minister, a lack of availability of flat lands. That can help us. An idea that may go beyond my time, but certainly an idea that we need to discuss. Mr. Speaker, the traffic in the town of St. George is held, so that can help. With respect to the youth, in closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to say this, that our young people, you know, the Ministry of Youth, the other day, there was an activity in Monroe, in my constituency, a beautiful activity. The other lady was there. I don't know, can't remember the word you used to describe her. She was there too, and I was there. That is the word. So when my friend said she was walking with somebody, it was the Attorney General. Well, there we go. I understand. Yes. Well, she said a lady walked to the hall. I'm saying it's the same lady. She described it as that, not me. You know, I'm totally, she's my friend, actually, Prime Minister. So she won't take any offense. She is my friend, my good friend. I'm just referring to what the member said over here. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that these youth need, and I know it was spoken about, they want to be businessmen and businesswomen. The big thing now, in my generation, we wanted to be rebels. My friend from St. Andrews, Southwest, you know, these young people want to be businessmen. My friend, the member for South St. George, well aware of the young people wanted to be that. So as a member of St. Patrick's, Mr. Speaker, can I have just 1 minute to wrap up? The bell went off. 1 minute, please. Yeah, well, no, it's the first bell, Mr. Speaker. I agree. It's the first bell. No,
Okay,
it's the first bell.
I give you 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. You want to give it a As a member of St. Patrick's West said, young people these days want to ask you for some way of establishing a business. Which brings me to another aspect of what you said, member, that we should have training in the communities, and I know some has tried under the former administration, where they were business. I remember Oliver Joseph, Minister Joseph, and others going to the communities to try to train young people in business. Because most people just believe they could buy a couple things, sell it, they make the money. It is much more complicated than that. You want them to pay taxes, you want them to open a bank account, you want them to have an accountant, you want to do all that. I believe the communities and the community work that we refer to should include a level of training, not just bring them around a pot and we drink and we talk and so on, but to have them engage in business. And I think that should be done throughout our schools. That we teach them how to become entrepreneurs. I think that is an idea that can help young people go beyond where they are. Because no matter the amount of talk you do, at the end of the day, these people want to make their lives better than their fathers and mothers' lives. Train them to become businessmen and businesswomen. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to close by thanking all of the members again. I said this is a new position I'm in, where I see the world in slightly different lenses, Mr. Speaker, but it's good. Because I think it shows me that there are good things coming out on this side. I think the members on this side made a good show. They explained their positions, they criticized, which is something that we all have to do. They had critical observations. I think members on the other side indicated what they were doing. At the end of the day, we must leave these budget debates better able to appreciate what it is that we have and how we can make it better. Not in any sectarian way, Mr. Speaker, but together. And I hope that my contribution helps in that regard. I have had a long time in this House, Mr. Speaker, and certainly a long time in the political life of Grenada. We have made progress, but not nearly enough progress that we would have made if we brought all the ideas together. If we, not on everything, I don't have an idealistic view that will everybody sing Kumbaya and hug up and love, but at least when we come to this house, we try to get the ideas in the midst of the criticism that we have to accept, and so we do. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you and thank everybody. Thank you for listening. You seem to have listened well. I knew, Mr. Speaker, I wasn't getting that much pounding at the table because I don't have a team. But but I am fine with that. There we go. I have to beg for a pump. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. God bless you. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Honorable MP for the Tongue of St. George, for your contribution to this Honorable House. And I now invite the Honorable MP for South St. George to make his contribution.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon to everyone in the House. And Mr. Speaker, while listening to my friend, Brother David on the side, I just want to say the motto of the story is, when you're in good house, don't let bad house call you. Because the bad house that call you right now is on the verge of collapse. So we sympathize with you. As Sister Delma is saying, no, we have space for you. So you have an option. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this moment to formally congratulate the leader of the opposition on her position. Mr. Speaker, I just hope that the change in guards, Mr. Speaker, will mean we will change the scope of politics from the opposition. And Mr. Speaker, I want to wish her a very long time in opposition. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind the leader of the opposition that politics is not a sprint, but rather a marathon. So pace yourself, because from the likes of it, according to what we have seen, I want to reiterate the point that you may be in opposition for a long time. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the report of revenue and expenditure for 2025. Just 1 minute, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want to start by thanking my constituency of St. George South for the faith that they have placed in me. Mr. Speaker, I take my constituency very serious, and I try my best, Mr. Speaker, to represent the people of my constituency. So today I stand before this House deeply humbled and honored to be the Member of Parliament for St. George South. The Great South, Mr. Speaker, as I call it. And I am here because of their trust, their belief in me, and their unwavering support. Mr. Speaker, when we were victorious at the election, Mr. Speaker, it was not a victory for me, but it was a victory for every person in the constituency, Mr. Speaker, who believe we can build a better Grenada and South. Mr. Speaker, when this journey started, I never imagined it would be easy, but I knew it would be worth it. It has been an incredible experience thus far. And to my constituents, your voices have helped shape my vision for the constituency, and I promise I will not let you down. Mr. Speaker, to my constituency, I say this. This is a moment to reflect on what we have accomplished together, but also to look ahead of the work that lies before us. We are more than just a constituency, but we are a community of strong, resilient, and passionate people. And you have chosen me to represent you in Parliament, and I will do so with pride, integrity, and with unwavering commitment to your needs. Together, people of St. George South, we will tackle the issues that matters most to you. Whether it be better healthcare, more job opportunities, improved infrastructure, or support for local businesses. We will work together to create a constituency that we can all be proud of. And also a constituency where every person can strive. Mr. Speaker, as we continue to focus on building a stronger and more connected constituency, I am proud to report of the significant progress we have made in improving road infrastructure throughout the constituency. Mr. Speaker, roads are the lifeblood of our community, enabling better access, growth, and development. Under our administration, we have made sure that our people needs are met with urgency and commitment. Mr. Speaker, let me take a moment to highlight some of the achievements in road construction we have made over the past year. And Mr. Speaker, I could tell you about 15 or 20, but because of time, I'll break it down to 4. For years, the community of Gwankay was neglected by the previous administration. But Mr. Speaker, on June 23rd, 2022, the Mamagism ended. Mr. Speaker, what was noticed was that when elections were close, the previous administration would go to Gwankay, Mr. Speaker, grade the road, throw some binders, and that's it. And promises were made of a road, and nothing was done. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that we are not in an election year. We are about 2 and some years away from election. And to date, we have completed construction on the Gwankay Road. Mr. Speaker, water is essential and important to life. The people of Gwankay was clamoring for some pipes to be run, Mr. Speaker, so that they can get water in the community for years, Mr. Speaker, more than probably 10 years. And Mr. Speaker, the only time the people got the pipes run in Gwankay for them to get water was last year. Mr. Speaker, we are in the process now, as we speak today, Nawasa, they are doing the foundation for a big tank to be placed at the community of Gwankay so that it can feed Gwankay and various areas in the south. Mr. Speaker, let's go to the Chublu Road. We always boast that SGU brings approximately more than 25% or adds to our GDP, more than 25%. And Mr. Speaker, the state of the Chublu Road has been in a deplorable condition for years. For years. And Mr. Speaker, it took this administration, Mr. Speaker, just 2.5 years in office, not 23, to resurface that road. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, Gary may be smiling in his grave now. Mr. Speaker, I want you to watch a pattern. Kofibo Hill, Mr. Speaker. I remember last election, I saw my rival up in Kofibo Hill walking, doing roads. And the people were saying, but just because it's election, you're doing the roads, Mr. Speaker. As soon as election done, that's it. Wherever they stop, that's where they leave it. But, Mr. Speaker, if their intention was pure and true, they would have started the road even before elections, like what I am doing now. Mr. Speaker, the people of Kofibo Hill can boast of a completed road today. And Mr. Speaker, that is what you call genuine representation. Mr. Speaker, when we came in office, there was a project called UKSIF. The UKSIF project was dated since 2016. We got a grant of approximately $80 million. Is equivalent now to our current account surplus. $80 million since 2016. Mr. Speaker, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, nothing was done. So what happened? The UK took back the funds. Mr. Speaker, thanks to our Prime Minister, we got it back. And Mr. Speaker, sometimes the other side are so deceiving, because they will go and pretend and make people believe that it was we who lost the funds. When it was stated that because we did not use the funds and the UK was unsure of their situation, they took it back. Now, Mr. Speaker, we got back the funds from the UKSIF. And in only just over a year, we are now preparing to do infrastructure works that will involve digging up the road from by the St. George's area to as far as Moy Bishop International Airport. And Mr. Speaker, we anticipate that the main roads will be disrupted. So what do we do as a Cairn government and as a government of vision? Mr. Speaker, we started to work on the Gulf Coast bypass roads. So that in the event, Mr. Speaker, that the main roads are disrupted, people can deviate and use the alternative roads to traverse and to go where they want to go. Mr. Speaker, these road projects are just a few examples of the tangible progress we are making in the constituency of St. George South. Our focus on infrastructure is part of a broader effort to improve the lives of our citizens, create economic opportunities, and build a stronger, more prosperous future for all. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to prioritize the needs of our people and work tirelessly to ensure that every community has access resources and opportunities it deserves. Mr. Speaker, the constituency of St. George South is the largest in terms of number of people. And with that comes a great responsibility to ensure that every citizen have access to safe, dignified, and secure housing. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that under this administration, we have made significant strides in addressing the housing needs of our people. Mr. Speaker, in 2024 alone, we provided over 100 housing assistance to the people of St. George South. Mr. Speaker, you see, this is not just about building structures, it's about transforming lives, creating stability, and offering hope for the future. But our commitment to housing goes beyond the board and the walls of a home, Mr. Speaker. We have worked hard to ensure that our people are not only provided with shelter, but with a livable, functional environment. Mr. Speaker, before, the norm was when someone comes for housing assistance, you give them a house, and that's it. Mr. Speaker, but our Prime Minister made it clear that if we are giving someone housing assistance, or we are building a house for someone, we must treat them with dignity. So therefore, every house we build, we ensure that they have an inside bathroom and toilet. But Mr. Speaker, let me go further again. We ensure that the plumbing is taken care of. And we ensure that the electrical is taken care of also. But also, Mr. Speaker, we ensure that it is painted so that it will look lovely. If you look and you go and you see the grey and white houses, you will know it came from us. Mr. Speaker, we have worked hard to ensure that our people are taken care of in the best possible way. Beyond the construction of our homes, we are also focused on creating jobs and empowering our youth. Mr. Speaker, we have provided employment opportunities for young men in our communities. And when I say employment, Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about real jobs, not Imani jobs, real jobs, Mr. Speaker. And not Imani jobs where you're making $700 a month for 15 years. That's not what we're talking about. Mr. Speaker, we are giving them the chance to contribute to these projects and develop valuable skills in the process. Mr. Speaker, as I speak here this afternoon, there's a young man by the name of John F. Fletcher, who is in the audience right here. Mr. Speaker, this young man in his 20s came to me. Mr. Speaker, and we worked with him. Mr. Speaker, I went to Knight's Auto, got a ransom, gifted it to the young man, and not just gifted it to him, Mr. Speaker, he worked to pay back the money that was used to purchase it. And Mr. Speaker, this young man right there, Mr. Speaker, is not building houses, doing roads, Mr. Speaker, and he's not a lazy young man. As a matter of fact, he's mobilizing young fellas from the Limes community to join him in the efforts. Mr. Speaker, that is what you call transforming lives. Sometimes we blame the young men when they're on the block, lime is smoking and so, Mr. Speaker, but what opportunities are there for them? Imani? Mr. Speaker, we know Imani is just a vote. You have nothing to do. So you take them, you put them in a program and say, all right, vote for me, because I give you something. And you have been working for 10, 15 years. Mr. Speaker, imagine that. And you say you care for people, and you're safer hands, and you come to rescue us. Mr. Speaker, who are they really rescuing? Anyway, we get to that just now. Mr. Speaker, over 200 persons were given the opportunity to be placed in various job positions between the ages of 18 to 55 in my constituency. I'm talking about painters, construction workers, electricians, plumbers, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, we also tried our best to work with the businesses in the South to provide jobs for our people. Mr. Speaker, our leadership, and I want you to listen to that, our leadership has no discrimination. As we believe in teaching you how to fish instead of always giving you a fish all the time. Mr. Speaker, I am motivated by a desire to bring empowerment to all, regardless of the political affiliation or wherever they have been. And Mr. Speaker, I was so motivated when I saw 2 Sundays back, when I looked at the crowd we had in Boucherville. And I saw how much people I was on the other side, Mr. Speaker, is now seeing the love and is joining the NDC. Mr. Speaker, it's just a joy. My cousin Deslin, you're welcome. Mr. Speaker, the young men who are on the block, who might previously have been labeled as time wasters, and the youths who were once incarcerated, and the mother who fell victim to teenage pregnancy, the school dropout, the mentally challenged are all part of my constituency, Mr. Speaker, and I want to empower all of them. Mr. Speaker, let me go a step further. We are now helping young men to grow or to start businesses, Mr. Speaker, ensuring that they have the tools to become self-sufficient and build their futures. Mr. Speaker, this is not just about building houses, but also building opportunities. And Mr. Speaker, let me just say that sometimes we come to the House of Parliament and we get in an argument and debate about ministries and so. But Mr. Speaker, let me just say this, we are in the House of Parliament and we are elected by the people. And we're supposed to be working for the people, Mr. Speaker, and with the people. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I intend to address my people of the South first. Mr. Speaker, let's not forget that this is a government that treats its people with dignity. In the past, many who were left out to wait far too long, their concerns were ignored. But under this administration, Mr. Speaker, we have taken action. And Grenada, you now have a government that treats its citizens with respect and the care they deserve. Mr. Speaker, we know that there's a lot to do, but I want to assure everyone, Mr. Speaker, that we will continue to be working hard. And Mr. Speaker, the work we are doing today is just the beginning. And together, we will continue to build a future that is brighter and more prosperous for all. Mr. Speaker, one of the most important aspects of any community is ensuring that our people feel safe, particularly in the evening hours when dark falls. Mr. Speaker, as part of our commitment to making the South more safe, Mr. Speaker, and brighter for everyone, we have taken a decisive action to install solar lights in key areas across our constituency. Mr. Speaker, the installation of solar lights in areas like Guankai, Cali School, Grandans Beach, BBC Beach, Grandans Vendors Market. Mr. Speaker, after Beryl, I was proud to know that the area of Guankai, which the last administration neglected, was able to have lights, Mr. Speaker, and it was because the solar light was installed. Mr. Speaker, this has been a major step forward in improving public safety and lighting up our communities. These lights not only provide essential visibility in public spaces, but they also help to reduce crime. Mr. Speaker, improve traffic safety and create an environment where our residents and visitors can feel more safe and secure. Mr. Speaker, but solar lights are not just a practical solution. They are a sustainable one. By harnessing the power of the sun, we reduce our reliance on traditional energy sources, which is better for the environment and helps lower costs in the long run. This is yet another way we are improving, or we are moving forward as a community that values sustainability and progress. But, Mr. Speaker, we are not just stopping there. We intend to expand our efforts and install even more solar lights in other areas throughout the South. We want to ensure that every community has access to proper lighting, every street is safer to walk, and everyone feels secure in their own neighborhood. Mr. Speaker, our goal is simple: to build a community that is not only bright with opportunities, but also safe and welcoming for all. Mr. Speaker, for years, the people of the South have been calling out for one thing: the lighting of our playing fields. Mr. Speaker, so that our young athletes, families, and communities can come together and enjoy sports and recreation after the sun sets. Today, I'm proud to announce that after 2.5 years of dedicated work, this administration has made that vision a reality. We have successfully lit the playing fields at Montrouge, at Springs, and the Lines. 3 key locations that have long been the heart of our community of sporting activities. Mr. Speaker, far too long, people have been forced to wait for daylight to engage in their favorite sport or spend time with their families. But now, we have night football, we have night cricket at the Montrouge, at the Lines, at Springs. And I cannot tell you how proud I am to see these fields come to light. Mr. Speaker, this is what progress looks like. This is how we bring communities together. I also had the privilege of sponsoring 6 competitions, Mr. Speaker. I'm talking about cricket, football, basketball, Mr. Speaker. Competitions that we have not only brought excitement, but have also given our young athletes the opportunity to showcase their talents on the field. Mr. Speaker, and let me be clear, I have every intention of sponsoring even more competitions this year, so that our people, especially the youths, can have more opportunities to play and compete and grow. So, Mr. Speaker, after a hard day's work, people no longer have to head straight home, but lock themselves indoors, but they can go out, relax, and engage, Mr. Speaker, in some good recreational activities. Mr. Speaker, this is what it means to invest in our people. This is what it means to invest in the future. And Mr. Speaker, this is just the beginning. We will continue to work hard to push forward and to ensure that every corner of South St. George has the opportunities and resources it needs to strive. Mr. Speaker, when I say Gary may be smiling in his grave, I don't know if you think I'm joking. But, Mr. Speaker, for 50 years, the Grandans, basketball court, Mr. Speaker. In 1973, 74, Gary was the one who put that court there. And Mr. Speaker, for decades, the Grandlands basketball court sat in disrepair. Mr. Speaker, this space was once a vibrant hub for young athletes. It remained unused, and it deteriorated with time, while generations of young men and women missed out on the opportunity to come together and showcase their talents. Mr. Speaker, but in 2024, this administration took action. We did not simply talk about change, we made it happen. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to say that we have refurbished the Grandlands basketball court, restoring it to its former glory, and no longer will it sit in neglect, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, but it stands as a true testament to the power of the community, the resilience and the promise of brighter opportunities for our youths. Mr. Speaker, in the past year alone, I have had the privilege to sponsor more than 4 basketball competitions. Mr. Speaker, these events brought together the young men and women from across the community, giving them the platform to showcase their talent, Mr. Speaker. And it was incredible to see the energy, the excitement, and teamwork that filled the court. Mr. Speaker, but this is just the beginning again. We just started. I am committed to sponsoring even more, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the Grandlands basketball court is not just a place to play, but it is a place where our young people can build confidence, learn valuable skills, and create lasting memories, Mr. Speaker. It's a space where dreams can be nurtured and where the next generation of leaders, athletes, and role models can rise. Mr. Speaker, as we move forward, we will continue to invest in our youth and communities. This refurbished court is a symbol of what happens when we invest in our people. Mr. Speaker, for years, the License Center building in Dusty Area has been in a state of disrepair. Mr. Speaker, sometimes you wonder, I know last person out there was steel. Mr. Speaker, I know if the steel was too heavy, he couldn't move. But Mr. Speaker, it's just sad. Mr. Speaker, I make it my duty, get up 6 in the morning, 5 in the morning, and just drive around my constituency to see what is there to be done. Because, Mr. Speaker, I made a commitment to the people that if you elected me, I would do just that. And, Mr. Speaker, originally, that space was used as a garage, and the building was left in a deplorable condition. And despite its location of being key in the community, it served no real purpose, only, Mr. Speaker, to license the vehicle and so. Mr. Speaker, this building is still being used by the police for licensing purposes, but the condition of the structure is far from acceptable. Last year, the police officers reached out to me, highlighting the poor conditions and the need for urgent assistance. Upon hearing their concerns, I knew something had to be done, so I immediately took action. Mr. Speaker, since then, I'm proud to report that the refurbishment of the building is well underway. Mr. Speaker, we removed junk, cleaned up the garbage, and replaced the roof. Mr. Speaker, this is just the beginning again. I want to stress on that. Mr. Speaker, but there's more to the story. After seeing the potential of this building and recognizing the growing healthcare needs of our community, I spoke to the Minister of Health to express my vision for turning this space into a proper medical facility. Mr. Speaker, this facility will serve the people of St. George South, offering a much-needed health service in the area. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure Dr. Modeste will agree with me that our health is our wealth, and we must invest in it. Mr. Speaker, we have already taken steps to improve the services at our current medical facility by ensuring that doctors are available from Monday to Friday. But this new facility, Mr. Speaker, will be a major step forward in improving the healthcare accessibility for our residents. Mr. Speaker, with this new facility, we will not only provide better healthcare, but we will also create a more accessible, convenient, and sustainable healthcare option for the people of St. George South. Mr. Speaker, this is about ensuring that people don't have to travel long distances to wait for medical attention. It's about making sure that everyone, regardless of where they live, have access to health care. But also, Mr. Speaker, the building is so big that we can even extend the services of having beds there that people can stay overnight. Mr. Speaker, the establishment of the License Center is just one part of a larger effort to ensure that health, safety, and prosperity of our community is maximized. Mr. Speaker, I am committed to seeing this project through and ensuring that the people of the South have the facilities they deserve. Mr. Speaker, on July 1st, disaster struck. Mr. Speaker, that's when we had Beryl, Hurricane Beryl. When disaster struck, it was clear that our community, our island, needed more than just words of comfort. Mr. Speaker, we needed action, support, and unity. Mr. Speaker, and that is exactly what we saw from this administration and our Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, what motivated me was the outpouring of love, selflessness, and solidarity from our people who came together to assist. Mr. Speaker, to all the volunteers who joined in the efforts to clean up after the storm, I want to extend my deepest thanks. Mr. Speaker, whether you help clear debris, clean homes, or provide support in any way, Mr. Speaker, I just want to tell them that the action made a difference in the lives of those who were affected. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank everyone who assisted the people of St. Patrick and St. Mark. Mr. Speaker, those communities were mostly affected, and they faced challenges during the aftermath of Beryl a lot. Mr. Speaker, furthermore, I must acknowledge the remarkable individuals who went above and beyond by traveling to Carriacou every weekend to assist with the cleaning and restoration efforts. Mr. Speaker, to those who did so, I want to say to them that you didn't just give your time, but you gave a piece of your heart to restore what was lost. Mr. Speaker, this is more than just an act of service. When we witnessed, or what we witnessed, was the love for country and the love for our brothers and sisters, Mr. Speaker. It is a reminder that as a people we stand together in times of difficulty. Mr. Speaker, it is proof in Grenada that we are our brother's keeper. We rise to the occasion and we support each other and we ensure that no one is left behind. Even Peter. Mr. Speaker, on the behalf of the government and people of the South, I want to say thank you. Thank you for showing what true community spirit looks like. Thank you for making our country proud, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, together we are stronger when we are together, and we will continue to rebuild and restore as we move forward. Mr. Speaker, I remember it vividly. I was sitting at the airport in Carriacou after Hurricane Beryl passed, witnessing the devastation that the storm had left in its wake, but rather feeling despair, Mr. Speaker. I was filled with a sense of purpose, and I thought, how can we build not just houses, but something more? Something that will stand the test of time. Something that will protect families for generations to come. It was as if the answer came to me through divine intervention. Because, as fate would have it, an engineer was sitting right beside me. Mr. Speaker, together, we began to discuss how we could create a solution, a design that would be more durable to withstand the forces of nature. It was right there, in that moment, Mr. Speaker, that the concept of Build Back Better was born. Mr. Speaker, we envisioned a structure that combined the warmth of a boathouse with the strength and resilience of a concrete frame. We propose a parapet roof, Mr. Speaker, that will make it hurricane resistant. One that will protect families when the winds came howling and the rains poured down. Mr. Speaker, we knew it wouldn't be easy, but we also knew it was necessary. Mr. Speaker, despite the challenges of land and title issues and a shortage of labor, Mr. Speaker, we press forward. Mr. Speaker, and here we are today, having completed, Mr. Speaker, and in construction, almost completed, Mr. Speaker, or a near completion of 98 houses, Mr. Speaker, that stands as a testimony or a testament to the success of this vision. Mr. Speaker, but that's not all. We are also able to repair 46 homes, giving those families the shelter they need and the peace of mind they deserve. Mr. Speaker, through the Build Back Better, we have created more than just homes. We have created opportunities. Over 50 contractors, including builders, painters, plumbers, electricians, have been employed and given the chance to work, contribute, and support their families. Mr. Speaker, but more than that, we have given them an opportunity to grow. Mr. Speaker, by working closely with financial institutions, we are not just building houses, we are empowering contractors to become business owners. Mr. Speaker, they are learning how to attach themselves to financing options that will help them grow their own businesses, build their own legacies, and contribute to the economy in a new and sustainable way. Mr. Speaker, Build Back Better is not just about construction. It's about rebuilding lives, creating jobs, and providing a brighter future for all of us. It's about resilience, it's about strength, and most importantly, it's about community. Mr. Speaker, as we move forward, we continue to face challenges, but with each challenge, we also find new solutions. Mr. Speaker, and together, we will keep building back stronger, more resilient, and more united than ever before. Mr. Speaker, we are our brother's keeper. And at this time, Mr. Speaker, it's all about love. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to publicly, at this time, Mr. Speaker, show my willingness to offer my support, Mr. Speaker, to the NMP to build back the house even stronger. Mr. Speaker, but the first issue is this. Build Back Better needs 9 pillars. Mr. Speaker, they only have 4. Mr. Speaker, well, not 4, say 3.5 because one is kind of urged already. Mr. Speaker, as a caring administration, we want to tell the other side that they can count on us for advice, for support, in whatever way you can, Mr. Speaker. And I see my friend Dr. Modesta smiling away. You're welcome. Mr. Speaker, my government believes that investing in recreational and community spaces, it can contribute to positive social experiences, promoting team building, collaboration, and of course promoting active lifestyles through sporting and playful activities. This is why, Mr. Speaker, we have invested over $500,000 to assist with the repairs of 9 basketball courts throughout the island. Mr. Speaker, repairs such as court resurfacing, installation of basketball uprights, electrical works, and painting were done to the following basketball courts: Marquis, St. David, Cherry Hill, Grandance, Montmorris, Willis, Boca, River Road, Monjaloo, and SAS. Mr. Speaker, we did this after approximately 3 years in office. Mr. Speaker, in addition to basketball courts, the ministry plans to invest in play parks throughout various rural communities, teaming up with the Ministry of Youth and Sports. Mr. Speaker, we started collaboration in the St. Andrew to see the realization of a play park at Pearls. To date, the government of Grenada has invested over $195,000 in this park and envisioned its completion in the first quarter of this year. Mr. Speaker, under the Visible Transformation Project, otherwise referred to as the VTP, the MIT has collaborated with key stakeholders, including the Ministry of Health, the Royal Grenada Police Force, Grenada Solid Waste Management Authority, and Planning and Development Authority to tag over 400 vehicles throughout Grenada, and plans to ramp up collection this year to improve not only the aesthetics, but community health and reduce traffic obstruction on our roadways. Mr. Speaker, according to the data from Solid Waste for the year 2024, 456 vehicles were collected. Mr. Speaker, this year, the derelict program has resumed, and a total of 132 vehicles have already been tagged in the parish of St. Patrick's. Mr. Speaker, I must encourage at this point our citizens to be more responsible in their efforts and to keep our community clean. Mr. Speaker, this is a good time once again for us to remember why MIT was set up. Mr. Speaker, the MIT was set up to accelerate the implementation of government projects. The MIT was set up to bring an end to the state of affairs in which badly needed projects were stuck in the pipeline. MIT was set up to unblock the pipeline, Mr. Speaker. And as stated before, the people of Grenada were facing the prospect of losing millions of dollars in development aid that were already committed to the state of Grenada, but were going to be lost due to the incompetence of the previous administration. Mr. Speaker, today, I stand on the record of my ministry. Mr. Speaker, we have acted in a productive and collaborative way with other government ministries and agencies, not just to rescue projects that were at risk, but also to accelerate their implementation. Mr. Speaker, I have the privilege of working with a team of talented, dedicated, and patriotic Grenadians. Mr. Speaker, I have to repeat that line. I have the privilege of working with a team of talented, dedicated, and patriotic Grenadians. We are a small group, Mr. Speaker, a small group. But guess what? But we are punching above our weight. Mr. Speaker, every day we wake up with a deep, renewed sense of urgency to do something meaningful to improve the lives of the people of our country. Mr. Speaker, we come to work with a deep and renewed sense of urgency to shorten delivery times and deliver real help whether it is housing, health, infrastructure, or other areas. As a ministry, we are aware that as a result of our performance, we have been given more work to do. We welcome the challenge, and we are taking steps to expand our capacity with increased training in project management as well as fast-tracking project implementation. Mr. Speaker, in the coming year, we will improve our ability to compress timelines without adding extra costs. In cases where implementation schedules need to be reconfigured, we will do so. Our work will be guided by 3 words: efficiency, efficiency, and efficiency. Mr. Speaker, being given the mandate to be the driver for increased, effective, and efficient project, program, and policy implementation, we remain steadfast in our commitment to elevate through these mediums the quality of life for the citizens of Grenada. Mr. Speaker, when MIT wins, Grenada wins. Mr. Speaker, if you look at this year's budget, you will see MIT were given approximately 6 World Bank projects. And they did not start with us. But again, Mr. Speaker, this is a mandate of MIT. Mr. Speaker, one of the projects is the UBEC project that is unleashing the blue economy to strengthen the enabling environment for the blue economy, economic recovery and resilience of selected coastal assets. Mr. Speaker, we also have a project called the OECS Regional Health Project, which, Mr. Speaker, will enable us to help our primary healthcare facilities to boost their capacity. Mr. Speaker, another project is called the Data for Decision-Making Project, which is designed to enhance the statistical systems of government within the OECS. Mr. Speaker, another project is one called the GRIP, which is Grenada Resilience Improvement Project. It is financed by the World Bank, and you're talking about approximately $15 million US. Mr. Speaker, that project entails improving the coastline of Maki and Soubise. Also, Mr. Speaker, when you have heavy rainfall, the Balthazar Bridge always floods. This project, Mr. Speaker, will be addressing the issue at the Balthazar Bridge. Mr. Speaker, we have made progress so that work can start on that bridge in October of this year. Mr. Speaker, you also have the OECS Regional Tourism Project. That is a project at Fort George, Mr. Speaker. Again, that project was on the book since August of 2017, and there was no implementation. Mr. Speaker, I want to beg you for five extra minutes. 10? No, 5 extra after the 10. I'm begging now.
No, please finish your 10 and come back to me.
No problem. Mr. Speaker, let me just make the point that the last 2 budget debates I finished early, so I should be given. But, Mr. Speaker, the project at Fort George was on the book since August of 2017, and nothing was done. Mr. Speaker, it took this administration to move this project. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, there was someone who was involved with the other administration side, and we all had a meeting. And they said the reason why this project did not move is because the previous administration said that this project cannot be done. Mr. Speaker, what we did, we brought all the players together, and we discussed how to move it forward. And Mr. Speaker, today, we are talking about this project being ending in June or September of this year. Mr. Speaker, I just want to make a point, Mr. Speaker, because I see the opposition. I know we are having some talks, and I see they attacking MIT left, right, and center, Mr. Speaker. But I don't think they understand the concept of MIT, Mr. Speaker. The same way, Mr. Speaker, last year I can remember you was talking about equity and so, Mr. Speaker. And when you hear they get them to talk, I say to myself, these people do not even understand what equity means. Mr. Speaker, the same way, Mr. Speaker, they are coming in Parliament, but they came yesterday. And Mr. Speaker, they don't even understand what it means when we talk about a current account surplus. Mr. Speaker, they said it means nothing. Let me just drink some water and then. Mr. Speaker, let me break it down in the simplest form because I want them to listen and understand. And when they come back to the House, Mr. Speaker, make more sense. My teacher in SGU was one by the name, I don't know if you all know him, Lennox Andrews, and they call him Toes. But Mr. Speaker, imagine you're working for $3,000, Mr. Speaker. That's your income. Imagine your expense, your rent, your groceries also, Mr. Speaker. Your expense is $1,000. That's your expenditure. So, Mr. Speaker, your surplus is your revenue minus your expenditure. That's it. Right? So let me tell you, your revenue or your surplus is now $2,000. 3 minus 1, $2,000. So, Mr. Speaker, let's say over the years you accumulate some surplus. Let's say about $40,000 in the bank. But then you want to buy a vehicle for $50,000. Mr. Speaker, will you go and take all the money in the bank and scrape it up to buy the vehicle? No, Mr. Speaker. What you will do, you say, here what? Let me take a loan to buy the vehicle. Mr. Speaker, the vehicle is called a capital expenditure, or what we call CapEx in the budget, Mr. Speaker. Let's go again. So, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the overall deficit, let me tell you what we're talking about. 3,000 minus 1,000 give you 2,000. And if you take the vehicle into consideration, which is the capital expenditure of 50,000, you will get 48,000 deficit. But Mr. Speaker, your surplus shows your ability to pay. If you go for a loan in the bank and you cannot pay, you will not get the loan. Mr. Speaker, deficit budget. Let's look at deficit budget before grants, Mr. Speaker. In 2015, your deficit of $250 million. In 2017, your deficit of $96.8 million. In 2020, a deficit of $72 million. In 2021, a deficit of $281 million. In 2023, a deficit of $273 million. Mr. Speaker, you wouldn't know that, or the public wouldn't know that because at that time you had no opposition. Mr. Speaker, the same way, Mr. Speaker, they are good talkers, eh? If you know, and they follow them blindly, they will lead you astray. The same way, Mr. Speaker, the same group of people was trying to convince workers not to accept the minimum wage. Mr. Speaker, people were working for $700 and $800 a month doing an 8-hour shift. Are you convincing them not to accept an increase in salary? Why? If you take it, what will happen? Workers go lay off. All kind of scare tactics. Mr. Speaker, the minimum wage was passed. What happened? Let's go again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these are the same people that voted against stiffer penalties for firearm offenders. Mr. Speaker, these people say that they have safer hands, Mr. Speaker, and they quote scripture every day. Mr. Speaker, they come to Parliament and sit down and listen, and they're quoting this and that and this and all kind of things, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I don't know. Mr. Speaker, when we came into office, we saw a number of roads given to one specific contractor. Mr. Speaker, those roads are called feeder roads. Mr. Speaker, tell me when Library Road is a feeder road. Tell me when Willis Road is a feeder road. Anyway, let's go, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I get to what, tell me. I was trying to take it easy. Mr. Speaker, when everyone bid for a road, about 60 million in the 60s, because that was the ceiling, and so the Ministry of Infrastructure at the time did, their own costing. One company, Mr. Speaker, bid $46.8 million, and they were awarded the contract. Mr. Speaker, you need no cabinet conclusion for that. You know right? Mr. Speaker, 6 months after, the contract amount moved from $46.8 million to $89 million. Mr. Speaker, how? I don't know. Mr. Speaker, these roads included the Willis Road and a number of roads, Library Road too. Mr. Speaker, so when I see them now playing politics with the Willis Road, Mr. Speaker, I say, according to the Calypsonian beast, oh Lord, wolves in sheep clothing. Mr. Speaker, I remember in 2021, and I'm glad my friend Dr. Modest come. You come just in time. Because I remember Dr. Modest was hunting this little hotspot boy. Call us like children. We know budget. Right? But today, you see us teaching you.
Honorable MP, I wish you advise that you don't call names.
No problem.
We fought 2 members by the constituencies.
Okay, well, the MP of St. Mark. Mr. Speaker, the MP of St. Mark was hunting me down, sending me email after 3 in the morning because she wanted to know what to remove the VAT on, Mr. Speaker. So they came to me in 2021 to find out what to remove VAT on, to come in budget, to pass it in budget, Mr. Speaker. So let me tell you, and you can see for yourself. Yeah, you think this, that. My biggest seller in hotspot was saltfish. VAT was removed on saltfish. Cheese, cheese. Oil, Mr. Speaker. Turkey wings, split peas, Mr. Speaker. Those items came from me. So, Mr. Speaker, we were contributing to the budget long before we were in government. Mr. Speaker, let me make this point again. I thank our Prime Minister for the $10,000 in parliamentary allowance. But, Mr. Speaker, if you notice, we know it could be more. But not one member, Mr. Speaker, on the opposition side spoke anything about what they did for the communities. Mr. Speaker, as a matter of fact, when people go to them, you know what is being said? Oh, they are not in office. So go to the people who are in office. Mr. Speaker, everyone is getting the same allowance. Mr. Speaker, I hear people, except the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I hear people with laptops, with groceries, with gas, with doctor bills, Mr. Speaker, all the time. Mr. Speaker, and that is because my heart is for the people of my constituency and Grenada. Mr. Speaker, MIT started with only $1.89 million at 2022 budget for 2023. Mr. Speaker, today, MIT, 2 years later, our approved budget in 2025 is $47 million. Mr. Speaker, do you know why? Because the reward for good work is more work. Mr. Speaker, I cannot leave here today without saying that we continue to deliver on our campaign promises. Just to name a few. Mr. Speaker, the paying of the pension, check. Mr. Speaker, bi-monthly salary payment, which they say, Mr. Speaker, couldn't be done, check. Mr. Speaker, national minimum wage, check. Mr. Speaker, free education to TAMCC and ULO, check. Mr. Speaker, cost-effective travel between Grenada and Carriacou, check. Mr. Speaker, the establishment of the creative economy, check. Mr. Speaker, and for 2025, let me just name a few, because the way when they're talking, it might kind of get lost because you might kind of suck into what they're saying, which is not true. Mr. Speaker, 4.1% increase in GDP, check. $1.6 million investment in geothermal and solar upgrades, check. $10 million for Project 500, check. $50 million for this housing soft loan program, check. $23.6 million for healthcare, check. Mr. Speaker, time check. Can I get 5 more minutes? Mr. Speaker.
Honorable MP, 5 more minutes is granted.
No problem. Mr. Speaker, $36.9 million for the blue economy, check. Mr. Speaker, $44 million for Carriacou and Petite Martinique. Check. Mr. Speaker, $32 million for agriculture. Check. Mr. Speaker, $183 million for education. Check. Mr. Speaker, $1.5 million for free tuition program. Check. 147 houses under construction under Build Back Better. Check. Million in concessions for family. Check. Millions for support for farmers. Check. New police headquarters. Check. And not forgetting the police officers who protect us every day. Check.
Pay and grade, check.
Pay and grade? Check. Mr. Speaker, and honorable members of the House, the budget we laid before you is not merely a collection of numbers. It represented our unwavering commitment to the people of Grenada. Mr. Speaker, as we embark on this transformative journey, we all call upon our citizens and partners to join with us in the pursuit of this vision, ensuring that our collective efforts lead to meaningful outcomes for our communities. Together, let us continue to forge a pathway towards sustained national development that echoes with the hopes and dreams of every Grenadian. Mr. Speaker, this is our time, a time for transformation, a time to build a brighter and more prosperous Grenada for all. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for allowing me, Mr. Speaker, to present in this House today. I want to take this opportunity to thank my parliamentary staff for all their hard work. Mr. Speaker, I'm getting emotional now. Mr. Speaker, my MIT staff, Mr. Speaker, because they all go beyond the call of duty. Mr. Speaker, when you work with me, you can work with anybody else. Because I will call you 2, 3 in the morning once I know you're up. And Mr. Speaker, these people, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, they are not doing it for money. They are doing it for the love. And even though I get the praise at times, because when they say MIT, they think it's Andy. Even though I get the praise at times, Mr. Speaker, it is the wonderful staff that I have that contribute to my success and our government's success. So thank you very much.
Thank you to Honorable Member for the South of St. George. I think we have come to the point. By my watch, it's 25 minutes gone past 1. So we are going to take the lunch break here. I propose. And we resume back in this House 1 hour later to hopefully complete the presentations and debate in the House. This House now is in recess for lunch. Deal of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning to everyone.
Morning.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the minutes of the proceedings of a sitting of the House of Representatives held at Parliament Chamber, Mount Weldale, St. George's, on Tuesday, the 4th of June, 2024, at 9 a.m., be taken as read.
Thank you, honorable members. The question is that the minutes of the proceedings of a sitting of the House of Representatives held at the Parliament Chamber, Mount Weldale, St. George's, on Tuesday, the 4th June, 2024, at 9 a.m., be taken as read. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it. Deal of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the confirmation of the minutes of the proceedings of a sitting of the House of Representatives held at Parliament Chamber, Mount Weldale, St. George's, on Tuesday, the 4th of June, 2024, at 9 a.m.
Honorable members, the question is that the minutes of the proceedings of a sitting of the House of Representatives held at Parliament Chamber, Mount Weldale, St. George's, on Tuesday, the 4th June, 2024, at 9 a.m. be confirmed. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Item 5, messages from the Governor General. Item 6, announcements by Mr. Speaker.
All right, morning, honorable members. I'm informed that Honorable Kate Lewis and Honorable Emlyn Pierre have functions to do at some graduations today and will be joining us late. I learned from Honorable Emlyn Pierre that she has to do the fifth-year address. And I was just advised as well that the Honorable Leader of the Opposition will be late. He has some traffic challenges, and as such, will be joining us late. I have in my possession correspondence from the Parliament of the Americas informing us that the Parliament of Grenada, in collaboration with the Pan-Americas, will be hosting a workshop here in Grenada on July 9th. It is a half-day workshop from 9 to 12:30, and it is geared for all parliamentarians, present parliamentarians. On a very similar note, the Parliament of the Americas are holding on July 2nd a virtual meeting tying the threads together. July the 2nd from 4 to 6 p.m., tying the threads together. And I would encourage all MPs, because this is for MPs. I find it to be very interesting, tying the threads together. It's a virtual meeting. The link would be provided, and I encourage all MPs to log on and see what's like. These are my announcements.
Item 7, presentation of petitions. Item 8, presentation of papers and reports from select committees. Item 9, unopposed private business. Item 10, questions.
No. Go ahead.
Item 11, urgent questions on the provisions of Standing Order number 20, subsection 1, notice of questions. Item 12, statement by ministers.
Proceed. I've not seen anybody.
Item 13, personal explanations. Item 14, motions. Item 15, bills.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the second reading. I beg to move the second reading for a bill for an act shortly entitled Firearms Amendment Bill Number 2, 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader of Government Business. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill, the Firearms Amendment Bill Number 2 of 2024, is probably the single most important bill that this government will pass for this year, as it relates to saving the lives and protecting property nationally. This bill, Mr. Speaker, is geared towards curbing the proliferation of crime that has been raising its ugly head and showing its unpleasant face in Grenada, affecting our young men and women. Mr. Speaker, you will recall that this Parliament approved an amnesty, firearms amnesty, Mr. Speaker, which spanned the period 1st of May 2024, and which is due to expire at midnight on the 30th day of July 2024. This bill, which is being presented this morning, Mr. Speaker, will take up from where the amnesty ends. And so it is seeking, Mr. Speaker, to implement stringent penalties for persons who find themselves on the other side of the law in respect to the possession of firearm and ammunition. So, Speaker, to give legal effect to the conditions which were laid down, Mr. Speaker, in the amnesty, this bill seeks to amend Section 2, 4, 5, 9 to 17, 19 to 26, 35, 36, 41, 45, and 53 of the Firearms Act, Chapter 105, which is the Principal Act. Just by saying this alone, Mr. Speaker, you would recognize that sweeping changes have been made to the Principal Act, all of which create firearm-related offenses save and except Section 2, to increase the penalties in respect of the commission of each firearm-related offense. Some of the offenses will now include, Mr. Speaker, mandatory prison sentences and stringent fines. For penalties, Mr. Speaker, is where prohibition of weapon, restricted weapons, or restricted ammunition are used to commit specific offenses under the Principal Act. This bill, Mr. Speaker, seeks also to amend Section 20 of the Principal Act to create separate and specific offense of unlawful possession of firearm or ammunition by a person who was a holder of a license, a certificate or permit issued under the Act. And in which case, those certificates, license, or permit have either expired, lapsed, or otherwise become invalid. The penalty for this separate offense is a fine of $3,000 and imprisonment of 6 months. Section 2, subsection 2 of that section, Mr. Speaker, provides an exception where a person may have in his or her possession a firearm or ammunition for the purpose of surrendering that firearm or ammunition on behalf of another person during the amnesty period. And subsection 3 sets out the specific circumstances under which a person will be deemed to be in possession of a firearm or ammunition for the purpose of offense under this section. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill contains some 28 clauses. I will seek to sort of summarize. But Clause 1, Mr. Speaker, speaks to the short title and also the effective date on which this bill becomes effective. The effective date, Mr. Speaker, will be July 30th, 2024, immediately on the expiration of the amnesty. So this bill, Mr. Speaker, will kick in immediately after expiration. Excuse me. Clause 2, Mr. Speaker, seeks to provide for the application of the Act to legal proceedings instituted on or after the date of its commencement. Clause 3 speaks to imitation firearm. Clause 4, Mr. Speaker, seeks to amend Section 4 of the Principal Act to increase the penalties for the offense of unlawful importation, exportation, or transshipment of firearm and ammunition. Clause 5, Mr. Speaker, amends Section 5 of the Principal Act to increase the penalty of the offense of failing to make a declaration of firearms and ammunition or making a false declaration to a fine of some $50,000 and to imprisonment for a period of 1 year. Clause 6, Mr. Speaker, amends Section 9 of the Principal Act, and again seeks to increase the penalty for the offense of manufacturing or dealing in firearm, ammunition, or except in accordance with the terms of a firearm manufacturer license or firearm dealer license. Clause 7, Mr. Speaker. Excuse me. 10 of the increasing the penalty, Mr. Speaker, for the offense of unlawful acquisition or disposal of firearms and ammunition to imprisonment for a period not less than 10 years and not more than 20 years on summary conviction, and to imprisonment for not less than 15 years and not more than 40 years on conviction on indictment. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill, Mr. Speaker, underscores the seriousness of the possession of these illegal weapons. To prove, Mr. Speaker. Clause 9, again amending the Principal Act, speaks to the offense of manufacturing and dealing in firearms or ammunition elsewhere or other than in that place specified to be a licensed place, a place where it not to be fondling with, playing with, repairing or fixing, in local parlance, Mr. Speaker, these illegal weapons. If you found in possession of these weapons, whether they are functional, properly functional, or whether, as we say in local terms, they spoil and they do good, whatever the case is, Mr. Speaker, if you found in possession of these weapons, you are going to be so penalized by law. Clause 11, Mr. Speaker, speaks to the offense of accepting the delivery of the weapon. A fine, Mr. Speaker, of some $50,000 or imprisonment, and to imprisonment, Mr. Speaker, not or, and to imprisonment for a period of 1 year. Clause 12, Mr. Speaker. Again, amending the Principal Act to increase the penalty for the offense of converting into a prohibited weapon anything which is not a prohibited weapon to imprisonment for a period of 5 years. So if you found trying to convert something else into this weapon, again, Mr. Speaker, same penalty. Same penalty applies. This bill, Mr. Speaker, is saying to the general public that a life of crime is not a path to walk. We encourage our young men and women to find useful, beneficial careers, trades, learn a skill, do something with your hands, utilize your brain for good and beneficial purposes which will contribute to national development and a better life. Because you see, Mr. Speaker, when our youths get hooked up with crime and they get involved in this thing, it is difficult, first and foremost, to come out of it. And secondly, these weapons end the lives for young people prematurely. There are no second chances with this thing. And so we have to ensure, Mr. Speaker, as a responsible government, that we do all in our power to protect every single citizen. We cannot sit back and say, well, let them kill out one another. These are our children, our sons and our daughters. These are our brothers. Yes, Mr. Speaker, our brothers and sisters. So, Mr. Speaker, clause 13. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, I get a little chuckle from the other side. Well, you know, Mr. Speaker, this bill will actually create some employment, you know. A little business is going to come out from this. Because those who did not surrender and seek to use or even found with or try to repair, as long as they are found with this weapon, Mr. Speaker, they will find themselves having to pay hefty fines. And so they would need proper representation. And Mr. Speaker, I am sure that there is proper representation to be obtained. Mr. Speaker, the failing to display, clause 13, I think I need to. So, Mr. Speaker, clause 13 seeks to amend section 16 of the Principal Act to increase the penalty for the offense of failing to display a notice of license. You know, we smart Grenadians, Mr. Speaker, we would say, well, I mean, I have the license, and expect the officer to walk away. But, Mr. Speaker, there's also an offense. If you fail to display your license, if you're licensed to trade or licensed to repair or fix the firearms, you must display that license properly. Yeah? And so failing to display such license would attract a penalty of some $3,000 and to imprisonment for a period of 1 month. This is serious, Mr. Speaker. Clause 14 seeks to amend Section 17 of the Principal Act to increase the penalty of the offense of failing to keep a register of transactions, unknowingly making a false entry into the register, to a fine of $50,000 and to imprisonment of 1 year. So, Mr. Speaker, for us to understand this. Clause 14, Mr. Speaker, is saying, if you are trading, repairing, or otherwise licensed to treat with these firearms in that way, one must keep a proper register of not some, but all transactions. And it must be truthful information. So when the inspectorate review what has been happening, they can have proper information on which to make their decision. Mr. Speaker, it is very important for us to construct an orderly, decent, and crime-free society. Grenada, within the OECS region, has been known to be one of the most peaceful, safe, and secure countries within this region. And we must keep it so. That is why, Mr. Speaker, we have so much visitors on an annual basis coming to our shores. That is why we have so many yachts plying these parts. The average citizen, Mr. Speaker, if they forget the house lock, doesn't necessarily have to race back home to lock up, or the vehicles for that matter, because by and large, Grenada is still very safe, and by and large, free from some of these dangerous crimes. Thank you. I need a little of that sometimes, you know. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, it is important for us, if we have to transition from where we are into this wonderful, prosperous nation, we cannot do so when we fear for our lives. Investors must be free to come in, invest. Our local people must be free to invest without the fear of a sudden knock on the door. We don't want to get to a state where our citizens are being kidnapped and ransom has to be paid and all of these things. We do not want to get to a state, Mr. Speaker, where a police force is afraid to go into certain sections of this country. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, this bill by itself, we recognize that just passing a bill cannot solve the problem. But this, Mr. Speaker, lines up with a number of initiatives being taken by the police force and the Minister for National Security, who is our Prime Minister, to secure our country. And Mr. Speaker, I am certain that he will speak to some of these when he comes. So I don't want to steal his thunder. Mr. Speaker, Clause 15. Amend Section 19 of the Principal Act to increase the penalty for the offense of taking in a pawn shop or or ammunition to a fine of $50,000. So, Mr. Speaker, those who want to trade in these illegal weapons, arms and ammunition, should first have a security deposit of $50,000. Because when they're caught, that is what they have to pay. And I know this is not little money. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this because this bill is serious. Because the ending of the lives of our citizens is serious. And when we recognize that our young men are killing each other and ending in the jail. One Calypsonian some years ago said a song to the effect, the grave, the jail, and the hospital. I can't remember if it was a Talpri. Three things he's not afraid of. Thank you for it. I'm not too good at that side of life, but three things he's not afraid of: the grave, the jail, and the hospital. So I'm told this morning. And we'll add another one, seemingly firearms. Look at what happens, Mr. Speaker. If our young men really adopt this, not afraid of the grave, ending one's life, the jail, and the hospital, and firearms, let us ponder on this. Where are we going to end up? Where our young men are going to end? We are going to have a society of a significant deficit in our male population. We cannot afford for sons and our daughters to end like this. So, Mr. Speaker, Clause 16, moving on, seeks to amend Section 20 of the Principal Act
Pray be seated. This Honorable House now resumes. All right, I trust everyone had an enjoyable lunch and that we come back here fully energized to complete the session today. I now invite the Honorable MP for St. Mark to take the floor and make her contribution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just wish to say good afternoon to everyone within the chamber and further afield, and those listening online. Good afternoon to all. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my comments on the estimates of revenues and expenditure as presented by the Minister for Finance. But, Mr. Speaker, before I do, I beg your permission to extend congratulations and commendations to Honorable Emmeline Peer, who has ascended to the position of political leader. And I also want to commend and congratulate her on her sterling presentation of a response, very appropriate response to the budget as presented. It would also be remiss of me if I did not do a similar commendation to the member for St. Andrew Northeast on a very excellent presentation, Mr. Speaker. And in the wake of International Women's Day, which was just a few days ago, again permit me to commend these two ladies of quality and of class, and for what they have done, not only for this chamber and among us, but for persons listening throughout the trial and state and further afield. My commendations. I am proud of my sisters. Mr. Speaker, the speaker before me made some comments, and I will only say that I will not dignify those comments to make a direct response. I really feel that they are beneath me. I would only suffice it to say that those without character always seek to destroy the good character that they see in us. Mr. Speaker, I heard and read some accuracies in the budget presentation, as well as in the debate, and I would therefore, in my presentation, seek to debunk them and to set the record straight. The member for St. Patrick West spoke about numbers, 23 years in office, 20-what years in office, whatever number in office. And Mr. Speaker, I want to state an undeniable fact that regardless to the number of years, NNP in administration has done a phenomenal amount of work in Grenada. And persons can sit and feel, in the next 20 years, I'm going to do everything in Grenada. But those of us with some measure of experience, Mr. Speaker, I have looked back at photos, and I have seen where we upgraded and repaired a building. And in a few years, in some years subsequently, they need to be redone again, or a new one needs to come. And so the perfect ones who are going to fix everything in the period, I dare you to do that in the period that NNP in administration has achieved, I beg you to even think, I dare you to even think of achieving the phenomena that we on this side achieved in office, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to name a few, lest we forget, and to remind
When I came into office, there was a project on my side, the Western Corridor, Western Main Road, a huge undertaking years ago. And that work was done by a company called CCC. It was the Western Main Road and the Eastern Main Road. And the Western Main Road, we all know that it's near to the coast, and that sometimes the seas can get very turbulent, very rough, and the seas used to come onto the road. So persons had to wait between waves to navigate certain areas. And when the new National Party, led, I wasn't in government then, by Dr. the Right Honorable Keith Claudius Mitchell, under his leadership, took on that project, Sea Defense, to date, even a child can walk across there without being molested. And I want to cite a place called, it's pronounced Lassos, but it's a French thing spelled like Larissos. Waltham, River Sally, and Dunpearl, the Fallage area, all those were areas where every time the seas got high, the sea used to undermine the road, and there used to be large holes and breakage. And for years, we have not seen that, Mr. Speaker. And I consider that a great achievement by the new National Party. That project also included widening of bridges, because then as children, what we knew was a one-way. One vehicle had to stop on the other side and one, and the main bridge into Victoria at this time has dual carriage, Mr. Speaker, because of the work of the new National Party in office, Mr. Speaker. And until recent times, the Eastern Main Road was acclaimed to be one of the best roads, best kept roads, best constructed, but it seemed to withstand the ravages of the traffic and all of that, one of the best roads. But now, with the demise of road maintenance in Grenada, it is probably like all of the other roads in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Mr. Speaker, who can forget, and somebody on our side would have mentioned it, the cricket stadium. Now, that is nothing to some people. And even though they talk about sports and sports tourism, the stadium is not important. I don't know where else would you go for it. Maybe there are other stadia or stadiums that are coming for it. For the moment, the Queen's Park Stadium, the cricket stadium, and the athletic stadium, these are the best on the islands at this time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, it's one thing to look into a budget presentation and to tick off 50 million, check, 20 million, check. Anybody could do that. Even a baby could do that. But when we look at the results of what we call the outturn, and those who know economics, and I don't know much, but on one column you see approved estimate for 2024, 2023. And then on the other side, you see the allocated outturn, what was spent, in other words, in simple layman's language. And in many instances, what was spent is millions less than what was allocated. And so, I don't know, the economists would have a terminology for it, but if you get a big money, you get 40 million and you spend 10. You know, what you checking at? What is the glory in this? Instead of that, we should be commiserating, wondering, you know, giving some kind of support to those people who think that that is a big achievement, to have monies allocated and do practically nothing with it. And I will substantiate in this document, Mr. Speaker, as we go along. Mr. Speaker, we hear talk about Hurricane Beryl, as though it's the worst disaster that hit Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. And for the people in Carriacou and Petite Martinique, it is the worst disaster. Because when Ivan hit us, they were not as, you know, as fully hit as or impacted as the mainland. And so for them, we can understand why they feel it, because a significant percentage of the homes and whatever they had, their worth was destroyed. But we in Grenada on the mainland, we know what happened, Mr. Speaker. Grenada was decimated, flat down to the ground. 200% I'm being told. Is that out of our GDP? 200% of our GDP. I recall we had to get to St. George's and we had to go all up Soubise and those kind of areas to get to St. George's because that chunk of road between Fontenay and Cherry Hill, that was completely washed away by Hurricane Ivan. And there was no vehicular traffic and people were worrying to see how will the trucks from Grand Mall with the fuel get to the airport, for example? How will planes come? How will they refuel? And all of that. And this man, Dr. the Right Honorable Keith Claudius Mitchell, some may hate him, some may dislike him. But I have extreme pride for that man and respect because I see how he rallied his troops together and got Team NNP working, Mr. Speaker. And in no time, that road became motorable between Fontenoy. I don't know if everybody who lives, well, maybe everybody may not know, but as you leave Queen's Park going down to Fontenoy, that road was non-existent. And in no time, he rallied people. So at that time, Mr. Speaker, there was no CRIFT insurance. That is now with Beryl because of NNP's intuition to do that. And any attempt to discredit in any way, I say shame on those who are seeking to do that, Mr. Speaker. So there was no CRIFT. There was no billions in the Citizenship by Investment Program. We didn't have, and I stand corrected, and the then Minister of Finance could correct me on that, but I don't know that there was over $500 million in a pregnant treasury to work with. Mr. Speaker, and without that, I saw Team NNP galvanized into action. The then Prime Minister got a team of competent people, not wild spending of money and taking everybody, every colleague, every activist on a joyride. Got some serious-minded technical people, and they went out of Grenada. I don't know if Dr. Mitchell remembers that, but he should. Went out of Grenada and sought support for the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. And so now what we enjoy today, and what we speak about with so much derision as though it's not important, that brought Grenada back on track. And even with a second hurricane, Emily, we were able to. And I remember the same Prime Minister being invited in several high-level forums. People were amazed, wondering, how did Grenada do it, this little country? Similar to how people were amazed at how we did it with COVID. And we must not forget these things, because we will teach persons to disregard their history. And if you disregard your history, you stand a serious risk of messing up the future as well. So, Mr. Speaker, we have enough behind us to be proud and to stand tall regardless to what is being said. Mr. Speaker, there are many other things, many other projects that were done. I am proud, we don't call it big name project, Polaris project, this, everything is a project. But we have done a lot with young people. And you can't take on all. And even when you take on the numbers you take on, you would not have 100% successes. But I am satisfied when I see, and all they could talk about is the negative on the Imanis. But I have seen the positive. I have seen managers in the hotel sector pulling their weight along those who have trained among the best. I have seen persons get into their own business, entrepreneurs. Persons got through that program opportunities to go to tertiary education, to become nurses, to become even doctors, whatever. And so the Imani program opened the skies for young people. so that they could see that the sky was the limit and they can push themselves to achieve whatever they want to achieve. Mr. Speaker, I am well aware that there are some strategic focus areas that the government has repeatedly put up. I am also well aware that from Budget 2023, Budget 2024, Budget 2025, we have a recurring decimal, the same thing over and over and over that they have not achieved in the 3.5 years. So when we talk about others and we point at them, remember, a lot of fingers are pointing back at us. And that is for all of us. Mr. Speaker, going through my documents, I came up with this. And I know that these things happened, and I couldn't remember, and this is Exhibit A, Mr. Speaker, that I can have available. That's a document from a magazine from the Ministry of Finance during my time. And I just want to remind us that in 1997, the then Prime Minister, Dr. the Right Honorable Keith Mitchell, visited Cuba. And relationships were resumed with Cuba because I don't want to go through the long story, but after the revolution, relationships were broken. And again, it took a visionary leader to go back to Cuba and to face a disappointing Castro, Fidel Castro, Ruz. And then, Mr. Speaker, in 1998, 1 year, perhaps even less than that, we had a visit to Grenada by His Excellency, Fidel Castro Ruz, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Mitchell went there and brought him in. And subsequently, in 2014, another visit was made by the again then Prime Minister, and I was fortunate to be at that meeting. But we went to that meeting and we spoke to the leader there, but we went with a list in our hands. We knew what we wanted for healthcare. We knew what we wanted for education, and they sent persons in healthcare, human resource development, agriculture, works, sports. I think Grenada benefited in swimming because we had some of them come to train young people in swimming, and that has made a lot of difference in the lives of some young people. Health technology, and then after that 2014 visit, we also negotiated for specialists, and now Grenada has some persons, some doctors who specialized in various areas so that they could provide a more upscale service to persons. And at one period of time, and I wasn't able to check what the present situation is, there were 32 Cuban specialists working in Grenada. 25 of them were healthcare specialists, nurses, epidemiologists, psychiatrists, pathologists, anesthesiologists, and a number more, Mr. Speaker. They came, and today Cuba still continues to provide that kind of technical service to Grenada. So if we short, the agreement has been signed. The goodwill has been there. We do not have to reinvent the wheel. And I hear about trips and visits to Cuba, but as usual, we do not get a report on what happened, so we do not know. I have never heard that we negotiated X or XYZ or A to Z, and maybe other persons would have heard it, but we never hear, so we do not know. All we know is that the hospital is woefully short of nurses, and based on the figures I have seen in the estimates of revenue and expenditure, this supports it. We know that hospital is short of doctors, and one of them is an anesthetist. And looking at the estimate of revenue and expenditure, I look at the human resource, the staffing. For 2024, there was one anesthetist approved. But one anesthetist cannot work efficiently and effectively alone because you have regular hours of work, plus you have on-call, you have weekend and other duties. They also have to take care of intensive care. But what is amazing And the other side and the government must have known that this was not tenable. In 2025 budget, they still put one anesthesiologist, as though tempting fate. Do what you want with the lives of other people. So putting the anesthetist at risk, because of course, if you overwork and you do not get sleep, anything can happen. I'm putting, very importantly, the lives of patients at risk, Mr. Speaker. And these are the people who condemn us today. Mr. Speaker, going back to bringing His Excellency Fidel Castro Ruz to Grenada, that was an epic moment for us. And Mr. Speaker, I really want to put on record the astounding leadership demonstrated by Dr. the Right Honorable Kit Claudius Mitchell for doing that, because all Grenadians benefit from that. It wasn't a grandstanding. It wasn't just an unnecessary trip with a whole entourage of persons, but it was an important business trip that brought benefits to Grenada. And then not only did we do that, we signed an agreement between Grenada, Cuba, and Venezuela. Cuba agreed to provide technical support, the construction people, the design of the hospital for the upgrade and the expansion, and the Venezuelans. Fortunes were a bit different then than they are now. They agreed to fund some of the significant costs of that general hospital. Mr. Speaker, I call that laying down the foundation. You train people. You bring in people while these people are out there training. And the people who come in train people on the ground as well. You improve on an institution. And you ensure that there are basic supplies. And I'm going to get to that shortly, Mr. Speaker. But I am saying, do not reinvent the wheel. The avenue is open. And I'm going to bring some figures to show that there was monies to employ more people, regardless to where they came from. But some of the money was either woefully underutilized or not utilized at all, Mr. Speaker. And yet, we are pounding and we are knocking things that are not in the benefit and the interest of the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Mr. Speaker, Cuba has always been supportive to the Grenadian people. They have always been a friend to us, and they have assisted us in critical moments, Mr. Speaker, as health and in other areas. And I want to place on record my unwavering high esteem for the Cuban leadership and the people of Cuba, Mr. Speaker. They have developed our human resources tremendously. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 budget, it is a tiresome repackaging of the two former presentations of the budget, 2023 and 2024. You almost know it by heart. Health and wellness, education and training, agriculture and the marine industry, culture, energy, and all of these things, over and over and over. And it is interesting that health and wellness, I think it's always at the top. But it seems to me that this is the one that gets maybe not the least attention, but close to the least attention. And I am very, very, very the kind of thing. It's the same kind of based in St. Lucia called the OECS PPS. Some people say pool procurement services, some people say pharmaceutical procurement services, but it's more than pharmaceutical. It's other things, but all are medical supplies. This institution is a child that belongs to the Eastern Caribbean. They formed it. So they source medication at the cheapest cost. They check on quality so they can advise that with the monies that they pay, they get the best quality, the best value for money. So, Mr. Speaker, they trust in you, the medicine, you know. If you don't have it, they credit in you. But you have to have a good relationship. So I Googled the OECS PPS because I said maybe they closed down. And that's why we're having all of these difficulties. So I Googled it to see if it's functioning. And according to Mr. Google, it is functioning. So why aren't we accessing medication for them when they do the testing for us and they give us the best rate and they also will wait for us to pay? And I have one of the papers because Dr. the Right Honorable Kit Claudius Mitchell, as Minister for Finance, he knew. And I used to go to meetings and I would encourage my colleague to do so. And I would encourage the leader, not of government business, but the leader of the cabinet, the head of the cabinet, and all members to get involved. They have to get involved because it's your life, it's your family's life, and it's the life and the health and the well-being of every Grenadian in this country. And for visitors who come as well. So this is one, I came up with two. And this is an Exhibit B, and anybody could see it. This says, in respect of the OECS PPS, and that came from the PS in Finance, we have paid 2.32 million this year, which includes et cetera, in the interest of time. 2.32 million. And I hope I get to the figures. You know how many 2.32 million? Let us give room for inflation. Because that was some years ago. Maybe the cost would have gone up by now. But even if, let's say double, 4 million, I could easily look in the estimate of revenue and expenditures and find monies that were not used, find areas where the money was wasted, and say to them on the other side, you could have taken that and bought medication. And they don't only sell medication, you know, other medical supplies, things like gloves, things for your x-rays to function, the scans, whatever reagents they have to use, these are being sold there. So I don't know if we vex with them, I don't know if they vex with us, but I have never heard that name called at any one time. So what I did a bit of research. That's my third exhibit. And these are facts. People say anything they want, but the facts don't lie. And anyone could just Google the PPS, and it gives us a list of all of the supplies they have. Nobody will take that from me, but they could go and Google it. But the point is, it is saying we have these to offer. You can contact us. They are available. And a whole lot. Antibiotics, painkillers, this, that, reagents for the lab that the lab is missing now. Because I heard the member for St. George Southeast speak about an area where a department that moved from one area to phase 2 of the general hospital. Who did phase 1? Who did phase 1 and who did phase 2? And we did not only construct it, but we equipped it with CT scans, state-of-the-art, cutting edge. Maybe now, after 3 years, you have no cutting edge, but then it was the cutting edge. X-ray, all of those sort of things. And we equipped it, and it is there. You know, a beautiful hospital, we can't argue. But we could argue that if you're going to give us the old hospital, and give us medication, and give us staff, and give us reagents to do certain tests and whatnot, give us that before the AI hospital. And I will go for that anytime, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, too many areas of unspent money. And you know, a low blow was thrown, and I didn't take it any offense, because, you know, sometimes a little peacock, a little something has to go. But I don't know if it was an accusation that said something. But what I want to say is, you see this letter? It used to go straight to the Ministry of Finance. But I made it my business to know when we owe. And I made it my business to tell the Minister for Finance and the head of cabinet we had to pay some money before things get too bad. So yes, we had shortages. And I know they're going to hit back with that. But I know we have never had shortages this acute and this long, Mr. Speaker, to threaten the lives of the people, the adults and the children of our tri-island state. So when, Mr. Speaker, when COVID came, I rolled up my sleeve. And everyone in the nursing fraternity knows it. And this is not a boast, this is a reality. And this is just a measure I'm saying to my friend. Even when you're tired, and health is a big issue, it makes you tired, and sometimes you might say you want a break, and there's nothing wrong with that. But while you're there, you have to do your work. You have to pull up the sleeves, and every weekend, Saturday and Sunday without fail, I went out vaccinating, I went out testing, I did what I had to do. And I had a team of people, nurses from the local cohort, and physicians and nurses from St. George's University. We made a formidable team until we had COVID well under control. And the rest is history, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just to say one anesthetist could never work. It can't work. Mental wellness, all I will say is that since 2023, you have to put people, I know it have less inmates now. Well, I hear that, I don't know. But you have to have an institution for people. There was a place in the General Hospital called Ratdoon. That is where people who are acute, who are not that violent and so. And it's supposed to be vacated by now to replace back. But then I'm not the minister. Who am I to say? But that is what the plan was. I don't know what it is now. But 0.5 million was allocated in 2023 to Carlton House. It was budgeted for. Not 1 cent spent so far, Mr. Speaker. Just a few projects, not 1 cent spent that far. Mr. Speaker, I want to just mention briefly on housing. I realize the time is going. I just want to say that since the election campaign, before, we heard about Project 500. That means 500 houses every year. When I looked at the monies allocated, there was money allocated. But up to now, I cannot see any one of the houses for Project 5, but money is being spent, but it's not accounted for. And if, you know what I know? If there were any significant housing project, we'll just see it on TV. There is nothing that they do that is not on TV. So how come nothing on TV? No news release about the houses. Well, we promised 500, we do 50. From Project 500, we're still waiting to see what. But promise made and promise kept. These are just somehow big words to fool people so that we can be quiet, but we are the ones fooling. Mr. Speaker, I will just move briefly to the rising cost of living. And I heard the learned ones who deal with figures say the consumer price index give a figure. I just learned the word and I memorized it, but I don't know it. So who want to say as stupid? Everybody know that already. I don't care about the consumer index, what it says. I know what I see when I pick up a commodity in the supermarket or when I ask for it over the counter in a shop. And I know what I pay every time I go there. And I know and I hear what people are saying in their homes, how they're barely holding on, and in the street corners. So I don't want to hear about the consumer index. I want to know about the real price index that people are paying and the real hurt that they're suffering in every nook and cranny. Some of them, people say they're bawling with their mouth closed. They don't want to bawl because they know whatever it is. But the point is, it is getting bad. And it is getting worse. And we have a list of 20 items, and I haven't seen any significant change. If at all, I may have missed it out, maybe running through quickly. Mr. Speaker, I want to move quickly to tourism competitiveness. That is the project on the fort. And I heard the minister from representative from the South speak about it, that we were about to lose it, that we didn't do whatever and whatever and whatever. But, you know, and I blame myself for not being the kind of photographic person that I see some people are. You know, they drive a fly, they take a photo and they send it out. And everybody say, oh, great, you drive a fly. But, Mr. Speaker, I was the one. And that wasn't, although it was a tourism project, it was under the Ministry of Finance. And when the people came from the World Bank and we realized that we are about to lose it, I took those people on a tour up there. And I'm sorry I didn't take out the photo, so now I could have been showing it. But at that time, I didn't know he had a thing called, how you call the thing again, the dazzling one up in the air? Drone. The drone. I didn't know about that. And for that, they right to say I'm stupid. But the point is that we were the one who conceived the idea. There were 3 islands, and they didn't lie on that. I won't call the other 2, but Grenada was one. And each island chose the project they wanted to do. And we chose the fort. We had the vision to choose that. And then when COVID came, you know, burial is an issue, but COVID is never an issue. All of the things that confront us to slow us down is never an issue. When COVID came, we had to speak to some of the consultants. At first, nobody talking to us because maybe they thought COVID, you're catching it by the phone. And then eventually we did virtual, whatever. And when we met with the people at the World Bank, after, you know, the whole heat of the pandemic and so on, and they came, and me and the then PS, we sat with them, and I told them the history of that area, the distant history, and the present history. And I begged them. I don't think I went down on my knees, but I begged them to give us another chance. And 1 week after they came, they wrote the Ministry of Finance, and the records would show that, telling them, because the cost had gone up, because with COVID there was a lot of whatever, inflation maybe not the appropriate word there, but costs of things went up. And they gave us that. And so I had to go back to Cabinet and ask them to approve the cost overrun. Nowadays, cost overrun is an everyday thing. Everything you do, every glass you break, you have a cost overrun. But in those days, we were very careful with cost overrun. And when I satisfied my Minister for Finance that, you know, because of the COVID and so on, that it was necessary, he agreed. And so if we didn't save it then, there would be no tourism competitiveness to be in a pipeline. And I challenge that anytime. Bring your facts and bring your dates. There would have been no project they called so. I was the one, not being there in the beginning, but when I saw it was a tourism project, I begged for it. Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to balance myself here. Mr. Speaker, I heard the member for Carrick who spoke of quite a few glowing things that are happening. And if, well, I haven't seen all of them, I'm happy for that. I am happy. However, Mr. Speaker, the CRIF money was given 14 days after Hurricane Beryl. And, you know, stupid people like me, we wondering why the directors from the CRIF Insurance had to call here and beg us to use the money. After they give us 14 days. After. We had enough time to sit down and plan, and the visionaries, I don't know where they were hiding at the time, but they should have used their skills to assist in coming up with a design, and so on, and so on, and so on. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk briefly about the G-Cruise project. That is another favorite one of ours. Grenada Climate Resilience Water Sector Project, a value of $125 million. This project was signed in 2018. The consultant visited in 2019. And I'm always willing to see, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Then BAPS, COVID came. And we had a break. And the project was how you call it, 6-year project. And so it was in several areas, in Maribor, in Victoria, in St. Patrick. There was also an expansion for Govan and Carriacou, maybe I missed one somewhere. But this was a very important project to bring water to areas that normally would not get, Mr. Speaker. And that was envisaged. The work was done by NAWASA and by the relevant persons in the government ministry. And today, we have that project. So whoever is responsible for bringing it to this far, kudos and compliments to you. But remember, it only came in the pipeline because we put it there in the pipeline. Mr. Speaker, I just want to move quickly to the people who have been instrumental in me being here and who have consistently served me, because they know, I think they understand that you can't do everything. I can't do everything. But several projects, the medical station started under us and completed, so that one was completed too short after they came into office for them to steal that one. Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask for 5 minutes? Oh, 10 more? Oh, well, good. Mr. Speaker, yes, so the medical station. I want to thank my colleagues for agreeing to purchase the then Victoria Hotel so that we can develop it into an incubator. That's when I learned, I think that's the word. That is when I learned what an incubator is. And we had plans for that place and we started to refurbish it. There was somebody with a contract and he was doing the work, albeit kind of slow too. And the contract was taken away from him. That's the government prerogative. I haven't said a word in public about it because that's the government's right to take away. But if you take it away, take out the contractor, then you need to ensure that there is somebody who could continue the work. And I well remember, in a former NDC time, when we built the daycare center in Victoria, it was supposed to be a 2-story. So the daycare was done at the bottom and they were supposed to go up with the library on the top. And elections came and we lost. And NDC came in office and they spent 5 years and not one nail was put on. And the same NDC now, same philosophy. You know, I'm surprised that they take on some of the projects that were in our hands, but there are some they won't touch with a 10-foot rod. I don't know if they're going to touch the whole Victoria Hotel, but they certainly didn't touch that one. We came back and we completed it, Mr. Speaker. So I don't know what is going to happen to the Victoria Hotel, but at this time, nothing is happening. Also, and I have, in case they want to see, I have the exhibit here to show, and the last one I have to speak about, because the time that these were drawn was after June 2022. That project is a NNP administration, not NNP, not a party, but the administration project. So, Mr. Speaker, there was a contract signed with a gentleman under the Ministry of Infrastructure to expand the landing area for the fishermen of Waltham. Contract was signed, and I don't know what were the details of between the contractor and what, but up to now, 2.5 years, 3 years, whatever you call it, it has not been touched, I asked for it in the Finance Committee meeting, whether we were going to have it or not. And the Prime Minister, who was chairing the meeting at this time, said he would check. I haven't received an answer. I look up, I look down, I look sideways, and it is not there. Mr. Speaker, I saw large numbers for the farmers, and I'm happy for that. But there are farmers who are not getting. And if I don't think it's appropriate to call names here, but those who I notice not getting are those who are affiliated with NNP. So I hear people say, we are non-partisan. Anybody could say that, but it's true. It's true. I can give you a list. I can give you a list and you can check it out. You can check it out. So, Mr. Speaker, we're still waiting for that. We're still waiting for some people whose roofs got damaged by Hurricane Beryl, and they have not gotten relief yet. Well, everything takes time, so we're waiting. We're waiting, but I just want to mention that. Some persons waiting for housing material since my time, and they claim that people who came after them getting. I don't know, I can't say, but I hope at some time soon they will have that. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the Nutmeg Museum in St. Mark. I am proud of the role I played in supporting and getting it started. And I think it's a wonderful thing for the parish as well as the nutmeg industry, the owners. I also wish, Mr. Speaker, in closing, to extend, I did that already, greetings to all women and girls, and to thank my constituents again, and to let them know that my love, my support, my commitment is always with them, Mr. Speaker, and I will do my very best to ensure that they receive the best they can receive, given the circumstances. And they have to understand that the mandate had been passed by persons in authority who say, you did not get because you didn't tell us who you are. Which side you on? I didn't say it. I didn't say it. We have it on tape. So it means now I can't tell them to go and say they is what they not is. I don't know what to tell them, but they are there and they are Grenadians and they are suffering just like everybody else. I want to thank my colleagues on the opposition side. We fought, but we are forced to be reckoned with. Because when you have God on your side, and when you care about people, who can be against you? Who can be against you? So, before they say we think in God's name, and no, I incarnate in vain because I have seen it myself. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I almost forgot the Bonnet Bridge. The designs for the Bonnet Bridge were put together somewhere in about 2020. Somewhere 2019, 2020, we would see dialogue, community engagement for the Bonnet Bridge. What is interesting is that when meetings were held, there are some faces I never saw. They never came to make an input until the party win and then you come. If you're interested in a bridge, you're interested in a bridge. If you're interested in a service for the people, then let us serve the people. But you know what we do? Lip service. That's what we serve. We serve our own mouths, we serve our lips, and we have people who are hurting out there. We have people who need support. We have farmers, we have fisher folk. As big as the numbers are on paper, we still have others. We still have others who need it. And I want to say, if we are really honest about caring people and loving people, let's do the right thing. Let's do what we have to do and really and truly serve people. Again, I thank St. Mark, and my love is with you. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your service.
Thank you, Honorable MP, for the constituency of St. Mark. Is it the like to be MP for St. Patrick East? Is it? I now invite the MP for St. Patrick East to now take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, Honorable MP. You proceed, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, again. I wish to extend my deepest appreciation to all members of this Honorable House who have contributed to the important motion. I particularly commend those who have engaged constructively in genuinely criticizing the budget, thereby helping to elevate the debate and the consciousness and understanding of our people.
45.
This debate is a testament to the democratic process and our collective commitment to the people of Grenada. However, Mr. Speaker, I must take this opportunity to address and correct some grossly misleading statements made by the opposition. We have no doubt that these statements were made deliberately to hide the truth and keep some segments of our population uninformed. The leader of the opposition spoke of economic decline in the global economy and here in Grenada, citing the World Economic Report as published.
Honorable MP, just come to the bench, please.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker.
Please come to the bench. Join us here, please.
Or join you. Mr. Speaker, I was saying that the leader of the opposition spoke on economic decline in the global economy and here at home in Grenada, citing the World Economic Report as published by the IMF. Mr. Speaker, the World Economic Report, however, tells a very different story. Grenada's economy continues to grow with positive GDP expansion. In layman terms, Mr. Speaker, the economic pie is growing and not declining. Mr. Speaker, we can excuse the good lady for being new to the role of opposition leader, but what we can't excuse is she has been around as a senior government minister for many years, yet she does not appear to know or understand the difference between economic growth and economic decline. Or what is it her intention? Is it to mislead or to deceive the population? Runaway inflation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like economic growth, our friends on the other side either do not understand the concept of inflation or are spreading this or misinformation. The Grenada Education Enhancement Project, GIP 2. Mr. Speaker, we heard that the funding for the St. David's Catholic Secondary School and the St. Andrew's Anglican Primary School was secured by the NNP government. Another blatant untruth. The loans for these two projects were negotiated by our administration and signed by me as Minister of Finance in April of 2024. I have here with me the evidence with my signature attached of the loan agreement. So those of you who would want to at least have a look at it, I can make it available to the Parliament so you can see that I was the one who actually signed this loan. These loans for the two projects were negotiated under my administration and signed by me, and I showed you the evidence. Mr. Speaker, permit me to share this document with you if need be. Fiscal management and government spending. Mr. Speaker, contrary to claims of wanton fiscal mismanagement and fiscal deterioration, our finances are well managed. This reminds me of the opposition claim that the government will collapse in the first 6 months after the 2022 elections. Then in 1 year, then in another year and a half, now 2.5 years, they have been singing a different tune, yet that tune is very unsubstantiated. Mr. Speaker, perhaps one of the most flagrant of these claims is a budget of over $2.1 million in overseas travel and hosting and entertainment by the Prime Minister. This is a lie, Mr. Speaker, if I'm permitted to use a word. Mr. Speaker, as a member of Parliament, especially those of us who claim to be religious leaders, should do better. That said, official engagements, whether domestic or international, are necessary for securing investments, strengthening domestic diplomatic ties, and advancing Grenada's development agenda. Every trip or every service is for a strategic purpose. Budget, loan, authorization, and financing the fiscal deficit. Mr. Speaker, the opposition is trying their best to mislead the nation.
Honourable Member,
Sorry.
I hate to stop you, but we need to take a 3-minute recess to get the matter resolved.
I didn't get you, Mr. Speaker.
To get a matter resolved.
Okay.
Please be seated. This Parliament once more reconvene. Honorable members and those in the gallery, you notice I called the recess because when the Honorable MP for St. Patrick began to address the House, I noticed that neither the Prime Minister nor the MP for St. George's Northwest were around. So I called the recess to create the space to give the two gentlemen a chance to make their contribution to the debate. Because if the Honorable MP for St. Patrick East had continued, then the Honorable MP for St. George's Northwest, nor the Prime Minister would have a chance to make a contribution to the debate. Right? So hence the delay. It took me longer than 3 minutes, but this is where we are. I am now waiting on the other two members to make the contribution to the debate. Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and pleasant afternoon to you. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't see any of the members of the opposition present, and the only one who has not contributed to the debate is the Member of Parliament for St. George North West. No, I think it's fine. I think I'm being heard clearly. Mr. Speaker, just so that we are clear, if I speak, I will use my prerogative to conclude the debate as Prime Minister. So I am prepared to seek clarification. I'm not sure whether you were able to ascertain the whereabouts of the Member of Parliament for St. George Northwest. And I'm happy to give him the opportunity to make his contribution to the debate. And so if you need to take an additional recess to ascertain that he wishes to so do, I am fine. But if not, I will exercise my prerogative as the Prime Minister and obviously be the one to conclude the debates.
Honorable MP, I did contact both yourself and the Honorable MP for St. George Northwest on the issue. And I expect him to be here if he wanted to make his contribution to the debate. I suggest that he proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and pleasant afternoon to everyone. I take it, Mr. Speaker, that my time is an hour and a half?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, according to the standing orders.
So, Mr. Speaker, I join with my colleagues on this side of the House, as well as the colleagues on the other side, and the independent member for the town of St. George in making my contribution to the estimates of revenue and expenditure as presented by the Honourable MP for St. Patrick East and the Member of Parliament, and the Minister of Finance, under the theme Grenada Resilient and Rising. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by expressing my profound appreciation, I think, first to the Minister of Finance, the Permanent Secretary, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Chief Budget Officer, and other officials at the Ministry of Finance for the enormous work that they've done in presenting the estimates of revenue and expenditure and in the presentation made by the Minister of Finance. I think they deserve significant acknowledgement. And Mr. Speaker, they did so bearing in mind that we had a traumatic national event of Hurricane Beryl on the 1st of July, followed by significant rainfall that caused significant challenges to us in November, and also in the midst of the piloting of new financial software, particularly the budget software used for the preparation of the budget. And as was disclosed at the Finance Committee meeting, it was the first time that the budget software was being used. It's called Questica. And I want to again thank the team for being able to, with the time constraints that they face, use the software to present the budget. I think, although this is the first time, it is certainly, I think it makes navigating the estimates of revenue and expenditure as well as the summary reports presented a lot easier for all of us. So again, Mr. Speaker, I want to express my gratitude to the Minister of Finance and his team and to commend them for the excellent job done in difficult circumstances. Mr. Speaker, I rise first in my capacity as Member of Parliament for the Virgin Parish, St. David. And I want to start by thanking all of the residents of St. David for the significant support shown to me as MP and shown to Grenada over the last year. The staff at the Parliamentary Office, and we've also got some relatively new staff, so both the outgoing and incoming staff. I also want to thank the members of the National Democratic Congress in St. David, the constituency branch, the polling division groups, and all of the social, sporting community groups that have worked with me towards delivering and fulfilling the mandate given to me by the people of St. David. I do want to especially thank the National Democratic Congress because sometimes we shy away from accepting that we are in office because of a party. And it is the parliamentary system of democracy through political parties that allow us, except when you decide to become an independent, to be in Parliament. I don't think we have a great history of independents being elected as independents and coming to Parliament. They tend to come on a party ticket, and then when things get rough, they become independent. So I am not going to underappreciate the significance of the fact that we here, on this side of the House, are members of the National Democratic Congress, that we are elected on a National Democratic Congress ticket, and that we were given the mandate that we got in 2022 as party members of the National Democratic Congress. I want to express profound gratitude to the citizens of Grenada for the last year and a half. We've had a turbulent year. We started 2024 on the high of celebrating our 50th anniversary of independence. That joy was quickly robbed with the passage of Hurricane Beryl, particularly for our citizens of Carrick-on, Petite Martinique, and St. Patrick. But we navigated those turbulent waters, and the resilience of our people has shown through. I want to thank the Cabinet Office and the team of men and women who sit in the Cabinet with me, including our parliamentary secretaries, Ms. Francis and Mr. Quince, and I seek your leave to acknowledge them by name, as part of the governance of this country. I could not think of a better group of men and women to be serving at this time with, and I want to recognize and thank them for their fearless service, their unwavering commitment and support to the people of Petite Martinique, Carriacou, and Grenada. And MP for St. George Northeast, I think, summed it up best when he talked about his experience in Petite Martinique and Carriacou and seeing MP for Carriacou and Petite Martinique himself giving away the generator that was sent for him to the elderly home, because we are about putting people first, not ourselves first. And so, Mr. Speaker, this budget is a people's budget because we are interested in the people's economy. And so, Mr. Speaker, with your leave, since we normally have to quote our references, this is a book. It's one of the New York Times bestseller, and it's called The Deficit Myth. I said before, Mr. Speaker, that if I had to service debt or service the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, I will service the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. So, Mr. Speaker, if we have to borrow to service the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, we will borrow. But, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance in his presentation made it abundantly clear, as clear as outside is now, that the budget is fully financed. And the Honorable MP for the Great South went to some lengths to explain basic accounting in relation to simple concepts like your current account surplus. But we are not hiding and generalizing. We can refer to the actual budget documents, which all of us have in the House. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance made it clear that of the $357 million deficit in the overall fiscal package presented, that deficit is financed first by a drawdown of $287 million from the consolidated fund. Now, what does that mean? It simply means, Mr. Speaker, that the government of Grenada has in its bank accounts savings of $287 million that it intends to use to finance the projected shortfall between the revenue it expects to collect in this 2025 and the money it intends to spend. So let me say that again. A budget is a plan. The team at the Ministry of Finance projects the amount of revenue it expects to get, and where does the revenue come from? Basically, from taxpayers' money, from the VAT, from the customs duties, from the property tax, from the income tax. So if we expect to get $100 from all of this for the year, but we intend to spend $120, then there's a deficit of $20. If we have $15 saved in a consolidated fund, we can spend the $15, so it gives us $115. There's a $5 difference. We borrow the $5, and you get the $120 of actual financing that you need to finance the budget. So when the Minister of Finance says that the budget is fully financed, he didn't just say so. He actually pointed to the source of financing. He pointed to the fact that a drawdown of $287 million from the consolidated fund will be used. So I want the nation to appreciate that. It means, in accordance with the fiscal prudence and the saving for a rainy day, and the understanding that we need to live conservatively, and the Susu culture, and the putting aside, there are savings of $287 million that the government can draw on to finance the budget. And I want to commend the Minister of Finance and his team for the fiscal management. The other part of the financing, Mr. Speaker, comes clearly from the regional securities market, the RSM. And again, Mr. Speaker, those things are clearly spelled out in all of the documentation that has been provided to us. And this is nothing new or novel. Every year, long before we came into office, the government raises money on the regional securities market, and these bonds are refinanced every year at every budget cycle. And so that happens, and sometimes the amount goes up, sometimes the amount goes down. And there's roughly about 50 million of that is going to be refinanced or raised, and so the budget will be fully financed. So that's why I started by calling it the deficit myth, Mr. Speaker, because it's a myth. The budget is fully financed. The $287 million are in the consolidated fund. And if or when required, those funds will be used to ensure that the planned expenditure of the government can take place. So I wanted to make that clear, Mr. Speaker, because the presentation of the Minister of Finance is clear. All of the documents which were supplied to each member of this honorable house makes that clear. And so, Mr. Speaker, really and truly, there is a song and dance about borrowing. And although we have not yet sought to consider the hospital loan authorization bill, I will take the opportunity, since we're speaking about borrowing, to deal with this one time. Mr. Speaker, to borrow, we need legal authority. And the legal authority must come from this Parliament. We have made it clear that we intend to pursue the construction of a climate-smart new hospital. To do so, we have to secure the funds for doing so. We're not joking around about this issue. We are serious about it. And therefore, this year, Mr. Speaker, we intend to, if necessary, contract the loan so that we have the financing in place. And hence the reason for coming to Parliament to seek the authorization. So you see, Mr. Speaker, we are transparent. We are clear. We are coming and laying before this House and therefore before the public any borrowings that we need to do. We are not going and trying to, in some back room, raise borrowings or debt on behalf of the people of Grenada without the people knowing about it. So, again, there is no need for us to believe a lot of the noise in the market about whether or not...
Is that a point of order?
Yes.
It's a point of order?
Yes.
Okay, Dr. Mitchell.
Mr. Speaker, I just need serious point of order as to what really is happening in this House at this particular time. I just need clarity, because that's clearly a breach of the fundamental rules of the Parliament. I want to know what is the situation as far as the budget motion mover and who is closing the debate. Who is closing the debate? I just want to know what's happening, Mr. Speaker. Because as a serious member of this House, I believe it's necessary for us to obey the rules of the House.
All right, the question is asked. Yeah?
Yes, I need to know exactly what is happening. Yes. That will determine what I do relative to my own situation in this House at this time.
Right. The Honorable Prime Minister has decided that he will be one to close the debate.
Wait, okay. Mr. Speaker, listen, is that the Prime Minister may wish to close the debate, but the mover of the motion has to first decide. He has to give the Prime Minister, whoever it is, the responsibility to close. So if the mover of the motion agreeing and deciding that he will not be able to speak going forward, although because, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance got up and started to move the motion to close the debate. And that is his fundamental right as the Minister of Finance. We are all equals here in this House, you know. Different, whether
Dr. Mitchell.
Minister,
Dr. Mitchell.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. This is a serious statement, Mr. Speaker, here. And I really wish that we need to obey the rules of the House.
Dr. Mitchell, the Speaker is on his feet.
Yeah, yes, go ahead.
Now, let me just read it for the benefit of the House, right? We're talking about the standing orders. And you will see it's not the minister, it's the Prime Minister who made the decision. I'll read what the standing order says. I'll read it for the hearing of everyone. No, Dr. Mitchell, the Speaker is on the floor. Let me do what I said I'm doing.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you're getting mad with me.
No, I'm getting mad with you.
Yeah, well, your vote,
I'm on the floor.
Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Mitchell, let me read.
Obey the rules, Mr.
I'm reading the rules.
Mr. Speaker, you're an umpire.
Dr. Mitchell, I'm reading the rules. Allow me to...
an umpire. You are not a member of the government.
Dr. Mitchell, don't argue with the Speaker. I'm reading the rules.
I am arguing with the Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Please turn off your mic. Dr. Mitchell?
Yes.
And allow me.
I am. I'm not.
Right. So let me read the rules.
Obey the rules.
The rule says, Standing Orders 40, subsection 5, I want everybody to listen. The minister finally concluding the debate whether the Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, or any other minister designated by the Prime Minister, may speak for 1.5 hours in addition to his earlier speech on the budget if he had already so spoken. Designated by who? The Prime Minister. So it's not the minister's decision, it's the Prime Minister's decision.
Mr. Speaker, let me just make this point. The Minister of Finance got up. Already, what you're talking about there has gone, we've gone past that. The Minister of Finance got up to close the debate. That is what he did. If this was decided before, then the Prime Minister would get up at the appropriate time and whoever the minister designate. He has to designate, I don't care who it is. He is the mover of the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Right.
And therefore, what you're talking about, a decision of the Prime Minister make. Grandson is no boss in this House. He's just a member of the House.
Dr. Mitchell?
Mr. Speaker, he is a member of
Honorable
the House.
please resume your seat.
Say he wants to give
Please resume your seat.
I heard the Prime Minister say he wants to give
Please resume your seat, Dr. Mitchell.
Yeah, always say me give me a seat.
Resume your seat,
I'm your
please.
little boy.
Because I'm standing and you standing.
Yes. Because you are not obeying the rules of the House, Mr.
I just read it.
You are not. The Minister of Finance, I won't be talking to a little boy.
Honorable MP, please resume your seat.
The Minister of Finance, listen, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you something. There's 40 years I spent in this House, and you cannot break the rules of the House with impunity. You cannot do that.
Allow the Speaker to speak, please.
Well, I've done so, and I'm making a point.
But you're on the floor as if you are the Speaker.
The Minister of Finance got up and started moving a motion to close the debate. And therefore, he has that right. I have never stood up for the Minister of Finance, but in this case, I have no choice because this is a fundamental rule. And anything else that happens here, Mr. Speaker, I will not be part of this. Because my legacy would imply that I stood when the fundamental rules of the House are being broken, and I participated in this. I would not be part of my legacy in the twilight of my representation and service in this Parliament of this country, Mr. Speaker. And I really wasn't looking for this. But it appears that I have no choice. As one who has spent his life in this Parliament, 40 years, going to 41, and to see the rules being broken with impunity. I have a difficulty, Mr. Speaker. And I mean, you can throw me out, you know. That is a simple matter. You can't throw me out.
Dr. Mitchell? Honorable MP for St. George Northwest, can you please turn off your mic? Wow. Honorable Prime Minister, you please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just hold on, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm rising now on a matter of principle.
No.
And in relation to...
No, it's either for clarity or...
So I'm rising on a matter...
Or a point of order.
Of clarity,
the rules are clear.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my concern is that one member of this House started closing the debate. Mr. Speaker, for some reason, you were notified of a change. Mr. Speaker, you called the member to you. You spoke to the member. The member returned to his seat and continued closing the debate. Mr. Speaker, obviously, you had additional instructions. And so you stopped the member. You paused the debate of the member, the contribution, the closing of the member. You came to the back, Mr. Speaker. You engaged with us, Mr. Speaker. And then you came back and you allow another member of this House to start closing again. Mr. Speaker, it would be impossible to sit and to partake of this. Mr. Speaker, I've heard it. If we want to leave, leave. That's not the point.
No,
Mr.
no.
Speaker, the point is
Honorable
that we
leader of the
sat
opposition.
and we started listening the closure of the debate. And it appears that you had other instructions.
You are repeating yourself. You made
Thank
the point.
you.
Please take a seat. Right? Honorable Prime Minister, please continue.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I take it we should allow the colleagues to depart. I will sit to allow my dear friend from St. Mark to take her time. I'd like to invite the honourable member for the Tongue of St. George to take over the position of opposition leader, since there's no one else in the House I can do so. But I'd like to thank him for staying and keeping some dignity to the process. So, Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, I was elected by the people of St. David, and so I think it's incumbent for me to start by simply reporting on some of the accomplishments in the parish of St. David. Mr. Speaker, over the period we've built through the, and I want to emphasize this because I heard the MP for the Tongue of St. George talking about caretaker and the MP do this. He said he heard the member for the constituency of St. George Southeast talk about I do this as MP. And I think he knew what the MP was saying is that through the various government agencies, via his representation, they were able to achieve. So I want to keep my language disciplined by saying through the Ministry of Housing, Social and Community Development, led by our great sister, Senator Gloria Thomas, and the Ministry of Mobilization, Implementation and Transformation, led by the Honorable MP for the Great South, we were able to build 79 homes in St. David during the period. Housing assistance and material distribution were given to 237 persons. The WASH program continued, Mr. Speaker. We, through the pilot stage, constructed 37 bathrooms and toilets in the village of Belial, and we've since moved to the villages of Barrett and Belle Plaine, where 33 units are under construction, and in Current, in a small village known as the Coconut, another 13 units are under construction. And I want to pause here a little, Mr. Speaker, to point out, as the MP for the South said, when we build bathrooms, Mr. Speaker, we are not seeking to give our people the worst. We are ensuring that the bathrooms are built, that they're tiled, that they're painted, that the faucets, the sink, the toilets, the plumbing, the septic tank are all done, that the bathrooms are painted. They are built as concrete roofs so that persons can in fact put tanks above the roofs to assist them with rainwater harvesting. And we work with NOASA through an MOU to ensure that they are actually supplied with water. So, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the dignity of particularly our women and girls, and particularly our senior citizens, we ensure that we move them from a state of open defecation in pit latrines, or sometimes people still bathe in rivers, they still fetch water from the rivers. We can't pretend those things are not happening in far larger numbers than they should be, Mr. Speaker. So I want to compliment the team who are instigating the WASH program, not only in St. David, but the program has also spread to St. Andrew Northeast, Northwest, and I believe Southwest as well. And the report I have indicates, in the case of St. Andrew, that there are over 40 units that are being constructed. The WASH program is being run through a non-profit organization that is partnering with the government and NOASA called Nation Builders, Inc. It's a pity that the member of Parliament for St. Andrew East has followed the leader, and left the chamber, because she inquired from me during the Finance Committee meeting as to whether any subvention had been given to Nation Builders, and I told her I would report back to her. So even though she isn't here, I hope her constituents are listening, because the WASH program is taking place in her constituency, not because of her, but because of this government, which cares for the people in that constituency. And so, for the record, Mr. Speaker, I'm reporting that over the period, $4,535,000 has been allocated as a one-off subvention to Nation Builders, Inc. to support the WASH program throughout the various constituencies. So I hope at least that our constituents who are either following the presentation online or in person can hear of the program, and they can continue to look forward to our support for them, notwithstanding the absence of the MP. Mr. Speaker, streetlights. Again, I will point it that through working with the Ministry of Mobilization, Implementation and Transformation, 215 solar streetlights. The MP seems surprised. 215 solar lights have been installed in various parts of St. David's, ranging from Mango Hole, Apwetut, Badia, Coles Gap, Vincent's, Mount Tranquil, Belial, Syracuse, Current Housing Scheme, Monrepo, Malmont, Bellevue, and Laurelland. So again, to the hardworking team who've collaborated between MIT, the MP's office, and the constituents of St. David, I want to thank you. And we obviously, as the minister said, because they are solar lights, we are not consuming any fossil fuels, and it is a sustainable project utilizing the God-given natural resources that we have. We completed the construction of the Vincent's Community Center on July 25th through kind sponsorship, first of the Roman Catholic Church, which has allowed us to use the site, and the People's Republic of China in Grenada, and I want to commend them for, both of them, for the support. We refurbished the current community center in June of 2024, and again, that was done through the auspices of the Ministry of Social and Community Development, led by Senator Gloria Thomas. We also refurbished the Old West Store Community Center, and largely this was done through donations from the Heng Sheng Property Development Limited, which is the developer that's developing the Levera project, and other donations by other supporters. So this was done with no government assistance whatsoever. But it is not the first community center that we've done in St. David's with no government assistance whatsoever. We completed the Barrett Community Center and the upgrade of the playing field with no government assistance. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize that as MP, my job is to try and find resources wherever and whenever to support our residents in St. David's without necessarily drawing on the purse strings of the government of Grenada. And so I want to take the opportunity to thank the Heng Sheng Property Development Group, to thank the Roman Catholic Church who's been partnering with us in allowing us to use some of their sites. Mr. Speaker, we launched a number of play parks for our young children in St. David, Lhasa just being the largest. I think we can all accept at the opening of that event the tremendous joy that we saw from children and parents and grandparents who had the opportunity to use the play park. We've since established in Barrett and Malmont. We intend to also have in Bellevue as well. and again, this was done through the kind compliments of support from the Embassy of the People's Republic of China in Grenada. For the record, Mr. Speaker, we intend as a government to ensure that play parks are constructed throughout the length and breadth of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. And the Minister of Youth and Sport and her team is committed to ensuring that this gets done, particularly in places like St. John, Carriacou, Petite Martinique, St. Mark, because, Mr. Speaker, while we may be a majority government, we still intend to take care of those constituents who voted for the other side. Because, as we point out, we are the government for all of Grenada. We put the people of Grenada first. And in addition to the play parks, Mr. Speaker, for example, in Lassages, we've installed safety railings, benches, tables, and additional green spaces, a flower garden, so that our residents can continue using these green spaces. A number of infrastructure projects are taking place. In the interest of time, I wouldn't necessarily go through all of them, but I want to highlight the construction of Block 5 of the St. Dominic's Roman Catholic School, which has been built under the Basic Needs Trust Fund, or what is commonly known as the BNTF Trust Fund. The project cost is $1.4 million, and the funding is coming via the Caribbean Development Bank and the government of Grenada. We expect that the contract will wrap up before the end of the year. Right next to the St. Dominic's RC School, the Laura retaining wall, which is a major retaining wall because we run the risk of the road collapsing, and so access to Laura as a village is actually threatened, and so we are building a significant retaining wall there at a project cost of about $500,000. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Agriculture, the Marine Economy, Forestry, etc., the Honorable Lennox Andrews, and Member of Parliament for St. Andrew Southwest, has been very keen to ensure that the land, we have a lot of regularization to do, Mr. Speaker. We have public service regularization to do. We have land regularization to do. And so the Lacalome village. Now, Lacalome was a settlement built via the compliments of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela since post-Hurricane Ivan. The homes were built and persons were allowed to take possession of the homes. But some 20 years later, people are still without title for these homes. And so the minister and his team, together with the MP's office, is working to ensure that we can quickly regularize the situation and give persons the opportunity to own their homes, and to ensure that they are empowered and that they can mortgage it, they can improve it, they can sell it, they can pass it on to their loved ones when they depart. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Agriculture and his team distributed in excess of $23 million to farmers and fisherfolk in the post-Hurricane Beryl income support program. For the district of St. David and St. George South, some 627 farmers received checks totaling $3,064,500 in income support. I have the other statistics, and I will simply use it because although I'm the MP for St. David, I'm also the Prime Minister, and it's important because I want everybody to appreciate everybody got. In the case of St. Patrick, some 1,326 farmers received payments totaling $7,029,000. In the case of St. Andrew, which is known as the Eastern Zone, some 2,130 farmers received checks totaling $10,863,000. And in the case of the Western Zone, St. George, some parts of St. George and St. John West, some 522 farmers received checks totaling $2.7 million for a grand payout of $23,899,500. Nursery managers and agro-processors also benefited under this program. In the case of agro-processors, 44 received checks totaling $202,500, and 9 nursery managers received checks totaling $40,500. So, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about supporting farmers, and when we talk about recognizing that they would face the hardship brought on by Hurricane Beryl, and when everybody wants to know what happened to the CRIF money, and spend the money, we spent the money. We gave it to our farmers, to our agro-processors, and to our nursery managers. Mr. Speaker, we have in St. David's distributed assistance to a number of persons, all through donations and support from individuals. To underprivileged students, we've distributed 30 laptops. We have distributed over 165 back-to-school supply packages between the September period. We have distributed over 75 post-hurricane burial hampers to persons who were impacted. Christmas time, we distributed over 800 Christmas hampers, totaling a value of $100,000. We've executed for our kids tree lighting events in the parish and distributed over 500 toys to children. We sponsor our sports, all primary and secondary school sports we contribute towards the sponsorship, including the Crowshoe Primary School, which is in St. Andrew, Southeast District, strictly speaking. So whether it's the relay meet, whether it's the football clubs and the supplies, whether it's support to the Malmung Fashion Design and Training under the Ministry of Social and Community Development. And I want to spend a little time speaking about this, Mr. Speaker, because this is a training that was organized by a volunteer public servant who offered to volunteer time to organize the training, to get the trainers, to coordinate the program, to make sure that we can get the NTA approval for certification, to do all of the work necessary without being paid, to give young women, middle-aged women, and senior citizens women the opportunity to learn to sew. And when I went to visit them, one of the older ladies said to me, "Thank you for not having this automatic youth 35 age and under program," because she always wanted to sew and had never received the opportunity. And now she's probably in her 60s, was getting the opportunity to pursue something that she always wanted to do. And I highlight this, Mr. Speaker, because in Grenada we need to learn to train and retrain and constantly learn. The notion that school and education is only for young people is something that we need to push back against. So this training is nearing completion, and we expect that they will be certified, and I have given a commitment to them that I will support them in forming a cooperative so that they can actually form a business and offer their services to the public, because it is difficult to find someone to alter a pants, a shirt, a shoes in Grenada. And so we need to encourage these women. And many of them, Mr. Speaker, are persons who dropped out of school, got pregnant in school, who themselves are still suffering physical and domestic violence and abuse, so we need to be able to support them. We, in fact, have one donor already who has offered to help support the cooperative, and they are simply waiting on us to be able to continue the support for the women. Support for life skills and training under the Ministry of Social and Community Development. And I want to highlight projects such as the Stop and Think with Dr. Neil Chaitan, which has been held at the Current Community Center to address young men, to ensure that we can enable interventions from young men who are at risk or who may have anger management issues, to ensure that the risk of them getting into contact with the criminal justice system is minimized. And yes, to the MP for the town of St. George, we welcome your recommendations that it is about crime prevention and early intervention as early as possible, because by the time it gets to the police, we are dealing with crime, and we are dealing likely with criminals, and by then it is too late. And if we think early intervention and education and support for young men and women is too expensive, I want to leave this fact with us. There are less than 20 young men and women at the Baculet Juvenile Rehabilitation Center. In fact, let me get the exact number so that, Mr. Speaker, I don't give inaccurate information. But to house these and take care of 18, so the number is 18. There are 18 young men and women at the Baculet Juvenile Rehabilitation Center. 15 male and 3 female. Do you know what the staff count is? Do you know how much staff we employ at the Baculet Rehabilitation Center? 65. Let me repeat that. We have 18 young men and women at the Baculet Rehabilitation Juvenile Center. 18. But the staff count is 65. So if you think educating or young men and women, if you think early intervention is expensive, you should try housing them after they have come into contact with the criminal justice system. That's a ratio of staff to these young persons, and I'm deliberately refraining from calling them any other thing, that is higher than a 5-star hotel. It is more staff to these young men and women than you get in any primary or secondary school in Grenada. So the point I'm making, Mr. Speaker, is our criminal justice system, if we continue to wait till people become criminals to intervene, is going to cost the state 10 times more than it will cost us to intervene at an early stage, to educate them, to give them opportunities, to empower them to deal with anger management issues, to make sure that our schools continue to act as a place for civilizing and educating and teaching proper behavior, etc., etc. So I just highlight this, Mr. Speaker, because the Minister for Social and Community Development has talked about things like teaching parenting skills and making sure that we fund those things. Now, we may laugh and say everybody's supposed to know what it is to be a parent. That's not the case. That is not the case. And so we need to make sure that we fund those programs because they're far cheaper than building juvenile rehabilitation centers, and not just the staff. We're not talking about the utilities, the food, the security, the ground maintenance, all of that that comes with it. And perhaps significant risk that they are not rehabilitated and that they end up fully into the criminal justice system. So we continue, Mr. Speaker, to emphasize early intervention in areas like sports. We have a program known as the Joyce Cricket School, Journey of Youth, which is currently based at the Laura Playing Field, which targets primary school children in St. Dominic's RC, current government school, St. Teresa's RC, where they are trained in the proper techniques of playing hardball cricket. Not softball cricket, not windball cricket. And I say hardball because we need to build resilience and competitiveness into our young men and women. And cricket is a professional sport with more opportunities for a professional career than ever before in the history of the sport. It is an Olympic sport. It will be at the next Olympic Games. There's an opportunity for Grenada to have its own Olympic team, cricket team. And so, Mr. Speaker, we should ensure that we invest significantly in cricket, football, all forms of sports, to ensure that we give our young men and women as early as possible an opportunity at professional careers in those areas. So when we are lighting all these playing fields, Mr. Speaker, we are giving families the opportunity to come out and watch their young ones play sport after work, to socialize with them, to get physically fit with them. So there is a plan. That plan, member for the town of St. George, the National Sustainable Development Plan explicitly speaks to those issues. We don't just need the infrastructure. We need to make sure that the clubs, that the primary schools, the secondary schools, that all of that is taking place so that when they move from primary school, they can go to secondary school, and from secondary school to the clubs at the community level so that we can actually use the playing fields that we are putting up all these lights up. And I'm emphasizing this, and I'm making an open call to the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Youth and Sports, and our communities. We don't need to play the cricket at 2 o'clock in the afternoon when nobody's watching the kids, when the sun is hot, because nobody plays professional cricket at those times anymore. Cricket is played under the lights, so we can bring the kids at 5, 6. Teachers also have kids. We can get the parents involved. You can have the support, and we can have the games between 6 and 9 when the entire family can come out, support, cheer the kids on, and ensure that they are safe and they are not left with any predators or others who will take advantage of them. And it forces us to be better families in the country and actually pay attention to our children rather than always thinking it's the Child Protection Authority or somebody else who needs to help us with bringing up our children. So, Mr. Speaker, I've just highlighted this. Whether it's medical donations, whether it's support for glasses and medical assistance, support for small businesses, we are doing all of this in St. David's. But I pause here, Mr. Speaker, to say that I may invite the residents and the constituents of St. David's to come down to the Parliament building and to protest on their behalf, because as the Prime Minister and a Member of Parliament for St. David's, I'm yet to be paid this much talked about $10,000 constituency allowance. And it's not a laughing matter, Mr. Speaker. I want us to appreciate something. I'm the Member of Parliament for St. David's. I happen to be in the party that won the most seats and was the political leader at the time I was made the Prime Minister. There are three branches of the state: the Parliament, the Executive, and the Judiciary. The Executive is responsible to the Parliament. The Parliament is not responsible to the Executive. So when the Executive passed into law at last budget that a $10,000 constituency allowance should be given to an MP, Mr. Speaker, I don't need to open no bank account to get the $10,000. Whether it's $10,000 in cash, whether it's $10,000 in check, you need to give me the money so that I can represent and help support the people of St. David's. And I can account for the money, whether it's cash, whether it's check, because the same thing all everybody else have to do. If I spend it, I get a receipt for it. And I notice there's talk about we appreciate it. I haven't heard a single report as to how this money has been spent by members on the other side, which they got. 10 by 12 is 120,000. We're going into the 15th month. But they ain't come in and say how they spend the money. The Speaker may have it, but account to your people. Explain to them what you've done with the $10,000 that the Parliament passed into law and said you will get it. So for the record, I have not received any funding to support my constituents in St. David. And all of what I've done here is through the kind support and generosity of the private sector, international partners, individuals in the constituency, people in the diaspora, and in many cases, the Prime Minister's salary, which goes directly into supporting the constituents of St. David. So I am saying, Mr. Speaker, since my name is Susu, in my capacity as the Member of Parliament, if I have to sue the Executive to get me $10,000, I will sue the Executive on behalf of the members of St. David. And time is money, so I hope there's an interest component of it. I also want to make this point, Mr. Speaker, because this is important. And the member of Carriacou and Petite Martinique will bear me out on this. And I want to repeat this. The Executive is accountable to the Legislature. The Legislature is not accountable to the Executive. We have no local government in Grenada, Mr. Speaker. So the Executive operates from a centralized bureaucracy. And because of that, in many instances, it doesn't have the capacity, and my friend talked a lot about capacity, to be immediately responsive to the needs of constituents. And I'm saying that's a fact. But we cannot not address it. So when someone's house burns in St. David, they don't run to the Ministry of Social and Community Development. They come to the MP's office. And the Ministry of Social and Community Development door closes at 4. But whether it's 2 a.m. that the house is burning, or 11 p.m., or 10 a.m., fire never seems to happen during the day. It's always in the night. They will call the MP. And you're expected to provide some form of immediate relief, whether it's food, whether it's clothing, whether it's finding a place for them to stay temporarily. And so if the MP offices are not given resources to address some of those needs until we get to the point where there's local government, then we will continue as a state to be non-responsive to some of the immediate needs of our citizens. And this is a serious matter. In fact, sometimes the Ministry of Social, Housing and Community Development does tell them, go and ask the MP. Well, we don't have a $70 million budget. The Ministry of Social, Housing and Community Development has it. So the point I'm making, Mr. Speaker, is that when we talk about strengthening the ability of members of Parliament, and I'm not saying on this side, I'm saying all members of Parliament, we need to address those issues. So you'd see, Mr. Speaker, that the Minister of Finance wisely proposed that MPs' offices should have a motor vehicle attached to their offices, because you have to run up and down the constituency to meet with the needs of your constituents. But we don't have that currently. So, Mr. Speaker, these are just some of the reasons why we need to strengthen the ability of members of Parliament to deliver. I think for the first time, a meaningful salary of $5,000 was offered to members of parliament last year by this government. And it blows my mind that there are members serving on the other side for 20 plus years. Not just the, well, no former opposition leader. The member of parliament for St. Mark, the member of parliament for St. Andrew Southeast, the member of parliament for St. Andrew Northeast is now a double server. Was it that difficult then to recognize that you need to empower MPs? If you don't empower the MPs and you don't give them resources, it affects the quality of persons who put themselves up to serve. Because you see, what will happen, Mr. Speaker, is that you will never be able to be unshackled and to speak truth to power, because you know if one man controls all the resources, and those resources come via the political process, because you don't have a salary as an MP, you don't have a constituency allowance, then you can't say anything. You can't get up and say, when you decide not to pay the teachers what you agreed should be paid to them, and they march up and down, even though you are a former teacher, even though your children are in Presentation College and have been taught by these same teachers, you cannot stand up as the Minister of Education and do what is right and say, this is wrong, I will not stand for it, pay the people, let us stop the dispute, because you know if you do so, you have no salary as an MP, you have no constituency allowance. I didn't have to do this, Mr. Speaker. We could have said, you know what, now the shoe's done, let us squeeze them. Let us do exactly what they would have done if they were in opposition. But we are here because we recognize we need to strengthen democratic governance, and that starts with the parliament. And it starts with the relationship between the constituents and the members of parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, the point made by the Minister of Finance about strengthening governance, particularly at the parliamentary level, is important. And I will say one more point and then move on this. Mr. Speaker, I had no parliamentary office in St. David for months. You know why? I have to go and look for a building as a member of parliament. I should not have to do that. I didn't have to go and look for an office as the Prime Minister. The ministers don't have to go and look for an office as the ministers. In fact, the Constitution only recognizes two ministerial positions, the Attorney General and the Prime Minister. Everybody else could be minister with a portfolio, or the Prime Minister, if he might, could say no other ministers, me and the AG only. As long as he's assured of the support of the MPs in Parliament, he can run the country. So for months, myself, the Honourable MP for St. Patrick East, for example, had no office. Eventually, I had to find some building in Penmutter Junction, not most suited, go up steps so senior citizens, physically disabled persons are challenged. Downstairs is a supermarket, all kinds of things. This is where people come to see me as the MP. And we pay rent to a private person, and that is the current situation for almost all of the MP offices. Mr. Speaker, if the Parliament has a permanent home, MP's offices should be owned by the state, should be a permanent home, and when you're no longer the MP, you walk out with your personal belongings, and a new MP comes in. So I'm saying from a parliamentary democracy perspective, we go into all our seminars and all these kinds of things. We're learning all about the text and interpretation and so on, but we need democracy in action, not just in theory. So I'm saying there should be permanent, state-owned facilities that can accommodate the elderly, the physically challenged, the vision impaired, that are permanent homes for the parliamentarians. It's not yours, you serve, this is the office. You lose, the incoming MP has the opportunity to do so. It will save a lot of money because you don't have to go and worry about getting the new furniture again every time. You don't have to worry about people, as happened, mixing up the MP's office with their party political offices. Mr. Speaker, even now, as we speak, we have a court case going on. When the former administration decided to contract out the function of the parliament by giving a management contract. And the matter is sub judice, so I wouldn't say more than the fact that the court case is going on. And that's the kind of thing we have to deal with. And I'm saying here, so when I talk about my wanting to ensure that we distinguish between the three arms of the state and the capacities in which we serve. It is to strengthen parliamentary democracy. So those kinds of matters do not occur. Mr. Speaker, I will spend some time now on the various ministerial portfolios, given that I only have, I think, 34 minutes left. I don't know with the debacle that happened here, whether the clock was running or not. So if it was running, I'd expect that I'd be given back my 10 minutes or so. I sat patiently, I did not interrupt because I didn't want to contribute in any way, shape, or form to the bacchanal. Mr. Speaker, I want to start first with the Prime Minister's office, the Ministry of Home Affairs, National Security, Information, Disaster Management. It's a lot, Mr. Speaker. But I want to highlight some of the departments that sometimes get forgotten. The Information Department, the Government Information Service. Mr. Speaker, we've spent some time, it took a little longer than we would have liked, in seeking to reorganize and build the capacity of the Government Information Service, both by bringing in new personnel, new and improved equipment, and by enhancing the terms and conditions of service of the employees of the Government Information Service. And I want to commend the Department of Public Administration, P.S. McQuilkin and her team, the Press Secretary, and the team at the Government Information Service for the fantastic job they did during Hurricane Beryl. Mr. Speaker, it wasn't just me living at NADMA headquarters. The Permanent Secretary, Ms. McQuilkin, was living there. The Press Secretary was living there. The Senior Administrative Officer, Ms. Rush, was literally living there. And particularly the men and women who worked for the Government Information Service lived at NADMA headquarters to keep the public informed, both before, during, and after the hurricane. And I think when we talk about unsung heroes, Mr. Speaker, those are the citizens of Grenada who make a difference in the lives of each and every one of us. And I really want to commend them for the tremendous work that they did. The team at NADMA, Mr. Speaker, similarly. And we have to appreciate particularly the team at NADMA and Carriacou, that they had no homes too, Mr. Speaker. And their families too. You know, there's a former commissioner of police that was heavily criticized when he said police officers are human beings too in the aftermath of Hurricane Ivan. But those human beings too stayed the course. They did not abandon their post, and they continued working for the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique in very difficult personal circumstances where they themselves were impacted by the hurricane. And I want to thank them again and thank all of the volunteers who helped with the cleanup process, who donated food, clothing, shelters. There were residents of St. David who went up to support the initiatives and NADMA in Carriacou. It was not always smooth sailing. There were clearly times when everybody's nerves were frayed. It was a very stressful period, but at the end of the day, what it was showing, Mr. Speaker, is the resilience of Grenadians and a recognition that when the chips are down, if we come together, we can ride out the storm. And so when we talk about the resilience, it's not a fanciful word, it is the reality of what many people went through. So the National Disaster Management Agency, Mr. Speaker, we are planning to transition into a full-fledged statutory body. We don't want NADMA to be known as the hurricane response entity. We have to deal with all kinds of disasters. We just had the Dolly C run aground. The potential risk of an environmental and ecological disaster hopefully has been averted. But we need to have an agency that has a wide overarching, preventative, proactive, and fully responsive ability to cope with all types of disasters. We had an enormous drought, 15-year drought in the first half of 2024, and immediately after that we had the hurricane, and a couple of months later we had the flooding. So we are going to transition NADMA into a full-fledged statutory body, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government printry as well. I want to highlight them because, again, these are aspects of the government that many people don't pay attention to, but without the printry, we can't even pass the laws, Mr. Speaker. And again, when we got into office, the printry was a river. When the rain fell, the sky literally opened over the printry. We were able to quickly address the issue, and in meeting with the staff, they also addressed or raised some of the significant HR challenges that they have. Again, the Department of Public Administration, P.S. McQuilkin in the ministry, and other members of the team have been working on addressing the staff at the Printry, and they are all going to be coming as part of the regularization process. In the meantime, Mr. Speaker, many of them would have benefited from improvements in terms and conditions of service, including salary increases, etc. And so I want to emphasize that these small departments are crucial to the effective functioning of the government. The Immigration Department, Mr. Speaker, again, and we recently opened 6 new kiosks at the airport that allows us to quickly and efficiently process citizens of CARICOM, Grenada, the US, Canada, etc., the EU, by simply having their passports read, and that they would be able to go through quite efficiently. We continue, Mr. Speaker, to drive the digitization and the digitalization of those processes. Similarly, when it comes to things like citizenship, Mr. Speaker, we are transitioning into a digital system so that we can bring significant efficiencies, reduce arbitrary discretion, and ensure that we can have more efficient and timely processing of these services to the public. The Passport Office has always, in recent times, led the way, Mr. Speaker, and we want to ensure that other areas in Home Affairs continue to do so. Mr. Speaker, under Home Affairs, the police and prison obviously take up a significant chunk of the budget. And at the risk of being repetitive, because the Minister of Finance eloquently addressed it in his presentation, I want to highlight, Mr. Speaker, that we don't just focus on concrete and blocks. We focus on people. Because you can build concrete and blocks and end up with white elephants. You can build new infrastructure, you can build new buildings, but if you're not addressing the needs of the people, Mr. Speaker, you're wasting time. And so, again, I go back to this book that talks about the deficit myth and the rise of the people's economy. And the people's economy, Mr. Speaker, is about the people. So let's take the Royal Grenada Police Force. Mr. Speaker, I discovered on my entry into policing by a police officer who actually sent the message to me indirectly that perhaps since 1994, I always like to say that because in 1994 I graduated from Presentation College. Since 1994, the police were waiting on the issue of an adjustment to their pay and grade. Now, what's the excuse for it not being done since 1994? What's the excuse? We indicated that we will address the issue once we got into office. Mr. Speaker, after we concluded negotiations with the various unions, including the Police Welfare Association, we gave a commitment that we would tackle this issue. And it is bittersweet because we are happy that we've been able to tackle this issue, Mr. Speaker. But it is mind-boggling that something as simple as pay and grade would have taken 30 years to be addressed. That's an entire generation of policemen. So if you joined the police in 1994, you're 30, you retired now. And it wasn't addressed. So I want to thank the members of the Police Welfare Association, the Department of Public Administration, the Ministry of National Security for ensuring that we were able to finally bring resolution to this matter. So, Mr. Speaker, an allocation of $6.5 million has been put in the 2025 budget to address this matter. The average constable, which is the lowest rank, the average constable, Mr. Speaker, is going to be benefiting by a pay adjustment in excess of $700 as a result of this. But we didn't do just that, Mr. Speaker. We addressed, I don't know how long the police headquarters has been on the fort. I think even as a little boy, I always wondered how the police headquarters could be on the fort since it's one way in, one way out in a narrow road, because to me, if you want to take down High Command, you just have to block the road. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to first thank the Minister for Mobilization, Implementation and Transformation, because he, as part of ensuring that the Tourism Competitiveness Project, which involves the refurbishment of the fort, and obviously the police headquarters could not remain there, was instrumental in ensuring that the energy needed to get this going happened. I also want to thank the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Finance for supporting this initiative. Because you know what is usually the easy thing to do, Mr. Speaker? Go and rent a building. That's always the solution. Go and rent a building someplace that's inappropriate. Go and build another temporary wooden building someplace that's inappropriate. But the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Finance and his team supported the request for us to, in fact, buy a building, refurbish it, and put us in a position to move the police headquarters. So, Mr. Speaker, and I want to say this wasn't budgeted for in 2024. We did the reallocations, found the funds, and so I believe the Commissioner of Police and his team are due to have an official handing over ceremony at the end of this month. And so, again, I'm making the point. It is both infrastructure and it is both human resources that will make the police effective. Mr. Speaker, there are basic things we've had to address, from police uniforms for the SSU and the RRU, to the police not even having adequate firearms, even though all them criminals have, to not having the fingerprinting machinery that is required to make sure that all of the burglars that my distinguished colleague represents can be given their fair day in court. All of this, Mr. Speaker, we have invested in the police in 2024. The Grenville Police Station, again, Mr. Speaker, we have moved, we have found a building, we are renovating it so that the police can move. I spoke to the contractor today, and I've asked him to do everything in his power to accelerate the completion of the building so that hopefully by the end of this month as well, this building, at least the major infrastructure work, will be completed. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a lot more to do. Victoria needs addressing. The Coast Guard base is an absolute must for this year. There was a fire there, Mr. Speaker. The base has never properly been addressed since the fire, and the conditions under which the men and women at the Coast Guard operate is not acceptable. We understand that, and we will certainly do everything to accelerate this happening in this budget cycle, Mr. Speaker. The prisons, Mr. Speaker. The Commissioner of Prisons always says, not just this one, but the now-retired commissioner also said that they feel oftentimes that they're treated as a stepchild. I've indicated to the commissioner and his team that they are not stepchildren, and that we appreciate that the prison, in a sense, is the single biggest concentrated security risk to the nation. So we don't underappreciate the significant job that the prison officers do. And so, Mr. Speaker, we have begun and have made some progress in identifying within the existing site a location where a new prison will be constructed. We have done some very conceptual architectural drawings. We are looking at getting to the point where we can have estimates of what this will cost, and then thereafter that, obviously, we'll have to go through the financing and the procurement process. Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize these things because, you know, people talk about there's no transformation and all you're talking and etc. I want to start off by saying I'm happy to place on record our appreciation for the governance of the country over the last 40 years and for all those who chose to serve, because it's not an easy thing. And we appreciate that it's our turn to serve, and that we have to learn from the lessons of the past, and that we have to accept things that were good, learn the lessons from them, and continue them. That's easy to do. That doesn't take anything out of anyone, and we are happy to do so. So any project that we met, which we recognize is good and needed to be accelerated or continued, we're happy to do so. That's why the tourism competitive project is going. But we also have to accept, Mr. Speaker, that in some instances, we fell short of where we needed to be. And so when you have a prison system and a building that was built God knows when, 1800s, serving as the prison today, there's no excuse for not having had it addressed earlier. Because as the Honorable MP said, if you left a pregnant treasury, why you wanted the gestation period to be beyond 9 months? Why wasn't the prison addressed? Why wasn't the pay and grade addressed? Why wasn't the police headquarters addressed? Why wasn't the Grenville Police Station addressed or addressed adequately enough? So what we want is to hear your recommendations, having had the experience, having seen where you had challenges, so that if you genuinely believe in Grenada, we can take the matter forward. So I was happy and heartened to hear the MP for the town of St. George talk about some of the areas where he thinks there could be collaboration, transportation being one of them, and I will come to that. So, Mr. Speaker, all we are saying is, if, as the distinguished foreign minister said, the opposition leader does not want to have an illustrious and distinguished career as opposition leader, then what we need are the actual proposals, the vision, the recommendations for how, where, and when we can actually do things better for the development of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Not Aseta Rarara and Riri. Actual ideas, concepts, because you have the experience, you've had long experience, you've had the benefit of no opposition, 15 seats, you could have changed the constitution, you could have done this, you could have done that, you could have given MPs a salary, you could have given MPs a permanent home, etc., etc. So we know we will not always get it right. We know that there are significant capacity challenges in Grenada, not just in the government, and we have to be able to tackle those things together. So if we want to lift the level of the debate, let us lift the level of the debate. I want to go on record by saying I indicated to the Speaker that I was happy to give some time for the member for St. George Northwest the opportunity to enter the House so that he could have his contribution. It's one thing if he wasn't on the compound, but clearly he was on the compound. Mr. Speaker, I could have predicted this was going to happen here. I knew this was going to happen. Because it is always about moving along and wanting to have the last say and get the attention and distract from the substantive debate. So even though he's conceded and made someone else the opposition leader, the attention must still be on him. And if that can happen, then all hell has to break loose. It's like the little boy who played cricket, and when you bowl him out, he take the stumps and you run off and say nobody else something. But the cricket pitch was right behind St. Dave's RC School. And I dealt with a lot of fellas who used to be just like that. And as little as I am, if we had to run them down behind the cocoa and get back the stumps and put it back and the game had to continue, the game had to continue. So we had to work on behalf of the people. And I noticed anytime it gets past 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, maybe it's hunger, so some people always want to run home. But as I said the last time, it gets cooler in the night, and that's when your energy should get up, so we could work a little longer on behalf of the people who put us here. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to jump to the issue of transportation. I want to thank Pierce Brown, Pierce Ronda Jones, Pierce Lawrence and Louis, the chairman of the Transport Commission, Attorney at Law Francis Paul, Deputy Chair, Ms. Jasmine Alexander, and the entire Transport Commission team. I want to recognize Senator, former President General of Tahoe and former President of the Senate, Mr. Chester Humphrey, for being one of the voices that have always talked about the need to address the state of transportation in Grenada. Mr. Speaker, this is a fundamental issue that, if not addressed, is going to significantly stymie the development of Grenada. And I want to start first with a statistic that the MP for the South gave. He said 400, if I'm quoting you wrong, sir, you will correct me, 456 derelict vehicles, I wrote it down, was moved, and that you have another 122 that is tagged. So I want to first start with that, and his plea to our citizens to be responsible. Mr. Speaker, this 456 plus another 122 plus, I'm sure, hundreds more that have become derelict and have to be tagged are simply sitting in Grenada. And it is taxpayers' money that has to be used to pick them up from the roadsides, to pick them up in environmentally sensitive areas, and to be able to treat with them and then get them off the island. I'm making this point to say, Mr. Speaker, that we have gotten to the point where the ecology and the environment and the roads of Grenada cannot sustain the level of private motor vehicles that are on the road. We could hide, we could worry about if we talk the truth, people will vote us out, but I was living before I got into politics. We all live after politics. Mr. Speaker, the truth is, and the Minister of Finance has foreshadowed this in his presentation, we cannot continue with the current transportation policy in Grenada. It is not sustainable. It has already led to significant deterioration of the roadways. We've got significant gridlock, traffic everywhere you go. We have a lot of motor vehicle accidents, and we will end up as a dumping ground, if we're not already that, for fossil fuel vehicles that no longer has any utility to other persons, and they're dumping it here. So, Mr. Speaker, that's one aspect of the policy discussion. So I welcome you sitting on a committee, and I'm happy to invite the former President General to talk about this issue, because it has to be addressed. We're either going to have to say 1 vehicle per household, or you can't import vehicles 5 years and under, or maybe even 3 years and under. Or over, sorry, older. Or we're going to have to find some other way, which is improving the public transportation system. So we will start first with improving the transportation system. And I want to commend the team for the launch of the school bus pilot. And Mr. Speaker, obviously allocations have been made to support this, and I want to emphasize it's a pilot. So while it is a pilot, it is free. But for it to be sustainable, it has to be financed and it has to be paid for. And I just want to give some statistics about the current transportation system in the country, Mr. Speaker, so we understand what we are facing. If I can find it. If you can bear with me, this. All right, well, I will have to go on memory, and if I'm wrong, I'll ask the Permanent Secretary to correct me. I believe there is a total of 1,563 registered buses in Grenada, serving 22 zones. Of these 22 zones, 9 are underserved, meaning you have very little buses actually plying those routes. And I'm sure we know some of those. The Western Zone, from St. Patrick, entire Western Zone is a challenge. So, Mr. Speaker, we have approximately 22,000 students going to school. That's 20% of the population. And we have a situation where obviously the bus fare for students is less than for adults. But it's the same cost of carrying a student as it is carrying an adult. It's the same cost for the bus operator. So a lot of our bus operators simply make the business decision that I need the extra dollar, so they don't take the students. Now, in fairness to them, we are not paying their loans. So it's easy to moralize and say, well, you know, you're a wicked boss man, you're leaving the children and you're going after the adults. But the truth is, if they can't pay the loan at the end of the month, the bank ain't telling you you're a kind boss man because you're carrying children, so I'm giving you extra month or extra 2 months. They want their money. So we have to find the balance, Mr. Speaker, and hence the reason for the school pilot. Because we recognize that it is not fair for the busmen who have, for the last 10 years or so, had to endure the same bus price, while at the same time dealing with all of the rising costs and the challenge that a lot of the buses that we have in Grenada are obsolete, Mr. Speaker. They are not making them anymore. And so, Mr. Speaker, you will see that the government has instituted a subsidy policy via rebate to provide some relief to the bus operators, rather than agreeing to their requests to increase bus fares, because we recognize that we simply can't afford at this point in time for people to pay more for transportation. So we are going to continue working with them to ensure that we can address this issue. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, we are actively pursuing negotiations with a partner to secure as much as 50 electric buses, hopefully coaster size, that we'll be able to deploy into the school bus program as soon as the pilot is finished. And obviously, we are looking at electric buses because they are cheaper to maintain. You don't have a combustible engine that has all these parts. And then obviously, when they park to the schools and so on, they can be charged. We do recognize, however, that we have to accelerate renewables on the grid, because if you are charging an electric bus via a diesel generating engine, then you are essentially just going around in circles. So, Mr. Speaker, the transportation sector is something that we significantly wish to pursue from a public transportation perspective in conjunction. I want to make this clear. The government is not seeking to replace the private bus owners. We are seeking to collaborate with them, to support them, and to help them to become, frankly, more business-oriented. Because I've said to a lot of them, you can drive bus all your life. If you don't have insurance, NIS, if you don't have a savings plan, if you don't have a retirement plan, when your back give way and you can't sit on the bus and you turn 60 or 70, you're coming back to the government and ask for seed or ask for some kind of assistance. So we need to get them to the point where they understand that they have to run a business as well, that they have to have health insurance, that they have to have pension, retirement, saving schemes, right? That if they in fact form a cooperative, as I've been advocating for them to do, it puts them in a position to negotiate with the government better, to even get joint services in terms of mechanics and the servicing and joint procurement of parts and all those kinds of things. So there's a lot of work to be done, and we are not here to replace them or compete with them. We don't have the capacity, but we are seeking to collaborate with them to make sure that we can make this a unique and successful pilot for the people of Grenada. Mr. Speaker, if I may move quickly to the Department of Public Administration. And again, I want to thank the team because, Mr. Speaker, we've had this significant disruption of the hurricane. Yet still, some of the significant accomplishments that we set up have been met by the Department of Public Administration. We were able to pass the new pension, Contributory Pension Act. Now, Mr. Speaker, some never thought it would happen because they think we operate as the MP said, where they come and they do a busy piece of road for you just before elections and then they run away. They did the same thing, in 2013 or 2018, they said they would do all kinds of things for the public servants, etc. After the elections, they went back to challenging the court cases, to not wanting to pay the pension, etc. So I want to emphasize that the new Contributory Pension Act, Mr. Speaker, is a historic piece of legislation. And I would just say, since the National Insurance Act, it is perhaps the most single important legislation for pension reform in the history of Grenada since the National Insurance Scheme was introduced. And as we said, it is designed not just for public sector workers, it allows statutory bodies to come on, and eventually we believe it will allow private employers who are either too small or don't have the scale to have their own private pension plans to be able to join this plan. And as we said, pensions are a form of saving. It's an opportunity for the funds to be invested and to drive economic activity and to drive employment as well. So again, I want to commend the team for being able to accomplish this. But this is linked, Mr. Speaker, to the regularization process. And I just want to emphasize the numbers again, because you see, when people want to make mischief, they're going around and saying, you say a stroke a pen, with a stroke a pen, you can regularize everybody, stroke a pen, regularize everybody. I never said that. I said there should be one public service. And I will say it again, there should be one public service. You can't have people sitting side by side on radically different terms and conditions of employment and expect them to perform the same. So, Mr. Speaker, we don't have to hide or not be committed to the issues we said we would accomplish. And I just want to emphasize the numbers in terms of the pension regularization, Mr. Speaker. So let me just simply get it here again. You have to repeat things, lest people forget. So first I will start by saying we paid in excess of $75.1 million in retroactive pensions. And everyone who since retired then now have their pensions. If you look, Mr. Speaker, at the expenditure, you would see that pension makes up about 7% of the total expenditure for this budget, for the proposals for 2026 and 2027. So, Mr. Speaker, the public sector regularization process has led to 455 officers being confirmed. Let me repeat that, 455 officers. Phase 2 is targeting 1,262 officers who are holding Public Service Commission contracts, Government of Grenada contracts, ministry letters, and daily paid instruments. And I want to emphasize this. You heard the terms Government of Grenada contracts, ministry letters, daily paid instruments. Many of these people, Mr. Speaker, could not even enter the door of a financial institution, whether it's a credit union or government, with these instruments. So they've been stuck, not being able to utilize their labor to advance themselves. They can't borrow, they can't get a credit card, they can't get a layaway plan, because no one is assured that you have continuity of employment. And this has gone on for years. And the regularization is seeking to address that, Mr. Speaker. So that group of the 1,262 will be 1,100 officers. There is an additional 224 teachers who have been processed for regularization at the end of this month. If there's a glitch in the system and teachers ain't getting paid, all kind of melee in town. But not one word about the fact that the regularization process is taking place. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize that there is still another 3,316 workers who are holding contracts for service and who are labeled as Imani trainees who are to be regularized by December of 2025. And a sum of $22.7 million has been budgeted to cover the additional cost of the regularization exercise. Let me repeat that. A sum of $22.7 million has been allocated to deal with this issue. So if there's a deficit, who are we giving the money? The citizens of Grenada. You want a rich government and poor people, or you want rich people and a poor government? So, Mr. Speaker, when you talk about deficit, this is a simple thing, you know. If the government is collecting less from its taxpayers and spending more on them, it is for the benefit of the people. It's that simple. So we have to appreciate, Mr. Speaker, when I talk about putting people first, and when I say this is the people's economy, everybody is talking about project, project, project. Concrete, concrete, concrete. Steel, steel, steel. We are investing in our people. And when they have the money, it is the same economy they come back and spend it. It is the same goods and services they're buying. It is the same VAT they're paying. It is the same income tax, the same property tax, and the government getting back the revenue, and the economy grows. So, Mr. Speaker, we are proud of the fact that we've taken the time to address some of these most difficult issues in the public service. Because we recognize that somebody has to put up the white flag and somebody has to extend the olive branch if we are going to improve the working relationship between the policy makers and the public servants. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to say it openly, we also need our public servants to become more productive. And we also need our workers in the country to become more productive. We are not going to be able to grow this society by saying, government, give me things. Because the government has to get it from somebody. And the only people they could get it from is the people who are working and the people who are productive. And there's no way around this issue. We have to become more productive. We have to learn to use technology. We have to learn to skill, reskill, and take on the skills in the areas where there are actual opportunities. Too many of us like to dictate the work we want rather than the work that is available. And we have to start somewhere. And I'm also calling on our partners, the unions, to also recognize this. So, Mr. Speaker, we are spending significant sums on our workers. The $22.7 million budgeted for the regularization, the $6.5 million plus for the police pay and grade. The pensions, we can go on and on, but we have to improve our service delivery to our citizens, and we must become more productive. Mr. Speaker, might I inquire as to how much more time I have? Might I inquire as to how much more time I have?
Clock, please advise. Tell the clock, please advise of time. He's keeping the time.
What? That's of my original allotment? Okay, sir, thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I may turn to the issue of infrastructure, public utilities. And I will start with the roads, Mr. Speaker, because, you know, you don't have to bring a Jamaican here to say the roads are smooth. We know the roads are not smooth. We know that they need attending to. But before we fix the problem, we also have to understand why we are where we are. And so it is important for me as the Minister for Infrastructure to give some context on this issue. It's a capacity issue, as the member for the town of St. George pointed out. And it's not so much a government capacity issue because the government doesn't wish itself to get involved in road construction. We happily would have the private sector take on most of this. But I want to just give two examples of what we are dealing with. We wish to have the Tribune Road resurfaced. It started in May or June of last year. It hasn't completed as yet. It's not the government doing the work, it's a contractor. And I'm not picking a fight with the contractor, but I'm saying openly I'm disappointed with the pace of the work. That contractor controls the quarry. And in simple terms, the quarry is where we get the stones, the base material that is needed to go on the road itself, and the material that is needed to mix the asphalt so that we get asphalt. So this is not a capacity, this is not an issue about money, but whether the government is paying the contractor or not. The money is there. It's an issue about the contractor's capacity. And I'm saying this is a contractor of a monopoly on the single quarry that we're operating in Mount Hartman. And this is the same contractor who, the name has a different name now, but this is the same contractor who essentially had a monopoly on road construction, God knows, for the last 30 years or so, CCC or CCCI, whatever name you want to call them. Which meant that very few other private persons invested in the capacity to build and construct roads in Grenada. That is the uncontroverted facts. So they've got the contract to redo the True Blue Road. It is significantly delayed. I'm not going to pull a president off an alley because I might be a lot more indecent than he was. It is the same contractor who has the contract for less than a mile of road between the cliff and Woodlands. That project started in April. There will always be all kinds of excuses, whether it's gravel and concrete, whether it's something at the port. The fact is the pace of the work is completely unsatisfactory. The permanent secretary in the Ministry of Infrastructure, the chief technical officer, the consultant, the advisor in the ministry, I've made it clear to them that the pace has to be picked up significantly this month or there will be consequences. But I want to point out something. The contractor has a monopoly on the quarry and therefore a monopoly on asphalt supply. And that is the same contractor that we have to rely on to provide asphalt to the Ministry of Infrastructure to fix all of the potholes we have around the country. We simply do not have asphalt. But we are not just complaining. We've invited other private sector persons to get involved. And so you would see that there's a plant that has been set up in Boucherjou. We are waiting on two other parts. It's a private sector plant. We have simply, in an attempt to get this matter dealt with, offered a space to put a plant. We were originally trying to get the plant to Pearls. And this is why we have to understand how the challenges we have with our infrastructure. The plant couldn't pass through the Paradise Bridge because it's too large. And the only other attempt to get it, you'd have to barge it around Telescope, which then creates all kinds of safety challenges. So the plant had to sit in Lagoon Road for 2 months until we figured out whether there was sufficient space at Boucherjou. Hopefully, the parts come soon and we are good. But when you have the plant, now you need the aggregates. Who controls the aggregates? A competitor. So you'll have issues about whether you will even get the aggregates and the price at which you will get it. So, Mr. Speaker, if that's the case, we will have to import the aggregates. Now, to import aggregates in large enough quantities to make a difference, if it has to come to the port of St. George, we got problems, because then you'd have to have huge trucks hauling this to get to Boucherjou. Traffic and environmental challenges. It therefore means, Mr. Speaker, we have to find a way to barge this via sea up to the Boucherjou area. So a lot of us talk and like to make mischief, and I want to start, I'm going to segue a little, because road construction is not, it's not cutting checks to farmers. It is complex, difficult, dirty work. You need to import the bitumen. The contractor is not importing bitumen in quantities that allows us to have any sustained asphalt. He may have, it may have cash flow problems, I don't know. We don't have control over this. We have talked to the ministry about how we now import bitumen ourselves to see how we can help the contractor to be able to address this issue. And that's just 2 little roads, you know. We now need to resurface the entire Eastern Main Road, from Point Salines Airport, Maurice Bishop International Airport, to the Sugar Mill Roundabout, from the Sugar Mill Roundabout to the Woodlands Junction, or what is sometimes called Stinky Bridge. The Woburn Road is probably going to have to get some work after the heavy traffic that is enduring because of the stoppage of the access to the roads from Woburn. If you take from the cliff all the way to Egmont Junction, it's as bumpy as they come. And that's just the eastern branch. We ain't talking about Grandlands Main Road, which needs to be completely resurfaced. But there are other complications, Mr. Speaker. We wanted to resurface Grandland since last year. But we have the Southern Water and Sewage Project from the UK SIF, which means we are going to have to run significant new water pipe infrastructure, and unfortunately, there are no easements. We know a lot of these homes are literally in the road, and so the pipes have to be run in the road. I think we would all understand that if we resurfaced the road last year, and then starting April or May this year, we see tractors coming and digging and ripping up half of the road to lay pipes, everybody go ask if we mad and if we can't plan. So to some extent, Mr. Speaker, we have to await this project. We had a debriefing yesterday. We are hoping that construction, as in the actual laying of the pipes, could start in April. This is a 9-month project. So there's going to be significant inconvenience on the Grandlands Main Road if this starts in April for the next 9 to 10 months before we can resurface the entire road. We are hoping, nonetheless, that we can get the Morris Bishop to Sugar Mill Park done and the Sugar Mill to Woodlands area done. The Mabuya area in St. John, we've talked about it. Now that we've completed the Molyneux Bridge, it still has to be properly surfaced, and the reason it's not properly surfaced again is because we don't have asphalt. So we can do little coal mix in Pearls, but that is not adequate for the main roads in particular. So, Mr. Speaker, what we are facing here, as alluded to by my friend, is significant capacity issues. Having said that, we intend to find innovative ways to address this issue. So, working with the Ministry of Finance, we have agreed that we will put out expressions of interest, inviting private persons to express interest in designing, building, maintaining, and I want to add this maintenance part. Because what has happened in the past, Mr. Speaker, is people have gotten contracts for the roads, and there is no maintenance component of it. And then financing. So let me repeat that. We are going to ask persons to express interest in financing the road construction, designing it, building it, and maintaining it. Why financing? Because, Mr. Speaker, the budget doesn't even account for the cost of what will be involved in repairing our roads. The Woburn to Cliff piece alone is about 20 million. So, by mere deduction, to rip the road up, build sidewalks, and get us up to, say, Egmont Point, is going to run us into $100 million. So we are going to say to someone, if you bring your financing, and the terms are favorable, and we go through a procurement process, then we would ask you to go. And for us to get there, and get there in a quick enough time, Mr. Speaker, as I said, there are things we are going to have to do. It means we are looking right now at reopening the telescope quarry, because we simply cannot allow the state to be held ransom by an inefficient or ineffective quarry at Mount Atma. So you would also notice, Mr. Speaker, that there was a lot of talk about a site in Woodford, in St. John. And all kinds of attempts were being made to somehow associate the MP for St. John with the issue, as if she has land in Woodford and if she's setting up a cement plant or asphalt plant in Woodford. It's private property, Mr. Speaker, where a private investor is seeking to invest in the very capacity that we don't have on island to be addressed issues like road construction. A lot of noise was made. The MP, to her credit, went to a town hall or village meeting organized by concerned citizens. The advisor in the ministry, as well as the PS in the Ministry of Infrastructure, went to hear the concerns of the persons. The private owner's representative was present, and I believe a meaningful and purposeful and sensible discussions was had. We understand that the environmental impact assessment is being done, and that it will be delivered to the Planning and Development Authority, that the commissioning of the site will not occur until there is final approval by the Planning and Development Authority. But I'm saying we are too quick often to just look to Juk Move and Bacchanal and all kind of movie lang when we need the capacity in the country to address the infrastructure challenges. So we also have a bridges package, Mr. Speaker, that we need to address in infrastructure, because I just talked about Paradise Bridge as an example. We have bridges that simply can't accommodate the 40 and 20-foot containers or the larger pieces of equipment or, frankly, 2 regular vehicles on our road. So there's also that package. MP for the town of St. George, let me just say, Mr. Speaker, I will ask now if I could have an extra 10 or 15 minutes. This whole thing threw me off. So I see it's 1:40. I'm not sure when my time is supposed to end because I haven't heard a bell ring. I know normally we have a ringing 10 minutes before the due time. So would I be permitted to go until...
Honorable Prime Minister, you have 3 minutes left on your appointed time. I now grant you additional 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it.
All right.
So the River Road issue, Mr. Speaker. I've given instructions that the road should be paved at a minimum. But, Mr. Speaker, building the bridge isn't going to stop the flooding. And I suspect that with the wall that was built, there's water now not just coming from the river, but from all of the houses and so on that is ending up in the road as well. And so, Mr. Speaker, we are seeking to get expert advice to see what can be done to the river upstream to either create larger catchment basin areas so that we could slow down the velocity of the water and the pace at which it comes down. Because I assume that the original intent was to address the flooding and not just build concrete structures. So we have to address this issue upstream to at least increase the mitigation measures up there, especially in light of the damage done to the forest by Hurricane Beryl, to address the flooding. So at a minimum, the roads certainly should be paved, but we need to get the asphalt to do so. I will admit we've had some back and forth and some potential indecisiveness over the bridges because originally of the cost of the concrete bridges, and we were looking to see whether steel bridges would work. The expert advice is that the road would have to be lifted much, much higher to accommodate the steel bridges. So in light of that, we are likely going to have to go back to concrete bridges and to make sure whether we need two or we need one to make a firm determination of that so that at least I think the one up at Steel's entrance will definitely have to be lifted and replaced. So that is where we are, MP. I will certainly try my best to keep you abreast, but I certainly think that the road has to be addressed just as how we have to address some of the other concerns in the road. So, Mr. Speaker, I also just want to emphasize government buildings because we still are significantly challenged with the state of government buildings and the maintenance of them. In 2024, we contracted out the maintenance of schools to the Ministry of Education so that you have contractors assigned to districts and particular schools. So when there are issues in the schools for routine maintenance, preventative maintenance, the principals and so on, together with the supervisors, can work on this directly because the Ministry of Infrastructure simply doesn't have the capacity to do it. We are subject to further discussions, hoping to do the same for a number of other government buildings outside of the immediate town center of St. George. So whether it's things like magistrates' courts, police stations, if we don't have these preventative maintenance being done, the buildings deteriorate very fast, and then people are made to sit in highly uncomfortable, to work in highly uncomfortable and oftentimes unsanitary and unhealthy conditions. Mold being one of the major challenges that a lot of buildings face. We have, Mr. Speaker, agreed to take the Financial Complex Limited and to rename it as the Facilities, I have to recall the proper name. I think it's the Facilities, I will call it the Facilities Management Company for now, and bring it under the Ministry of Infrastructure because it was previously under the Ministry of Finance, and give it a mandate to maintain certain pre-agreed government buildings to make sure that they can continue to build their capacity and respond faster rather than having them trying to do everything. They were trying to do police stations, schools, central government buildings, and they were not being effective, and they did not have the resources necessary to do all of that. So that is one of the other issues that we have to address under the Ministry of Infrastructure. I do need to repeat because I think both the MP for St. George Northwest highlighted the schools that we expect to start. Sorry, St. George, no, the MP, Ron Redhead, sorry, St. George Northeast, what did I say? Northwest, well, there are some things you have in common, so we may have to run you over there. You used to play cricket? You had to learn to play cricket first. So, and you're in Boundary. And the last time I had some fellas was trying to move some fellas over from Northwest into Northeast to try and see if they could get help. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize a couple of points that I heard today. One of which was the question of over-reliance on the Citizenship by Investment program as part of the financing of the budget. We wish to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, that we are not over-reliant on investment migration receipts or citizenship by investment receipts. Prior to what I call the Russian rush which is 2023 and 2024, CBI receipts were roughly around 12% of the total receipts received by the government. Because of the sanctions and the outbreak of the Ukraine war, of course, there was a surge of persons of Russian origin seeking citizenship under the investment migration program. And when we announced that we were stopping, that probably accelerated people rushing. And so for 2023 and 2024, there would have been an above average revenue intake, almost exclusively as a result of that Russian rush. And the Russian rush has come to an end. And so, Mr. Speaker, you will see that for this year and for the next 3 years, as part of the medium-term project, that we expect that investment migration receipts will go back to around 12%. And therefore, that is factored into the budget. So there is really no over-reliance on investment migration revenue. But I also want to emphasize the point presented by the Minister of Finance, that we are seeking to tweak the investment migration program so that more local Grenadian developers and citizens can get involved in the project by reducing the fees and so on associated with approved project status, etc., so that we can try and ensure that local Grenadians can use this as an opportunity to get financing to support their own projects. So I wanted to make that point because I think if left unanswered, it may give the wrong impression that somehow we are over-reliant on the investment migration program. The Minister of Finance in his speech, I think, adequately addressed how we are seeking to strengthen the program at this time. I also wish to just briefly speak, Mr. Speaker, about healthcare, because I think a number of comments were made about healthcare, and the Minister of Health obviously is not in a position to respond. Conversations about the NHI and JIPA and why don't we, the reference to PAHO and so on, the statutorization of the hospitals. Mr. Speaker, I want to point out something. And the Minister of Health was honest by saying this. The challenges in our healthcare system are not going to be solved overnight. We accept that. We have a human resource capacity issue, as in inadequate numbers. And therefore means we'll have to train up and educate more persons to actually see the healthcare sector as a career. That's one. Two, the management structure of the hospitals and the Ministry of Health has to change. There is simply no accountability. That's the truth. And people have to become accountable. And people have to understand that there's nothing to be feared from becoming accountable. If there's an allegation that someone dies at the hospital, there's no reason to panic. But we need to know what happened, so that if something went awry, the next time it can be corrected. And this is simple and straightforward. The medical professionals legislation requires doctors, for example, to have health insurance. There's a reason for that. It recognizes that, like any other profession, you may sometimes fall below the standard expected. That is why you have the insurance. So if you're carrying out surgery, Mr. Speaker, and you had 14 needles, you know at the end of the surgery, you have to account for the 14 needles. So if when the surgery is finished, and you're counting, and you get 12 needles, it means there's a high probability that 2 of the needles are in the patient. Now, if you don't tell the patient, we can't find 2 of the needles because there's a lot of blood or whatever, and the patient goes home, and then while sitting to urinate, a needle drops out of her. What do you think the patient is going to do? I'm not making up this story. Now, this may sound incredible, but this is quite routine in surgeries. It is routine. Needles are left, gauze is left, all kinds of things. That is why you have the insurance. That is why you have protocols, because surgeries are high pressure. That's why it's not anybody becomes a surgeon. That's why they say the surgeons of the gods are the gods of the medical profession. But the point I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, you have to professionalize it. You have to be accountable. You have to have your protocols. We need to make sure we're following our protocols. So if something goes wrong, it's not because we want to prevent the doctor from working again or anything like that. We want to improve the systems. We want to know where we're going wrong. But if people are hiding the files, or they don't want to talk, or they're pretending that nothing goes wrong when surgery is happening, we are not going to have an improvement in our outcomes at the hospitals, and the reputation of all of us and of Grenada is not going to improve. So the hospitals or medical centers have to become accountable. We have to understand that when we ask them to shine light, when we're asking for information, is to improve. And so when Mount Sinai would have done the gap assessment, it is to ensure that we begin to address those issues. So for example, if you have to reduce the rates of transmission of diseases within the hospitals, and there's a protocol for washing your hands, and you're not washing your hands, we need to know that. So somebody could say, wash your hands. If there's a protocol for how you dress or how you put on the gown, we need to know that is happening. If there's a protocol for how you inform patients or loved ones of the death of the passing, we need to know those things are happening. So, Mr. Speaker, these challenges and the culture is something that requires disruption. We are not going to change it by just simply talking. It's not just about money, it's about the management culture, it's about the accountability, it's about the relationship between the Ministry of Health and our hospitals. And the structure, and if the structure is not working, we have to be able to address it. So the gap assessment by Mount Sinai and the work being done by the Ministry of Health and the Project Polaris team, which is the team that is leading the work on the new hospital, is designed to address the very issue that the Honorable MP raised. We know that building a new hospital, the structure, isn't going to improve healthcare in and of itself. The culture, the management practice, all of those things are what we are working on now, so that when we get to the new hospital, we'll have put all of those things in place. And so I want to emphasize that. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance and his team still retain the $500 monthly additional payment to our nurses and the $1,000 additional monthly payment to our doctors, and I want to commend him and the team for doing so. So, Mr. Speaker, National Health Insurance, I just quickly wanted to say this. The Cabinet took the decision to terminate the contract with JIPA for the simple reason that we were not satisfied that we were getting value for money. And for the record, when we got into office, JIPA's contract with the government was in abeyance. We, after several rounds of discussions and negotiations, decided to give them a second chance at this, and so we amended the contract and re-signed. Having done so, and after months of looking at the progress, we were not satisfied that we were going to get a system that was going to actually lead to the establishment of national health insurance that was suited to Grenada. And so we terminated the contract. The Minister of Health, I believe, is walking back in. The University of the West Indies did enormous work on this for us before. We are not throwing out the baby with the bathwater. We intend to go back to the University of the West Indies and their consultants to help us in actually implementing the national health insurance, which is going to be a key part of the transformation in healthcare when we get to the construction and operationalizing of the new hospital. And similarly, Mr. Speaker, the question of the statutorization of the hospital. All of these are pieces that are linked to us getting to the point where we can begin to transform the healthcare. I want to finally say we view healthcare as an industry and an opportunity for Grenadians to actually be employed, to have careers in, and to improve our healthcare in the meantime. So, is that the end, Mr. Speaker, or just a warning? All right. So in light of that, Mr. Speaker, I just want to emphasize that the development of our country, and I want to thank you for allowing me to wrap up, Mr. Speaker, the development of our country is not about things, it is about the people. And you will have no development if the people do not pursue knowledge. There is no country, small, big, intermediate, medium, that has become successful if you do not have a knowledge-based society. And although we didn't get a chance to talk about education, the Minister of Education is going to do so. If we do not pursue knowledge, even in the most religious of societies, even those that are run by a theocracy, they pursue knowledge. If as a people we do not pursue knowledge, we are not going to grow and develop, and that means knowledge in all forms. And so when we emphasize things like education and healthcare and the pensions and our people, it is because we want to incentivize them. When we talk about ensuring that people have the opportunity for training and skills training and the cybersecurity and the coding and the centers of excellence for skills, it is because we recognize, Mr. Speaker, that if we don't encourage our people to pursue knowledge and to pursue their own development, you could vote me in, you could vote somebody else in, you could vote somebody else in, your life will not change or improve because government could only do so much. So I want to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, that we owe it to speak the truth, particularly to young Grenadians, that you've got to pursue knowledge, you have to work hard, and you have to care about your community if you want to ensure that this country continues to rise. And so to the people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique in particular, and those impacted by Hurricane Beryl, rest assured that we will continue to support and encourage you to continue writing. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. And this concludes the debate before us. I now put the question. Honorable members, whereas it is necessary to provide for the services of the State of Grenada for the year 2025 by means of an Appropriation Act, be it resolved that the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year 1st January 2025 to 31st December 2025 be approved. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Or the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it. Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the resolution for the purpose of Section 9(5) of the Fiscal Regional Act number 11 of 2023. Whereas Section 9 of the Fiscal Regional Act number 11 of 2023, hereinafter referred to as the Act, provides that the Minister may, subject to negative resolution, suspend the public debt target and primary balance rule under Section 8 of the Act at any time during a fiscal year where any one or more of the events specified in Section 9(1) A, B, or C occurs, if the Minister determines that implementation of the public debt target and primary balance rule in the fiscal year would be unduly harmful to the public finance and macroeconomic or financial stability. And whereas on the 1st of July 2024, Hurricane Beryl devastated parts of the state of Grenada, and whereas on the first day of July 2024, the Prime Minister declared a disaster by statutory rules and order number 21 of 2024, made pursuant to Section 55(1) of the Disaster Management Act number 2 of 2023. And whereas the declaration constituted a major economic shock within the meaning of Section 9 of the Act, and whereas it was prudent that the Minister exercises power under Section 9(1) to suspend by order the public debt target and primary balance rule under Section 8 of the Act. And whereas, by virtue of the fiscal reason suspension of the public debt target and primary balance rule, order SR number 25 of 2024, the public debt target and primary balance rule under Section 8 of the Act was suspended for the fiscal year ending of 31st day of December 2024. And whereas the fiscal residence suspension of the public debt target and primary balance rule under Section SRO 25 of 2024 was accompanied by memorandum required pursuant to Section 9.2 of the Act. And whereas Section 9.5b of the Act further provides that if the Minister is satisfied that the resumption of the application of the public debt target and primary balance rule suspended by the order under subsection 1 would be unduly harmful to the public finance and macroeconomic or finance stability, the Minister may extend the period of the order under subsection 1 by a second or subsequent order subject to affirmative resolution made concurrently with presentation of the national budget for the new fiscal year. And whereas the Minister is satisfied that a resumption of the application of the public debt target and primary balance rule that was suspended by the fiscal resilience suspension of the public debt target and primary balance rule, order SRO number 25 of 24, would be unduly harmful to the public finance and macroeconomic or financial stability. And whereas it is expedient that the fiscal resilience suspension of the public debt target and primary balance rule, extension order 25, which seeks to extend the suspension of the requirements referred to in Section 8 of the Act for a further period of 1 fiscal year to be approved by the House of Representatives. Now, therefore, be it resolved that pursuant to Section 9.5 of the Act, the fiscal resilience suspension of the public debt target and primary balance rule, extension order 2025, as set out in the schedule to this resolution, is hereby approved by the House of Representatives.
Honourable members, resolution for the purposes of Section 9, subsection 5 of the Fiscal Resilience Act, number 11 of 2023. Whereas Section 9, subsection 1 of the Fiscal Resilience Act, number 11 of 2023, hereinafter referred to as the Act, provides that the Minister may, subject to negative resolution, suspend the public debt target and primary balance rule under Section 8 of the Act at any time during the fiscal year where any one or more of the events specified in Section 9 subsection 1, bullet A, B, or C occurs, if the Minister determines that the implementation of the public debt target and primary balance rule in the fiscal year would be unduly harmful to the public finances and microeconomics or financial stability. And whereas on the first day of July 2024, Hurricane Beryl devastated parts of the state of Grenada, and whereas on the first day of July 2024, the Prime Minister declared a disaster by statutory rules and order number 21 of 2024, made pursuant to Section 55, subsection 1 of the Disaster Management Act number 2 of 2023. And whereas that declaration constituted a major economic shock within the meaning of Section 9, subsection 1 of the Act, and whereas it was prudent that the Minister exercises power under Section 9.1 to suspend by order the public debt target and primary balance rule under Section 8 of the Act, and whereas by virtue of the fiscal resilience, suspension of the public debt target and primary balance rule, order SRO number 25 of 2024, the public debt target and primary balance rule under Section 8 of the Act was suspended for the fiscal year ending on the 31st day of December 2024. And whereas the fiscal resilience suspension of the public debt target and primary balance rule, order SRO number 25 of 2024, was accompanied by the memorandum required pursuant to Section 9, subsection 2 of the Act. And whereas Section 9.5, subsection B of the Act further provides that if the Minister is satisfied that the resumption of the application of the public debt target and primary balance rule suspended by an order under subsection 1 would be unduly harmful to the public finances and microeconomics of financial stability, the Minister may extend the period for the order under subsection 1 by a second or subsequent order subject to affirmative resolution made concurrently with the presentation of the national budget for the new fiscal year. And whereas the Minister is satisfied that the resumption of the application of the public debt target and the primary balance rule that was suspended by the fiscal resilience suspension of the public debt target and primary balance rule, Order SRO number 25 of 2024 would be unduly harmful to the public finances and microeconomic of financial stability. And whereas it is expedient that the fiscal resilience suspension of the public debt target and primary balance rule, Extension Order 2025, which seeks to extend the suspension of the requirements referred to in Section A of the Act for a further period of 1 fiscal year, be it approved by the House of Representatives. Now, therefore, be it resolved that pursuant to Section 9(5) of the Act, the fiscal resilience suspension of the public debt target primary balance rule, Extension Order 2025, as set out in the schedule to this resolution, is hereby approved by the House of Representatives. Now, therefore, members, the question is, now, therefore, be it resolved that pursuant to subsection 9(5) of the Act, the fiscal resilience suspension of the public debt target and primary balance rule, Extension Order 2025, as set out in the schedule to this resolution, is hereby approved by the House of Representatives. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Item 15, bills.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to introduce for its first reading a bill for an act shortly entitled Appropriation 2025 Bill 2025.
The bill which seeks to make provisions for the appropriation of a sum not exceeding $1,912,872,014 Eastern Caribbean dollars to the service of the State of Grenada for the period January 1st to December 31st, 2025, shortly entitled Appropriation 2025 Bill 2025.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the relevant standing order be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that the relevant standing order of the House be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all stages at this sitting. Those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. I think the ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the second reading of the bill.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Appropriation 2025, Bill 2025. Mr. Speaker, this particular bill contains 2 clauses and 1 schedule. This bill, Mr. Speaker, seeks to make appropriation for expenses of the State of Grenada for the period 1st January to 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, to the tune of $1,912,872,014. Mr. Speaker, In the schedule, it provides a detailed list of the various votes and the amounts allocated under recurrent and capital expenses. And so, Mr. Speaker, I draw attention to the schedule and I invite any comments on the bill. Thank you. Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to put it this way. Given the fact that we have had significant discussions on the motion over the past couple of days, it means that we would have captured the essence of this bill, because this bill seeks to cement the discussions that happened over the past 2 days, and therefore I wish not to prolong the discussion on this particular item because of the substantive debate we've had over the past couple of days.
Okay. Honourable Member, just approach the bench. Please approach the bench. You have government business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I therefore beg to move that the House resolves itself into a committee of the whole House to consider this bill clause by clause. Thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that this Honourable House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it. This Honourable House is now in committee.
Clause 2, appropriation.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 2 forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it indeed, the ayes have it.
Schedule.
Honourable members, the question is that schedule forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, indeed the ayes have it.
Clause 1, short title.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 1 forms part of the bill. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it, indeed. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the House resumes and that the Chairman of the committee report progress on the bill.
Honourable members, the question is that the House resumes and the Chairman of the committee reports progress on the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it. This Honourable House now resumes. Honourable members, I have to report that the bill was considered by a committee of the whole House and passed without amendment. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the Chairman's report be adopted.
Honourable members, the question is that the Chairman's report be adopted. Those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the third reading of the bill.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time. Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time and passed. Those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Appropriation 2025 Bill 2025.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to introduce for its first reading a bill for an act shortly entitled 2025 Budget and New Hospital Project Loan Authorization Bill 2025.
The bill which seeks to authorize the Minister of Finance to borrow specified amounts of money from various sources to finance the 2025 budget and to finance a new hospital project with teaching facilities, shortly entitled 2025 Budget and New Hospital Project Loan Authorization Bill 2025.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the relevant standing order be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that the relevant standing order of the House be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all stages at this sitting. Those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the second reading of the bill.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. Leader of Government Business. Oh, sorry, Prime Minister.
I just wanted to rise, Mr. Speaker, to extend my support for the bill and to point out that, first of all, as we said, Mr. Speaker, well, first of all, I want to say this. The authorization to borrow does not mean the borrowing will necessarily happen. It's a legal requirement that for the Minister of Finance to borrow, he must seek parliamentary approval. And so in this case, we have been prudent by ensuring that we seek the approval. If we do get to the point where a negotiated term sheet is agreed upon and the loan is contracted, then obviously the loan will be laid back in Parliament so that we can see what the terms are. Mr. Speaker, we would see that the schedule, in fact, does leave blank the interest rate to be negotiated, the terms and repayment to be negotiated, and the fees to be negotiated. And it highlights some of the potential lenders, the International Development Association, or what is called IDA, which generally supports the government with very, very generous concessionary loans, sometimes at less than 1% interest rates, or certainly under 2%, with usually 10-year moratoriums and 30-year repayment periods. The Caribbean Development Bank, which is our own development bank in the region, which we do a lot of our capital project financing from, Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, the regional government securities market, and I made reference to that in my earlier presentation by saying we currently have bonds that we have already raised and that oftentimes these are simply refinanced, and if necessary from other companies, banks, and financial institutions. I want to point out, though, that a significant portion, almost half of this, is earmarked for the new hospital project, because as I said, we have a very aggressive timeline to try and break ground on this project in 2026. We have already secured the land, and so we need to secure the financing to do so. So if we get to the point where the Minister of Finance led a delegation to the Gulf states or the Middle East, including, I believe, Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Dubai, and the team is speaking with what is called the Islamic donors, and we expect that the business plan, in fact, as we are here, Mr. Speaker, we anticipate that the business plan for the new hospital project, which is being done by Deloitte and Touche, will be shared with the cabinet, as well as some of the other studies, feasibility, pre-feasibility studies, so that we can have some discussion, so that those could be shared with our potential lenders. And to the MP's point for the town of St. George about making sure that there is widespread consultation and people understand what's going on, the Project Polaris team has been mandated to, in fact, retain a communication firm so that they can help with some of these engagements and the discussions that are required on this issue. But I want to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, we are living in some interesting times. And we have to appreciate that the potential for growth, economic growth, globally, are in large markets. Africa, Asia, the Gulf states, and Asia includes China, the Indian subcontinent. It's not just India, it's India, Malaysia, Pakistan. These are very populous countries, South and Central America. And if we do not forge deliberate strategic economic partnerships with these regions, the Caribbean and Grenada is going to struggle. So it is highly unlikely that we will get a traditional financier. I'm saying traditional here as in World Bank or IMF or North American or Canadian or European to finance this kind of development project. To them, your economy is too small, the risks are too great, you've got hurricanes, you've got small markets, etc. They are not going to finance this. It is through the innovation and the ingenuity of the PRG that the airport was built, and the significant collaboration with the Republic of Cuba. And the Minister of Foreign Affairs had already spoken on the situation with Cuba. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize that for us to do this, we are going to have to be innovative. We are going to have to seek partnerships from our friends far and wide, and we are going to have to keep an open and innovative approach to how we finance the construction of the hospital and how we finance the management and the operations of the new hospital, because no one wants this to be an albatross around the state. And so we need to have significant private capital and private money into what I call the health sector. The same way tourism is a sector, the same way agriculture is a sector, the same way healthcare is a sector. And we have to move beyond the idea of a government hospital where the government every year comes with a budget and says this is the hospital, and then we have to struggle to meet the basic needs of our people. There's enormous money in healthcare, from the health insurance perspective, from the employment opportunities, from the health tourism perspective, from the wellness aspects of tourism, which we can't underestimate, to the cosmetic side of healthcare, and then to the traditional clinical side of healthcare. So we have to look to explore those opportunities, and the opportunities are in Africa, they're in Asia, they're in India. That's the fact. Most of the health challenges that we face in the Caribbean, they face it in Africa. And most of the research and development that is done by Western countries are done on people who don't look like us, who don't have the same genetic makeup for us, and oftentimes what is prescribed does not work. So you'd understand that a lot of the medication that is done for people with diabetes and so on simply do not work on people of African descent, or of Asian or Middle Eastern descent, because the research was not carried out on them. We have the university already, we have WINREF, we have significant economic advantages, and so, Mr. Speaker, we will not borrow unless we absolutely need to do so. And we are also going to seek to put as much skin in the game, as much equity as possible. And you see the Minister of Finance has indicated that 25 million US is already being set aside in a special fund at the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank as part of our financing or helping to finance this hospital project. And we anticipate that on an annual basis, we will set aside funds as well to ensure that we reduce the debt burden on the state if it comes to that point. But we are going to be very aggressive in seeking private equity. So I know what's going to happen. They're going to take the bill, now that they're not here, and see that a bill to borrow $800 million was passed. But as I've said, we are not actually, at this point in time, borrowing the $800 million. We will have to see whether we need to do so. And if we do, then obviously the terms will come back to Parliament and we will late. So I wanted to make that point very clear. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. MP for the town of St. George.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know it's late and we've been here for 2 days, but I think this is an important bill that needs to be addressed. I'm happy that the Prime Minister did rise to make some clarifications and to indicate at least the commitment that there's going to be more discussion on the issue, not only of the loan, not only of the financing, but generally on the hospital. I agree with him when he talks about, our need to look to the non-traditional sources. The fact is that many of the traditional sources will not be able to help, in some cases, having their own difficulties. But it is also because of the synergies that are developing. For example, the rise of the BRICS, the BRICS countries. That is a very powerful arrangement that's developing. And countries like Grenada must move in the direction of developing these relations with Africa, because the fact is the African countries many of them are doing very well. And there's a lot not only we can get from them, but there's a lot we can learn from them and the relations. So I want to endorse that. With respect to that issue, that is why when I spoke earlier, I said that the assessments and so on, I know we looked at Mount Sinai. And Mount Sinai is a well-known hospital in North America. But, and we must ensure, and I think the member of St. David said it, that what they are proposing is in synergy with what we in these small islands and people of African descent and so on need to have. So, as I indicated earlier, there are other assessments done by PAHO. PAHO is a Pan-American Health Organization. They are quite active, but I'm not saying do not proceed with the Mount Sinai arrangement. I'm simply saying there are other assessments that may have been done. When you get the Mount Sinai one, you can look at the PAHO one, PAHO being a regional organization that we can look at. So I agree with that position. And I appreciate the fact that he's indicating if it comes to the point of borrowing, there should be further discussions on that, because by that time you will have the terms and you will have all the arrangements that need to be in place as a country for borrowing what is a substantial amount. In addition to that, I think, and I just want to say this in closing, we need to have much more discussion on the operationalization of the hospital, because I believe it could become a white elephant if not done properly with the inputs of the people. The people have to buy into this project, just as they bought into the International Airport Project. The International Airport Project was a project people bought into. In fact, people went down to the airport to have rallies and meetings. They embraced it so much. So I am not standing here opposing this or opposing the construction of the hospital, but I am standing here for more participation and more inputs to make sure it is bought into and to make sure that we do it properly. A lot of money is going to be spent, not by the government, but by the people of Grenada. So the people of Grenada need to know more. And all of the MPs in this House need to know more about it. But I appreciate the assurance given by the Prime Minister, and I think we can work with that. So I have no difficulty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, MP for Town of St. George. Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. Those with that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it indeed. The ayes have it.
Bill for an act shortly entitled 2025 Budget and New Hospital Project Loan Authorization Bill 2025.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the House resolves itself into a committee of the whole House to consider this bill clause by clause. Thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that this Honourable House resolves itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it. This Honorable House is now in committee.
Clause 2, authority to raise loan.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 2 forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Schedule.
Honorable members, the question is that schedule forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Clause 1, short title.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 1 forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I beg to move that the House resumes and the Chairman of the committee report progress on the bill. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that this Honorable House resumes and the Chairman of the committee reports progress on the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it. This Honorable House now resumes. I have to report, honorable members, I have to report that the bill was considered by a committee of the whole House and passed without amendment. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Chairman's report be adopted.
Honorable members, the question is that the Chairman's report be adopted. Those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the third reading of the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time and pass. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled 2025 Budget and New Hospital Project Loan Authorization Bill 2025.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, we've had a long 2 days. I therefore beg to move that this House be adjourned. Sign it up.
Mr. Speaker. Just a word on the adjournment.
Go ahead, Honorable
Mr. Speaker, just very short. Don't look so worried that I'm going to keep you long. During the debate, Mr. Speaker, I don't see my friend from Southwest here, but I told him I'll do this. He told me not to, but I'll do it. I did comment in my remarks that he had not made much comment or comments on the issue of pre-deal larceny. I was corrected because apparently I was not in the room when he said it, and I want to express my absolute horror that I offended my friend from St. Jude Southwest. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to withdraw that portion that he did apparently say a lot about pre-deal larceny. So I will go read it, and if I have to say anything on the next occasion, I will. But I do apologize to the House and apologize to him for for saying something that was absolutely incorrect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member for the Tongue of St. George. Honorable Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this because it's not, this is, I think, the second or third time that I noticed the opposition is simply walking out on the House during debates when the Speaker makes a ruling. I mean, the rules are clear. On any point that we may disagree on, or a member may disagree on, the Speaker has the authority to rule. And we cannot continue to sanction, in my view, respectively, Mr. Speaker, the proper decorum in the House, if every time the Honourable MP for St. George Northwest feels that the Speaker is making a ruling that doesn't go in his favour, that we encourage not just him walking out, but all other members of the opposition walking out, and we keep countenancing this. So I am in fact giving fair warning that if the member for St. George Northwest does not want to sit in the House, then say so. Simply retire, give up the office of MP, have a by-election and let someone else do the job. There's been a persistent pattern of absences, a persistent pattern of, if the schedule doesn't fit his schedule, of trying to throw the entire sitting into disarray and making all kinds of stuff about the process and the fairness. A consistent pattern of any time he's asked to take a seat, it's basic courtesy. My friend knows that in court, if I want to fit and he stands, I sit. If the Speaker stands, you sit. And you can't be talking over the Speaker and repeating over the Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this because, you know, the rules are very clear about the disciplinary powers of the House. And if we continue a situation where, and I'm saying this because, as the Prime Minister, I don't want any ill discipline creeping on my side. I don't want any ill discipline creeping on our side. I don't want the House to deteriorate to a point where the minute time someone disagrees with this, the Speaker makes a ruling, someone doesn't agree with it, they figure they can get up and walk out. And I don't want it on my side, and I certainly don't see why we should be tolerating. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm just putting on record that as the Member of Parliament for St. David, that this is not the kind of behavior we should be countenancing. And to me, at some point in time, something has to be done about it. Particularly for the other members who have no quarrel with you and who are not objecting. They already have spoken. And Mr. Speaker, I paused you. I came back in the House. We were sitting here for a while. You took a while to come back in. Even when I took the mic, I recognized that there was one other person who didn't have the opportunity to speak. And I was quite happy to take my seat and give the MP for St. George Northwest an opportunity to debate. Because at the end of the day, procedural rules aside, I have no difficulty with saying substantively you want persons, in the interest of fairness, to get an opportunity to contribute to the debate. I could have told the Minister of Finance, close the debate, in which case I didn't speak, he didn't speak. That wouldn't bother me. I have the opportunity to continue speaking. I could go and call out Tongue in Boucher's or Appeal or Point of Fontenoy, and we can talk about the budget perhaps better because I wouldn't have the restriction of an hour and a half. So I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, we can't have a situation where a mere difference of views over a procedural matter leads to this kind of storming out, you know, with a mother hen and a three chicken hens swallowing in a row. We have to do better than that, Mr. Speaker, and I'm simply putting it on record because I think if this continues, it will send the wrong example to our junior parliamentarians we are training right now. It will send the wrong example to the school children who are here. You have to appreciate that sometimes people have the right to make the decision. How do you make the decision? You persuade, but if after they say they ain't changing your mind, we have that in court all the time. You talk from now till that kingdom come, the judge sits, they rock, they sleep, and then wake up and they say, Mr. David, you talk good, but send your client up. And you have to sit down and be respectful. So I don't understand how we in Parliament, and we have someone who served as an MP for 40 years, uninterrupted, and is behaving this way simply over a ruling with the Speaker. So I'm just putting this on record, Mr. Speaker, because I've tried to stay out of it, but I think it's becoming to the point where now we need to rise the thing. I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, you saw what went on in the Bahamas, where Honourable MP took the mace and physically threw it out the window, and the police and all of that had to get it turned into a complete fish market in Nassau. And if we don't stem this, this is what it's going to lead to. Because if it's not working at one, they might take the bottle out and throw it at you. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm putting this on record because I think somewhere someone has to talk some sense into the new leader of the opposition and into the old leader of the opposition so that this sort of behavior doesn't persist. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, if I may, the member is in the House, so I hope members convey to him my Apologies for the statement. The member for Somoto.
Yes.
Just sorry for interjecting like this, but he's
That's
in the
all right.
house now. I just wanted to tell him to his face.
Yes, that's all right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister, for your comments. I take it it's time for us to close. All right, honorable members, the question is that this honorable House be adjourned sine die. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. This honorable House is now adjourned sine die.
Mr. Speaker, sorry. Mr. Speaker, as the British would say, supper being provided.
Yes, there is a bit of supper / refreshment at the back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.